Chapter 767. Han Shuo and Rose had no idea that the gods in Hushvale City were panicking because of them. At this moment, all their attention was focused on leaving Hushvale City, and they had no mind to pay attention to anything else. Although Hushvale City was huge, the two of them were rapidly approaching the city gate they had come from as they hurried on without any hesitation. As the battle at God Swamp Pharmacy had attracted the attention of too many divine guards, Han Shuo and Rose did not encounter too many obstructions. The few divine guards they encountered along the way did not even dare to stop them. They would automatically give way to Han Shuo and Rose when they appeared. After Han Shuo and Rose disappeared from sight, they hastily sent word to their divine guard chiefs. Therefore, the whereabouts of Han Shuo and Rose had never escaped the grasp of the Hushvale City divine guards. The patriarchs of the major family clans and city lord Hoffs were the first to learn of Han Shuo's intentions. They all headed towards the city gate, Rose closely followed behind Han Shuo. After the two had fought a bloody battle, she gradually gained an unusual level of trust in Han Shuo. The fact that Han Shuo could calmly and unhurriedly fight his way out of the encirclement gave Rose a great deal of confidence. Just like Phoebe, Fanny, and the others, Rose, who thought that she was going to die for sure, began to trust Han Shuo blindly. As she followed behind Han Shuo and looked at Han Shuo's majestic back, not only did Rose not feel the slightest fear, she even felt a little excited. She could not wait to continue killing and challenge the true experts of Hushvale City. Han Shuo's brows were tightly bunched. He knew that all the experts of Hushvale City must have been mobilized by now. Perhaps there were experts from the nearby city gates. It would not be easy to escape from Hushvale City unharmed. Han Shuo was thinking about what he should do next. Before Han Shuo and Han Shuo got close to the city gates, he sensed something unusual from the surrounding energy towers. The power of the boundary that enveloped the entire Hushvale City had suddenly increased. The energy towers and boundary towers in the city glowed brightly as they activated all the energy crystals in them, strengthening the boundary around Hushvale City. Just like in the City of Shadows, there were only a few openings in the city gates. There was no way that Han Shuo alone could break through the boundary formed by hundreds and thousands of energy towers and boundary towers. Therefore, he had no choice but to use the openings in the city gates to escape. However, those city gates would normally be guarded by nearly 1,000 divine guards when there were no major incidents. Tonight, the city gates would be even more heavily guarded. Han Shuo understood that by the time he arrived at that city gate, he would be in for a bloodbath that was unavoidable. Only by escaping from Hushvale City in a bloody battle would his journey to Hushvale City come to a perfect end. Otherwise, Han Shuo would have no choice but to use the demonic blood disassembly to escape. Rose, on the other hand, would undoubtedly die. Not only would she die, but she would also be subjected to the inhumane torture of Hushvale City before she died. Han Shuo put on a gloomy face and did not say a word. As he hurried on, he couldn't help but turn his head to look at Rose. To Han Shuo's surprise, Rose, who had been treating Han Shuo coldly, put on a sweet smile when Han Shuo turned to look at her. In a somewhat excited manner, she said, "I know. We will definitely make it out of Hushvale City alive." Han Shuo was stunned. On one hand, it was because of Rose's attitude towards him. On the other hand, it was because of Rose's baseless confidence. Rose, who had always been cold and indifferent to Han Shuo, had an outstanding appearance to begin with. Her sweet smile made Han Shuo momentarily absent-minded. For some reason, he was confident that they would be able to escape unscathed. However, his confidence was just as baseless as Rose's. Because of Rose's sweet smile, the invisible layer of ice between them seemed to have melted. Han Shuo, who was surrounded by all the experts in Hushvale City, suddenly felt that this journey had become interesting. The city lord and the patriarchs of major family clans in Hushvale City had learned of the whereabouts of Han Shuo and Rose through various channels. These wily old foxes had guessed that Han Shuo was planning to barge through the city gate. They led their elite divine guards towards the city gate. The House of Simon, one of the 4 major family clans of Hushvale City, was located very close to the city gate. The city gate was guarded by the House of Simon. When Weston, the patriarch of the House of Simon, received the news from the House of Hoffley, he led the elite divine guards of the House of Simon to the city gate. There were originally 700 divine guards stationed at the city gate. In addition to the 500 most elite divine guards of the House of Simon, Weston had brought a total of 1,300 divine guards. Every one of the 500 elite divine guards of the House of Weston was a late-stage mid-god. The 3 high god experts of the House of Simon in Hushvale City, other than the chief of the 4th Order, were all gathered at the city gate. As soon as Weston arrived, he calmly instructed, "Don't gather together. Spread out on both sides of the city gate and make a path. After the 2 enter the path, we will attack from both sides." Weston had learned from the chief of the 4th Order just how powerful Han Shuo and Rose were. He knew that Han Shuo and Rose were like trapped beasts. Crazed high gods were terrifying, especially 2 of them. Under Weston's instruction, the House of Simon's divine guards dispersed and cleared a path leading to the city gate. The divine guards spread out on both sides of the path and looked ahead with cold eyes, waiting for Han Shuo and Rose to walk right into the trap. "Brother-in-law, with this, our House of Simon will have 2 chief of divine guards. I should be the one to fill Eugene's vacant position." Anchor was a cultivator of the energy of death. He had been in charge of the northern fortress for less than 100 years. He had returned to the House of Simon because he coveted Eugene's position as chief of divine guards. Originally, Weston had told him that Hofs would never give the position to his House of Simon. Anchor, who was utterly disappointed, did not hold any hope. Little did he expect that such a major event would happen in Hushvale City and cause Hofs to suddenly change his mind. Anchor was rather excited and couldn't control his emotions. Weston shot a glance at Anchor and said in a deep voice that we'll have to wait for the 2 to kill. "Don't think that this matter is in the bag. Who knows? There might be an accident along the way." Anchor chuckled, shook his head, and replied, "What accident can there be? Even if the 2 of them possess the strength of the city lord, it will be impossible for them to break out of our encirclement of more than 1,000 men. Besides, we have 500 of our House of Simon's most elite divine guards with us." After hearing Anchor's words, Weston, who had been calmly waiting for Han Shuo and Rose to arrive, felt that Anchor's words made sense. He was very confident in the elite divine guards of his House of Simon. There was no way that the 2 of them could break out of the encirclement. "I'm not worried that they will break out of the encirclement." Weston put on a faint smile and said, "I'm just worried that the 2 will immediately turn around and leave. That way, the other family clans will benefit from it." Anchor stared blankly for a moment before he agreed. "That's right. We have more than 1,000 men here. As long as they aren't fools, they will definitely retreat after they get here. Brother-in-law, it seems that we should give them some hope. Otherwise, the other family clans will benefit from it." Weston nodded, thought for a moment, and instructed 4th team, 6th team, and 7th team, "Spread out further. Find a building and hide yourselves. 1st team and 2nd team, stay at the city gate. Don't scare the intruders away." Following Weston's instructions, the elite divine guards of the House of Simon spread out even further. They did their best to hide themselves in buildings and followed Weston's instructions. Soon, the House of Simon's divine guards became more and more dispersed. Many of their divine guards also disappeared into the darkness. Weston was secretly relieved. He waved his hand and said, "Come, let's go to the energy towers nearby. Don't let anyone know that we have already arrived. We don't want them to retreat without a fight." Anchor and another high god of the House of Simon, Chandler, nodded in agreement after hearing Weston's words. They hastily followed Weston and hid in the energy towers nearby, fearing that they would alert the enemy and ruin their plan. Just as the house of Simon's divine guards made their arrangements, Han Shuo and Rose arrived. Han Shuo sneered coldly in his mind. The demon generals who arrived ahead of Weston had heard every word of their conversation. How could they possibly hide their intentions from Han Shuo? However, Weston's arrangement was exactly what Han Shuo wanted. If all the divine guards of the house of Simon were to gather at the city gate, it would be very troublesome for Han Shuo and Rose to force their way through. But now that Weston had his divine guard spread out, it gave Han Shuo the perfect opportunity. Sometimes a good strategy could be used over and over again. As long as the timing was right, it could yield miraculous results. With one thought, Han Shuo transmitted a command to Cauldron Spirit. The two demon generals transformed into Han Shuo and Rose and charged towards the city gate. As soon as they arrived at the area, the two demon generals were startled. They vigilantly gazed at the place where the house of Simon divine guards were hiding. Han Shuo and Rose's faces jolted. They glanced at each other and turned around at the same time. The expressions on their faces were impeccable and flawless, even when viewed from afar. Weston and Anchor's heart sank. They fixed their gazes on Han Shuo and Rose and saw the changes in the demon generals' expressions. They are indeed experts. They had discovered the divine guards hiding in the dark as soon as they arrived. It seems that the situation is not looking good. Weston and Anchor were startled. As soon as the thought came to their minds, the two demon generals who had transformed into Han Shuo and Rose retreated the way they came. They had retreated. God damn it, chase after them. Before Weston could react, Anchor, who was waiting to take over Eugene's position as Chief of Divine Guards, took the lead and charged out of the energy tower. Those divine guards who were hiding in the dark immediately followed Anchor and chased after the two demon generals. Rose put on a delighted face and softly cried out, "We did it!" Han Shuo was as calm as ever, using his two most powerful demon generals. He saw that Weston did not follow Anchor out of the energy tower. This patriarch of the house of Simon was clearly not an impulsive person. Perhaps he had discovered something unusual. But not only did Weston not follow Anchor out of the energy tower, he even instructed Team 1, Team 2, and Team 5 stay here. This is the only way for them. They won't give up so easily. If they missed this golden opportunity, the city gates of Hushvale City would be locked even tighter, and the security would be even tighter. Weston believed that Han Shuo and Rose would not let go of this opportunity to break out of the encirclement tonight. Therefore, he did not go out with Anchor. As the two demon generals were rather far away, Weston did not know that Han Shuo and Rose were just illusions. The reason why he was so certain was because of his many years of intuition. As the patriarch of the house of Simon, Weston had experienced many trials and tribulations. The experience he had accumulated through countless battles was a great asset. Sometimes such experience was even more important than one's strength. This time, Sicker had made the right bet by relying on his past experiences. But was this his good luck or bad luck? It was not up to him to decide. Following Sicker's instructions, a portion of the house of Simon divine guards stayed behind and were on high alert. The other high god, Chandler, did not leave either. He only followed Sicker's lead. Seeing that Sicker did not leave, he did not make any rash moves. He silently hid in an energy tower nearby and observed the changes below with cold eyes. There are still some who have not left. Rose had also noticed the danger at the city gate. She said in a low voice, "And it seems that there are more than just those divine guards at the city gate. Something is not right. There are two high gods hiding in the two energy towers nearby." Han Shuo pointed at the two energy towers and said in a low voice, "We don't have the time to compete with them in patience. The experts from the other major family clans of Hushvale City should be converging on this place. We have to get there before Anchor returns. Be careful. The high gods in the two energy towers might suddenly attack. Don't let them injure you." "Ready to move?" asked Rose in a rather excited manner. Han Shuo nodded indifferently. The demon generals that were hiding in the dark started drifting towards the house of Simon's divine guards that were hiding at the city gates. After the demon generals turned invisible, they carefully avoided the two high gods, Simon and Chandler. Therefore, they did not attract the attention of the divine guards hiding at the city gates. "Let's go," shouted Han Shuo in a deep voice. With an ice-cold face, he dashed towards the city gate at top speed. "They have come." Weston's pupils contracted. He was overjoyed. He immediately focused all his attention on Han Shuo and Rose, who had appeared out of nowhere. He was ready to attack at any moment. Those House of Simon divine guards hiding in the dark were all excited. They were greatly impressed by their patriarch Weston's judgment. They were not the least bit afraid when they saw Han Shuo and Rose charging at them. They felt that under Weston's leadership, they would surely be able to slay Han Shuo and Rose. Following Weston's instructions, the path leading to the city gate was deliberately left open for Han Shuo and Rose to enter. Han Shuo knew what Weston was planning. However, he had no other choice. He had to force his way out of the city gate. Therefore, he had to go through that path. 17 flying swords whistled across the sky. Amidst the scalp-numbing whistling noises, Han Shuo and Rose followed behind the 17 flying swords. Han Shuo knew that there were many divine guards lying in ambush around the path. The 17 flying swords, as though they had eyes of their own, purposefully flew towards the secluded corners and killed the divine guards who thought they were hiding. At the same time, the demon generals that were scattered around the divine guards materialized into blurry shadows and attacked their targets. Caught off guard, many divine guards of the House of Simon were struck by the demon generals and killed in an instant. The ghostly wails and wolf howls resounded. Although the divine guards knew the weaknesses of the demon generals beforehand, they were powerless against the sudden attack. The demon generals usually attacked in large groups and did not give the divine guards any chance to react. They were killed in an extremely short period of time. The elite divine guards of the House of Simon were hiding in the dark. However, Han Shuo's attacks seemed to have eyes of their own as they targeted those divine guards who were hiding in the dark. The demon general's sudden transformation was even more stealthy than the divine guards. The divine guards were caught off guard and let out miserable shrieks. Weston wore an astonished face on his energy tower. He did not expect that Han Shuo could have such miraculous foresight. Seeing that the divine guards hiding in the dark were being ambushed by the demon generals, Weston immediately issued a new order. "Stop hiding and come out. These two are determined to break through the city gate today. I would like to see how they are going to kill their way out." Han Shuo and Rose advanced at high speed. They constantly dealt with the long-range attacks from the divine guards around them. Han Shuo released the Jade Flame Shuttle, Poison Dragon Cloud Net, Green Phosphorus Gravel, and Banner of Hallucination, and sent them flying towards the divine guards in all directions. The Jade Flame Shuttle whizzed past, while the Poison Dragon Cloud Net descended from the sky. The poisonous cloud was as corrosive as the 17 flying swords. The Green Phosphorus Gravel incinerated anything it came into contact with. The Banner of Hallucination had folded the figures of Han Shuo and Rose into many different shapes. In an instant, many divine guards were affected by the Cyan Demon Blaze Shuttle, Venomous Dragon Cloud Net, and Green Phosphorus Sand. The demonic weapons that Han Shuo had repeatedly tempered were more and more vicious than the last. They were extremely lethal to their divine bodies and divine souls. For a moment, the divine guards were thrown into confusion. Many of them were engulfed in flames. Some were impaled by the Cyan Demon Blaze Shuttle, while others were entangled by the Venomous Dragon Cloud Net and turned into skeletons. The Banner of Hallucination had folded into many different shapes. The attacks coming from all directions were indistinguishable. The pressure on Han Shuo and Rose was greatly reduced. They continued to charge forward. With the support of the many demonic weapons, the two arrived at the city gate in no time. There were naturally more divine guards at the city gate. The city gate was locked from the inside. It became Han Shua's last hurdle. Han Shua took out a large handful of pearls of annihilation and threw them at the city gate without even looking at them. Ever since he had used the pearls of annihilation, Han Shua had become very interested in explosive demonic weapons. He had learned a new method from Cauldron Spirit that increased the power of the pearls of annihilation by several times. After throwing a large handful of pearls of annihilation, the entire Hushvale city seemed as though it was about to collapse. Earth-shattering explosions sounded from the city gate. Many divine guards were sent flying in all directions. It was a gruesome sight to behold. The city gate was blasted open by the dozens of pearls of annihilation. Chapter 768. The violent explosion from the city gate instantly blasted dozens of divine guards into pieces of flesh and blood. The earth-shattering rumble alerted everyone nearby. The city gate of Hushvale City could not withstand such a violent explosion and was blasted wide open. "Run!" shouted Han Shua in a deep voice. He raised the power of his various demonic weapons to the limit and attacked the house of Simon divine guards that were surrounding them from the dark. Weston and Chandler flew down from the energy towers and attacked Han Shua and Rose at the same time. The 17 flying swords suddenly appeared in front of Han Shua. The 17 flying swords interweaved into a curtain of light that completely blocked the area in front of Han Shua, preventing Casey and Chandler from attacking. Rose knew that Han Shua's main purpose was to buy time for her. As long as Weston and Chandler were stopped, the ordinary divine guards with their demonic weapons and demon generals wouldn't be able to effectively stop her. Despite being in such a perilous situation, Han Shua was willing to take the risk to buy time for her. This gave Rose a wonderful feeling. She turned her head to look at Han Shua, who was wearing a cold and callous face as he intercepted Weston and Chandler with his 17 flying swords. Traces of gratitude appeared in Rose's eyes. She turned around and left. While Han Shua was obstructing Weston and Chandler, and while the divine guards around her were being bombarded by demon generals and demonic weapons, Rose successfully passed through the broken city gate and arrived outside of Hushvale City. The 17 flying swords crisscrossed and suddenly stopped above Han Shua's head. Han Shua's heart sank. He immediately turned around and flew out of Hushvale City. "Go to hell!" A furious roar sounded from afar. A jet-black spear streaked across the sky like a bolt of black lightning. It carried an astonishing amount of darkness energy and suddenly attacked Han Shua. As soon as Weston and Chandler heard the roar behind them, they simultaneously launched attacks at Han Shua with all their might in an attempt to stop Han Shua. Weston was a mid-stage high god and Chandler was an early-stage high god. Although it wasn't easy for Han Shua to deal with them, it wasn't too much of a problem. The 17 flying swords intertwined behind Han Shua like streaks of lightning and dispersed Weston and Chandler's attacks. However, the jet-black spear possessed astonishing power. It was rather difficult to deal with the lightning-fast attack of the spear. At this moment, with so many divine guards surrounding the city gate, if Han Shua were to turn around and deal with the spear behind him, he might not have the chance to leave the city. The 17 flying swords that had dispersed Weston and Chandler's attacks did not have the time to return to Han Shua's back. However, the spear was still flying at him like a shadow. Han Shua steeled his heart. Instead of turning around to deal with the spear, he charged at the city gate that had yet to be fully sealed by the new divine guards. Han Shua's 2 hands were constantly moving forward to deflect the incoming attacks. Invincible Omen Body was automatically activated. Even if an ordinary mid-god's attack landed on his invincible Omen Body, it would not cause any damage to him. Bang! The spear whizzed through the air and pierced at Han Shua's back. The demon's lair edge shot out from the torn clothes on his back and blocked the spear. A surge of ferocious darkness, divine energy, suddenly surged into Han Shua's back from the demon's lair edge. The invincible Omen Body instantly withstood the assault of the darkness, divine energy. The all-out attack from Hafs, the city lord of Hushvale City, was no trivial matter. Even the invincible omen body could not neutralize all the energy. The area on Han Shua's back suddenly caved in as though it was pierced by a sharp awl. Han Shua tasted something sweet in his mouth. 2 streaks of blood flowed out from the corners of his mouth. Han Shua immediately knew that he had been injured by the all-out attack from the late-stage High God City Lord. Fortunately, the invincible omen body had neutralized most of the energy. Otherwise, the attack would have pierced through Han Shua's back and rendered him unable to fight on the spot. 2 streaks of blood flowed out from Han Shua's back. Han Shua took a quick look at his body and immediately realized that his injuries were not serious. With the help of Haf's attack, Han Shua flew even faster towards the city gate. It was at this moment that the 17 flying swords returned from Weston and Chandler to help Han Shua fend off the attacks from the surrounding divine guards. Han Shua's figure flashed through the open city gate like a bolt of lightning. Outside the gate, Rose was waiting anxiously. "The city lord of Hushvale City is here. Let's go," shouted Han Shua. He grabbed Rose's hand and activated the art of the demonic ninth heavens using Cauldron Spirit's energy. Together with Rose, they rapidly disappeared into the distance. Hafs, the city lord of Hushvale City, was a late-stage high god. With the help of the 17 flying swords and Cauldron Spirit's energy, Han Shua believed that his strength would not be inferior to Hafs. However, Hafs had brought several high gods of Hushvale City with him. Simon and Chandler were also waiting at the city gate. The patriarchs and high gods of 2 other family clans were also rushing towards the city gate. As long as Han Shua wasn't crazy, he would know that it would be unwise to fight them at the city gate at this time. If he were to be surrounded by so many high gods, Han Shua would have absolutely no chance of breaking out of the encirclement other than using the blood disassembly. The blood disassembly was too damaging to his demonic body and demonic arts. Han Shua would not use it unless absolutely necessary, especially when his cultivation of demonic arts was progressing at a slow pace. Rose possessed mid-stage high god strength. Although her speed was much faster than an average person, Han Shua believed that she was still inferior to Hafs, who was also a late-stage high god of darkness. Han Shua, who was flying at full speed with the help of Cauldron Spirit's energy, was much faster. Therefore, Han Shua had to pull Rose away from the city gate. The 2 demonic figures flashed outside Hushvale City and rapidly disappeared into the thicket of ancient trees and shrubs. Hafs, along with his family clan experts and Simon, closely followed Han Shua and Han Shua. Hafs wore a malevolent face. As he flew, he shouted, "Search! I have shot that youngster with my spear. He won't be able to get far. Whoever kills them will be the one to fill the gap left by Eugene's death." It was at this moment that the patriarchs of the other 2 family clans finally arrived. They happened to hear Hafs shout. The 2 patriarchs, who were still shocked by the tragic scene at the city wall, immediately led their family clan divine guards and chased after Han Shua and Han Shu. Hafs took the lead. He, Weston, Chandler, and a few other high gods flew at high speed towards the direction Han Shua and Han Shua had escaped. Hushvale City had been plunged into chaos and countless divine guards were killed. Not only that, the intruders had managed to break into Hushvale City. If word of this were to spread, Hafs would be utterly humiliated in the Darkness Dominion. The status of the House of Hoffley in Hushvale City would also be questioned. This was the last thing Hafs wanted. Weston, the patriarch of the House of Simon, too, was filled with rage. The House of Simon was in charge of guarding the city gate. Yet, Han Shua and Han Shua had killed their way out of their tight encirclement. This was a great humiliation to the House of Simon. Given Haf's temper, he would surely seek revenge. Most importantly, the House of Simon had just lost more than 200 elite divine guards. The earth-shattering explosion at the city gate alone had killed nearly 100 of their divine guards. Those elite divine guards had been painstakingly recruited by the House of Simon for tens of millions of years. Each and every one of them was incomparably precious. How could the House of Simon not be enraged by the loss of more than 200 of their elite divine guards? The experts of Hushvale City left the city and entered the vast mountain range in the vicinity with various motives. Without the ubiquitous energy towers and energy boundaries, the mountain range was now filled with towering ancient trees and towering mountain peaks that reached into the clouds. Concealment was everywhere. For the experts of Hushvale City, the difficulty of finding a single person in the mountain range had increased by 100 times. At first, Rose, whose hand was pulled by Han Shua, was very nervous about Hafs, the city lord of Hushvale City, chasing after them. But gradually, Rose noticed that the high gods of Hushvale City were getting further and further away from them. Not only did Han Shua not slow down, he even increased his speed. It was as though he knew every region of the mountain range like the back of his hand. He constantly changed his position as he traveled, widening the gap between him and Han Shua. Rose was relieved. With that, Rose could think about other things. Then, she discovered that her delicate hand was tightly grasped by Han Shua's big and rough hand. Han Shua's big hand was thick and warm. His meridians were pulsating vigorously. Rose suddenly felt that her palm was covered with sweat. She immediately realized that she had been overly nervous. With some peculiar emotions in her heart, Rose turned her head to look at Han Shua, who was right in front of her. She discovered that Han Shua's face was calm and unwavering. Blood was flowing out from the corner of his mouth, but he was still confident. His face was as angular as a sculpture, brimming with the toughness and callousness that a man should have. Even the blood stains on the corners of Han Shua's mouth seemed to be filled with charm. Rose, who was about to wipe the blood stains off Han Shua's mouth, did not act rashly. Instead, she stared blankly at Han Shua. For a moment, her mind was filled with all sorts of thoughts. Perhaps only a man like Han Shua could stand proudly above everyone else. Rose thought to herself. After going through so much with Han Shua, not only did she no longer have any prejudice against Han Shua, she even admired Han Shua's tenacious and indomitable character. He was decisive, steady, and scrupulous in achieving his goals, and would never give up. All these qualities were concentrated on a single person. How could a person like him not succeed when he still had unlimited potential and terrifying strength? Han Shua did not pay any attention to Rose, who was beside him. He continued flying at high speed with a calm face. He sneered in his heart and listed Hushvale City as his new enemy. What Han Shua and Rose had done in Hushvale City today would shock the entire Hushvale City. Even if Han Shua and Rose changed their appearances and went into hiding, their identities would be discovered by Huff sooner or later. Hushvale City would not let such a great humiliation go so easily. A grudge had been formed. What Han Shua was thinking about was how to deal the greatest blow to Hushvale City's strength, so that Hafs and his family clan would have no time to deal with Han Shua, the malefic star of Hushvale City. Suddenly, Han Shua turned around and said to Rose in a deep voice, "We are the hunters in the mountain range. They have chased us for so long that they have dispersed. Now the stage is ours." Chapter 769. As soon as they escaped from Hushvale City, it meant that Han Shua and Rose were safe and sound. There were plenty of cover in the vast mountain range, and there was no boundary that shrouded the sky. Han Shua and Rose were like fish swimming in the sea. They no longer had to worry about being surrounded. Instead of rushing forward desperately, Han Shua and Rose used the omnipresent vision of demon generals to weave through the forest in search of the best hiding spot. A rock wall shrouded in mist became Han Shua and Rose's temporary hiding spot. Han Shua and Rose stood still on the rock wall. Han Shua let out a soft sigh and smilingly said, "The mist is thick. Unless an expert like Hafs comes, no one will be able to detect our presence. Let's take a break and wait for those from Hushvale City to arrive." The pursuers from Hushvale City had been left far behind by Han Shua. It would take some time for them to arrive. Han Shua and Rose could take this opportunity to rest and wait for the pursuers. "Can you let go of me now?" asked Rose softly with her head lowered. Han Shua stared blankly for a moment. It was only then that he realized that he was still holding onto Rose's hand. Han Shua immediately let go of her hand and sat cross-legged on the ground. He closed his eyes and tried to adjust his breathing. "How are your injuries? Are you all right?" Rose hesitated for a moment before she asked in a soft voice. Han Shua opened his eyes and looked at Rose. He smilingly shook his head and said, "I'm fine. Don't worry." "Thank you for stopping them and letting me escape," said Rose. Han Shua could sense the change in Rose's attitude. Han Shua, who was used to Rose's silence and cold words, was not used to Rose's sudden concern. Startled, Han Shua said indifferently, "I'm not used to letting the people around me die. Besides, I'm also confident that I can rush out. You don't have to worry too much about it." After saying that, Han Shua closed his eyes again, his face full of concentration. Rose, who was about to say something, saw that Han Shua had begun to focus on restoring his strength, did not continue to disturb Han Shua. She just quietly watched Han Shua from the side. For some reason, Rose felt very at ease when she and Han Shua were in such a cloud-shrouded rock wall. There was also an indescribable sense of comfort. The corners of Rose's mouth curled into a faint smile. She too had calmed down contentedly. She sat beside Han Shua and began to restore the divine energy she had consumed in Hushvale City. Hafs put on a gloomy face and furiously roared, "Search? Find them, even if you have to dig 3 feet into the ground." After searching for a long time, Hafs and his party did not even see a shadow of Han Shua. The experts of the 3 major family clans who had chased after Hafs began to doubt if he had actually hit the murderer. According to Hafs, he had struck the assassin's back with all his might. Given Hafs' late-stage high god strength, as long as the attacker was not an overgod, there was no way he would be unaffected by such an attack. Even a late-stage high god like Hafs would be seriously injured if he were to be struck by such an attack. There was no way that a heavily injured high god could remain unaffected. After such a long pursuit, the murderer would surely show signs of fatigue and eventually be killed on the spot. However, the reality was vastly different from what they had expected. Not only was the murderer not affected by the attack, but he was also moving faster and faster. After a long period of pursuit, he had left them far behind, causing them to lose track of the murderer. This was clearly not in line with Hafs' statement. If Hafs wasn't the city lord of Hushvale City and the patriarch of the House of Hafli, these people would have jumped out to reprimand Hafs. They would have accused him of incompetent command, of not understanding the situation, and of lying. "City Lord, this mountain range is too vast. Now that the target has disappeared, it would be inappropriate for us to search like a swarm of bees. Why don't we split up and search in groups of family clans? Although the 2 possess extraordinary strength, our family clans can definitely take them down. At the very least, we can send out a signal. What do you think, my lord?" suggested the patriarch of the House of Granro. Hafs, who had been blinded by anger, immediately knew that this was the most appropriate method given the current situation. He put on a gloomy face and nodded. He said, "All right, we will split up and search in groups of family clans. Once we find any traces of the 2, send out a signal immediately." Weston, who had lost more than 200 of his family clan's elite divine guards, had been waiting for those words from Hafs. Without a word, he signaled his family clan's divine guards with his eyes and was the first to leave with his family clan's divine guards. Shortly after, the other 2 family clans also left Hafs' side and started searching in different directions. With that, the 4 major family clans of Hushvale City, including Hafs, split up into 4 groups and continued searching. As the search progressed, the 4 groups of divine guards gradually split up again. The situation was somewhat similar to the time when Han Shua toyed with the god hunters. Night was gradually replaced by day. When the scorching sun hung high in the sky, the distance between the four major family clans grew larger and larger. The dazzling rays of the scorching sun penetrated through the layers of mist and shone on Han Shua, who was sitting on the cliff wall. Suddenly, Han Shua opened his eyes and cried, "Someone is coming!" Rose, who had been cultivating in silence, blinked her long eyelashes. Her beautiful eyes appeared before Han Shua. She looked at Han Shua and said, "We'll do as you say." After fighting side by side with Han Shua in Hushvale City, Rose was thoroughly impressed by Han Shua. She no longer doubted Han Shua's ability to carry out his missions. Rose's words fully proved that she had complete faith in Han Shua. "It's the house of Simon. This family clan is really unlucky. They just have to bump into us every time." Han Shua grinned and stood up. He said to Rose, "This time we will hunt that high god named Anchor." "Yay!" Rose cried out in excitement. She stood up after Han Shua and asked, "How do we do it?" "Follow me." Han Shua made his way through the mist and slowly descended into the dense forest below. He avoided the eyes and ears of the divine guards in the vicinity and stealthily headed towards Anchor with Rose. The reason why he chose Anchor was that Anchor cultivated in the energy of death. To Han Shua, as a cultivator of the energy of death, the divine energy of death in Anchor's body could be of use to Han Shua. The demon generals had long been watching Anchor and observing his every move. Anchor had shown too much greed for the position of chief of Hushvale City Divine Guards and was unable to control his desires. Han Shua had seen through Anchor's impatience back in Hushvale City. Therefore, he had used an illusion to deceive Anchor. After entering the mountain range, Anchor became even more impatient. He constantly yelled at his subordinates to spread out and search further. Given the strength of these divine guards, even a dozen of them wouldn't stand a chance against Han Shua and Rose. Anchor's orders clearly showed that he did not care about the lives of his divine guards. Perhaps he was hoping that Han Shua and Rose would kill those divine guards and expose their whereabouts so that he could lead more divine guards to encircle and annihilate them. Having missed the scene of Han Shua and Rose killing divine guards, Anchor had yet to realize just how terrifying Han Shua and Rose were. At this moment, Anchor's greatest wish was for Han Shua and Rose to appear as soon as possible so that he would have the opportunity to obtain the position of Chief of Hushvale City Divine Guards. Perhaps the creator deities had been moved by the hope in his heart. Han Shua and Rose's silhouettes gradually appeared in the distance. They were walking towards Han Shua step by step. Anchor was overjoyed. After praising the creator deities in his heart, he immediately shouted, "Kill them!" These divine guards of Anchor's had charged out of Hushvale City together with him. Just like Anchor, they did not know just how terrifying Han Shua and Rose were. Yet, under Anchor's command, they charged out fearlessly. Their hearts were filled with excitement. Han Shua nodded at Rose. Taking advantage of the fact that the divine guards of the House of Simon had yet to approach, he flew towards Anchor smilingly. Before Anchor's excited smile could fade away, the 17 flying swords whizzed out from his body and enveloped Anchor. Before Anchor could even attack, he discovered that he had fallen into an evil dimension. Evil energies that he had never seen or heard of were surging towards him from all directions. He felt as though he was a small boat in the middle of a stormy sea. He suddenly felt that he was very close to death. It was only at this moment that Anchor realized that he had made a mistake, a very big mistake. But it was a pity that his regret came a little too late. Anchor, who had just recently become a high god, could not withstand the frenzied corrosion of Han Shua's 17 flying swords. The divine energy in his body was rapidly draining, and his life force was growing weaker and weaker. Han Shua's avatar of death suddenly flew out from his body and shot towards Anchor, who was in the middle of the 17 flying swords. Meanwhile, his avatar of destruction flew towards a mid-god of destruction who had been seriously injured by Rose. He launched a sneak attack from behind and subdued that person. In an instant, the two avatars simultaneously started to absorb the divine energy in the bodies of their subdued victims. At the same time, Han Shua's mind and body were tranquil and calm. With the demonic blades, he assisted Rose in slaughtering the divine guards around her. Since Han Shua had started devouring the divine guards, he could not leave any of them alive. Otherwise, if news of this were to spread, it would be extremely disadvantageous to him. The moment Han Shua's mind and body calmed down, he seemed to have affected the other two avatars that were devouring the divine guards. In an instant, the divine souls of the two avatars and the consciousness of Han Shua's main body formed a miraculous connection. The three symbiotic souls seemed to have fused together in an instant. The domains of divinity of death and destruction suddenly formed from the two avatars that were devouring the divine guards. The two domains of divinity abruptly overlapped and rapidly fused together in a bizarre manner that no one could understand. All of a sudden, a completely foreign domain of divinity was strangely generated. The edict of destruction energy surged all over the domain of divinity. The element of death in the surroundings started to pour into the domain of divinity at a speed that was several dozen times faster than usual. All the elements, except for the element of death, abruptly disappeared from around Han Shua. The strange changes were still going on. Chapter 770. Tiny threads suddenly appeared in the fused domain of divinity. Han Shua could clearly sense those tiny threads, but he couldn't see them with his naked eyes. After carefully sensing for a moment, Han Shua discovered that those threads seemed to originate from the power of faith of profound continent and the abyss realm in his divine soul. The power of faith could not only increase the power of the domain of divinity, but also provide him with weak divine energy at all times. Although the divine energy transformed from the faith of mortals was so weak that he could only sense a tiny bit of it, it was an endless stream. After accumulating for many years, it would become a considerable amount of divine energy. All this while Han Shua could sense the weak divine energy that the power of faith provided to him. However, he had never sensed the effect of the power of faith on the domain of divinity. At this moment, however, Han Shua clearly sensed it. The thread-like power of faith appeared in the fused domain of divinity in a densely packed manner. They revolved around the edict of destruction. With Han Shua at the center, the thread-like threads constantly twisted and changed. They intertwined with each other and condensed into thicker and thicker threads. However, Han Shua could only sense it with his divine soul. He couldn't see the slightest change with his naked eyes. Even more element of death madly converged towards the domain of divinity. Han Shua didn't deliberately release any energy or techniques, but he suddenly discovered that the three boundaries of aging, fear, and weakness had taken shape on their own. Each boundary was filled with threads that were hard to see with the naked eye. Those threads seemed to be able to absorb the element of death that was constantly pouring into them and alter the composition of the three boundaries. All of a sudden, the power of the three boundaries kept increasing. Han Shua could clearly sense that the influence of the three boundaries was rapidly expanding. In no time at all, they overlapped and covered the entire domain of divinity. With Han Shua at the center, the threads that reflected the power of faith entangled the element of death that was crazily pouring into Han Shua's body in the edict of destruction. They constantly altered the boundaries in the domain of divinity, causing the power of the three boundaries to grow stronger and stronger. Rose cried out in alarm. She suddenly sensed the abnormality in the area next to Han Shua and immediately asked, "What's wrong?" Han Shua came to a sudden realization. He immediately realized that this wasn't the right time to carefully sense his new domain. The two targets that were being devoured had already exhausted their life force. Han Shua summoned a flying sword and stabbed anchor and the mid-god of destruction. The two gradually turned into puddles of blood. Rose's long silver hair had been dyed scarlet. She stood coldly among the corpses on the ground, her clear eyes staring at Han Shuo, full of bewilderment and bewilderment. Not a single one of Anchor's dozen or so divine guard survived. They were all killed by Rose. Through his demon general, Han Shuo could sense that even more experts of the House of Simon were rapidly converging on the battlefield. "Let's go!" Han Shuo softly shouted and took the lead in retreating. As soon as the two left, Weston and Chandler arrived with hundreds of elite divine guards of the House of Weston. The scene before them was too horrible to look at. The ground was covered with corpses. Half of Anchor's body had melted and he had lost his life force. Needless to say, the sight of Anchor's body melting into puddles of blood was enough to prove who the murderer was. Weston had never been as furious as he was at that moment. The strength of the House of Simon was declining sharply. The death of a high god was like adding snow to snow, especially when Anchor was the younger brother of his wife. "Patriarch, what should we do?" Chandler approached Weston and asked in a deep voice. "Those two come and go without a trace. They possess terrifying strength. What should we do to force them out and kill them?" Unlike Anchor, Chandler had personally witnessed the terrifying destructive power Han Shuo and Rose displayed at the gates of Hushvale City. As a member of the House of Simon, it was only natural for Chandler to hate Han Shuo and Rose to the bone. However, he was also somewhat fearful of the duo. He knew that even Weston would not be a match for that callous young man in a one-on-one fight. Therefore, he always had his divine guards stick close to him in case something went wrong. It was precisely because of his cautiousness that Han Shuo did not come after him. He managed to escape unscathed, but Anchor was killed. Anchor's death had a great impact on Chandler. He began to worry that he would be the next target. "Release the signal. Tell them that those two are in the vicinity." Weston suddenly commanded after keeping silent for a moment. After taking a short pause, Weston continued, "Our men are to stick close to each other. Do not leave without a good reason. Our previous understanding of the situation is completely wrong. I don't think that guy was seriously injured by the city lord at all. Otherwise, he wouldn't have exposed himself and attacked us. Patriarch, are you saying that the city lord is lying?" Chandler was dumbfounded. He looked left and right before asking in a low voice. Weston shook his head, let out a soft sigh, and said, "The city lord would not make such a joke at a time like this. Besides, based on my understanding of him, I know that he disdains lying." Weston took a deep look at Chandler and said, "The city lord's words cannot be wrong. Not to mention that not only did that guy not leave, he even treated us as his prey. This can only mean one thing, that he is stronger than the city lord." Chandler's face jolted when he heard those words. After thinking about it for a moment, Chandler's face turned even more unsightly. He thought of the overgod who had transcended high god rank but did not possess the quintessence. Chandler became even more terrified when he thought of that. He asked in a slightly panicked manner, "What should we do then?" "Don't even think about killing them. Our family clan has exhausted too much of our strength. We will be fine as long as we can bring our men out of the mountain range." Weston wore a helpless and humiliated face. However, he continued, "If other family clans want to touch him, let them. It is time for them to suffer some losses. Otherwise, the House of Simon's position in Hushvale City will be challenged." As the patriarch of the House of Simon, Weston had to make difficult decisions for the benefit of the family clan. His many years of battle experience had given him keen observation skills. Just like how he had previously determined that Han Shuo would return to the city gate, his decision this time was correct. Han Shuo, whose strength had been overestimated due to his invincible omen body, was having a headache. Facing Rose's questioning gaze, Han Shuo didn't know how to explain. Previously, as the 17 flying swords blocked Rose's view of Han Shuo devouring Anchor, she couldn't see what was going on. But later on, when Han Shuo devoured another mid-god of destruction, Rose immediately revealed a shocked expression when she saw what Han Shuo was doing. God hunters were hated by everyone on Elysium. Obviously, Rose knew about the existence of god hunters. She watched as Han Shuo devoured that mid-god of destruction. She was extremely shocked. She did not expect that Han Shuo was a notorious god hunter. After the two successfully escaped from that area, Rose continued to look at him suspiciously, which made Han Shuo feel very uncomfortable. They came to an ancient tree with dense foliage. Han Shuo braced himself and asked, "Why are you looking at me like that?" "Do you know?" Rose looked deeply at Han Shuo and asked, "Are you a god hunter?" "No, I'm not," Han Shuo firmly denied. Then he solemnly explained to Rose, "God hunters are a group of people who cannot control their desire to devour. Their minds are occupied by greed. They are a special group of people who wholeheartedly seek to devour the divine energy of others to increase their own strength. This group of people have their own alliances and organizations. Their desire to devour has replaced the rationality of an ordinary person. As long as they are alive, their desire to devour will continue to exist, causing them to constantly devour. I don't need you to explain that to me. I have been on Elysium for a much longer time than you. I know about god hunters." After taking a short pause, Rose calmly continued, "Could it be that you are different from them?" "Of course I am." Han Shuo put on a faint smile and said, "I can overcome the desire to devour and will not be affected by greed. As long as I don't want to. Even if you trap someone in front of me, I will not devour them. They are a group of people who are dominated and influenced by greed. I, on the other hand, am different. I can control my desire and do such things rationally." "I don't believe you. I have never heard of anyone who can overcome that desire. Once it starts, there is no stopping it." Rose's slender brows were tightly bunched. She softly sighed and asked, "Why are you such a person?" Han Shuo put on a faint smile and said, "You should know very well whether I am such a person or not. If I were a god hunter, everything I do would be for the sake of devouring others. Since we have known each other for so long, have you realized that I do things for the sake of devouring others?" Rose stared blankly for a moment after hearing Han Shuo's words. She carefully thought for a moment and realized that Han Shuo's words made a lot of sense. She had known Han Shuo for quite some time, and she knew that god hunters were driven by the desire in their hearts. If they did not devour others for a period of time, they would feel very uncomfortable and would act involuntarily for their goals. Rose and Han Shuo had been together for quite some time. Because of their master-slave relationship, Rose had never left Han Shuo's side. During that period of time, she really did not notice any abnormal behavior from Han Shuo. Not only was Han Shuo behaving normally, but he was also clearly an extraordinary individual who had an extremely strong will and could control himself to the greatest extent. Such a person was obviously different from a god hunter. Rose couldn't be sure. After a long while, she doubtfully asked, "No one can overcome that desire. You say you can?" "I believe that there are definitely people who can overcome that desire. It's just that most people don't know about it." Han Shuo let out a soft laugh and said, "You will slowly come to understand the truth. We will be spending a lot of time together in the future." "I'll believe you for now," Rose mumbled. Suddenly, she recalled something and cried out in surprise again. "Right, I remember that when you devoured that mid-god of destruction, he was clearly there, but you seemed to be fighting not far away from him. Could it be that you used that life form to devour him? If that's the case, you won't be affected." Han Shuo knew that he and Rose would be spending a lot of time together in the future, and that sooner or later, she would learn about the secret of his avatars. After hesitating for a moment, Han Shuo replied, "More or less." Han Shuo did not explain too much and decided to wait for Rose to find out about it. Rose did not pursue the matter. She was very curious about Han Shuo, but when she saw that Han Shuo had no intention of talking about it, Rose decided not to pry too much. After leaving the house of Simon, Han Shuo used his demon generals to observe for a while. He discovered that all the divine guards of the house of Simon had gathered together. Han Shuo knew that with Weston on his guard, It would not be easy for him to find another opportunity to strike. The family clans of Hushvale City, who had received Weston's message, were converging on the area. Han Shua and Rose hastily retreated from the area. By the time City Lord Hofs and the others arrived, Han Shua and Rose had long vanished from the area. They had once again conducted a carpet search around the area, but as the boundaries were clearly visible, they did not discover anything. Very soon, these people dispersed again and continued to search this mountain range in groups of clans. The few chiefs of Hushvale City also dispersed. Some joined their family clans and some acted alone. They expanded the search area. For the next half a month, Han Shua would kill whenever he had the chance. Before the main force could approach, he would use the omnipresent patrolling ability of his demon generals to retreat. Nearly 100 divine guards and 2 high gods from the House of Hofs and House of Salohauser were killed in the span of half a month. No matter how cautious Hofs and the others were, the number of casualties would only increase. Once the distance between the divine guards and the divine guards reached a certain distance, a massacre was inevitable. After that, no matter how hard they searched, they could not find even a shadow of Han Shua and Rose. In the vast mountain range, Han Shua and Rose were like 2 invisible men. They would constantly kill the divine guards around them. No matter how hard they tried, they could not find any trace of them. Fear shrouded all the ordinary divine guards. Even the high gods of the few family clans were frightened out of their wits. They no longer dared to spread out and gather together. They were so close to each other that they could arrive at any moment if they called for reinforcements. None of them dared to underestimate the 2 murderers who seemed to be invisible. Hofs felt that the past half a month had been the most frustrating period of his life. Almost all the expert family clans in Hushvale City had mobilized their forces, but not only did they fail to find the 2 murderers, they were constantly being killed. Hofs grew more and more irascible. Sometimes he would lose control of his temper and severely punish his divine guards for the slightest mistake. Those divine guards of Hofs had served Hofs for many years, and they knew that Hofs had gone mad. No one dared to provoke him or even get close to him. Even some of the elders of the house of Hofli were apprehensive. They feared that Hofli would be so mad that he would attack them without a care for anything else. What's the point of hiding? Come out and fight me one-on-one if you have the guts. God damn it, I guarantee that I will not use a single divine guard around me, roared the furious Hofs from the bushes. His voice spread far and wide. Hofs was infuriated. He had lost his composure, and it was not something a city lord should do. Hofs' composure and shrewdness had been worn away in half a month's time. With all other methods having failed, Hofs had somewhat lost himself. While yelling, Hofs flew away by himself. Whenever a divine guard approached him, Hofs would glare at the divine guard and coldly shout, "Get back!" He was prepared to fight Han Shua one-on-one. The divine guards were already afraid of Hofs in his current state. Therefore, when they heard that Hofs was asking them to leave, they were more than happy to do so. They obediently kept a distance from Hofs and allowed him to fly away by himself. The experts of the Hofli family originally wanted to go after Hofs, but after thinking about Hofs' strength and how much more terrifying Hofs would be in his berserk state, they decided not to worry about him. Having Hofs in an extremely irascible state around them was a form of torture. The Hofli family divine guards secretly rejoiced when they saw Hofs taking the initiative to leave. They thought to themselves, "You can do whatever you want. After all, those 2 probably won't provoke you. Since there's nothing we can do about it, we might as well stay out of it." Come out, roared Hofs as he flew further and further away from the group. Hofs' roars were so loud and clear that Han Shua and Rose, who were hundreds of miles away, could hear him loud and clear. Rose was amused by Hofs' craziness. She smiled sweetly and said to Han Shua in a low voice, "Look, that guy is going crazy because of you." In the past half a month, Han Shua had proven to Rose that he could completely control the desires in his heart. In front of Rose, As long as Rose said no, Han Shuo would smile and stop devouring those divine guards. After several times, Rose finally believed Han Shuo's words. When Han Shuo proved to her that he was different from a god hunter, Rose was astonished. Naturally, Rose did not stop Han Shuo from devouring divine guards. She felt that although Han Shuo's behavior was similar to that of a god hunter, he was beyond the realm of a god hunter. He has gone mad. Han Shuo nodded and agreed with Rose's statement. Han Shuo's 2 avatars had devoured a sufficient amount of divine energy over the past half a month. They were currently in the process of digesting the divine energy. After this digestion period, whether or not they could advance further would depend on their understanding of the energy. I think we should leave now. Those divine guards are all gathered together. It won't be easy to attack them, suggested Rose. Han Shuo shook his head smilingly and replied, "There's no need to rush." While Rose was puzzled, Han Shuo continued, "Those divine guards are indeed gathered together. But didn't someone just come out alone?" Rose stared blankly for a moment before she cried out in surprise, "You are planning to attack the city, Lord of Hushvale City? He has late-stage, high god strength. He must have gone mad. Don't tell me you want to join him?" Han Shuo nodded and smilingly replied, "Since he has shown enough sincerity, how can I disappoint him?" Chapter 771. Han Shuo knew that it was impossible for Han Shuo and Han Shuo to reconcile with Hushvale City. Hafs had shown that he was determined to kill Han Shuo and Han Shuo. Even if Han Shuo and Han Shuo managed to escape from Hushvale City, Hafs would not let the matter rest. If Han Shuo could kill Hafs, the power structure of Hushvale City would be reshuffled, and the house of Hofli might no longer be the sole hegemon of Hushvale City. In order to eliminate this threat, Han Shuo decided to kill Hafs in the mountain range. Besides, Han Shuo also wanted to see if the Avicii god-slaying sword formation, combined with Cauldron Spirit, could kill a late-stage high god. This was an opportunity and a challenge for Han Shuo. Therefore, Han Shuo did not want to let it slip by. Rose was evidently frightened by Han Shuo's decision. From her point of view, it was unwise to fight Hafs head-on. Putting aside the question of whether or not Han Shuo could defeat Hafs, once the noise of their battle attracted the attention of the experts of Hushvale City, Han Shuo would be in an extremely disadvantageous position. But Rose knew that she could not persuade Han Shuo. Seeing that Han Shuo had made up his mind to fight Hafs, she could only sigh helplessly in her mind. She secretly complained about Han Shuo's audacity. She bunched her brows and said, "All right, I'll hold the line for you." As a mid-stage high god cultivating in the energy of darkness, Rose knew that she was no match for Hafs. Once Han Shuo and Hafs start fighting, she would do her best to eliminate the threats in the vicinity for Han Shuo and do her best to buy time for Han Shuo. "You just need to loiter in the vicinity. I know better than you whether or not someone is approaching us." "Don't worry, Hafs can't stop me," said Han Shuo confidently. Han Shuo was very confident. At this moment, Hafs had completely lost his mind and was drowning in rage. Han Shuo, on the other hand, was incomparably calm. Han Shuo knew that he had gained the upper hand even without a fight. Rose put on a bitter smile when she heard Han Shuo's words. She suddenly felt that she couldn't help Han Shuo much at a crucial moment. She felt somewhat useless. As a high god, Rose had rarely experienced such a feeling of uselessness. She felt rather strange this time. Han Shuo did not say anything to Rose. By the time he made his decision known, he had already started moving towards Hafs at high speed. A dozen or so demon generals in the vicinity had already spread out in Hafs' direction. They were doing the most meticulous surveillance of that area. Every protruding boulder, every towering tree, and every shrub were quickly reflected in Han Shuo's mind. Before Han Shuo arrived, he had already grasped the terrain of the area like the back of his hand. Once the battle starts, Han Shuo would be able to make use of the advantages he grasped to evade or attack. Unlike the other high gods who died in the Hell of Avicii, Hafs possessed late-stage strength and was extremely experienced in combat. The darkness divine energy contained in that black spear was extremely ferocious. Han Shua knew that Hafs was a formidable opponent. Han Shua had no choice but to go all out and make use of every advantage he could to prepare for the battle. Gradually, Han Shua arrived at the area where Hafs was. Hafs was still howling in a frenzy. His voice spread far and wide like ripples on water. The shrubbery close to Hafs was shredded into pieces as though it was sliced by a sharp blade. "Just stay close to me. Don't come any closer." Han Shua's body suddenly came to a halt in midair. He adjusted his state of mind to its optimal state and slowly took a deep breath. Rose, who was following closely behind Han Shua, nodded indifferently. She knew that she was not as strong as Hafs and that she would be discovered if she got too close to Hafs. That way, Han Shua would not be able to conceal his presence and Hafs would immediately know that someone was coming. Rose was rather worried about Han Shua. She stammered for a moment before she softly said, "Be careful." "Don't worry, there won't be any problems." Han Shua put on an indifferent smile and his eyes gradually turned cold and fierce. It was as though all emotions had vanished from his body. His mind entered a state of absolute calmness that was most suitable for combat. In the next moment, Han Shua's figure gradually turned blurry. Rose watched as Han Shua got further and further away. Suddenly, she discovered that as Han Shua's figure disappeared, his aura also began to fade. Finally, she could no longer sense any trace of Han Shua's aura in her divine soul. Rose was astonished. She put on a bitter smile and shook her head. She mumbled to herself, "Just how many more secrets do you have?" Hafs roared furiously as he walked further and further away. Suddenly, Hafs quietened down. His crazed eyes looked around and his brows were slightly bunched. He suddenly felt that something was wrong. It was as though someone was hiding in the dark and watching him silently like a wild beast. The feeling came so abruptly that Hafs instinctively raised his guard. Could it be that the two have really come? Hafs grew even more astonished when such a thought suddenly appeared in his mind. He did not hold much hope when he shouted and howled. He did not think that Han Shua and Rose would pay any attention to him. However, the feeling of being watched felt so real. Based on his many years of experience, Hafs knew that it was no illusion. Before he arrived, he had ordered the divine guards around him to stand down. Even the experts of his family clan were ordered to stay put. The person hiding in the dark was definitely not someone from Hushvale City. The uneasiness that Hafs felt as though he was sitting on pins and needles made him calm down. His eyes were still filled with intense, crazed glints as he constantly scanned the surroundings. His divine soul was also doing its best to detect any abnormalities in the surroundings. Wisps of dark smoke flew out from his body and gradually spread to the surrounding shrubs and towering ancient trees. After a while, Hafs grew puzzled. The feeling of being hidden in the dark did not disappear. However, the darkness divine energy that flew out from his body did not detect any signs of life in the vicinity. This made him more and more uneasy. Hafs once again released his darkness divine energy and leaped into the sky. He looked down coldly from above and tried his best to find the target that made him uneasy. However, the feeling was still there, but the target was nowhere to be found. "Come out. Come at me if you have the guts. Don't keep hiding." Hafs suddenly shouted. He was getting impatient. A figure abruptly appeared beside an ancient tree. The figure raised his head and looked at Hafs in the sky, smilingly. He said, "You have injured me." "Haha! I'm here to let you have a taste of being attacked from behind. It's really you." Hafs was so angry that he started laughing. He suddenly leaped down from the sky. Boundless aura of darkness abruptly formed around his body. In an instant, the aura of darkness revolved around his jet-black spear. He thrust the spear towards the top of Han Shua's head at extreme speed. The spear emitted strange noises when the aura of darkness was attached to it. The spear moved like a bolt of black lightning. It was so fast that the spear's afterimage could no longer be seen. In an instant, endless darkness came down from above. It was as if the day had been swallowed by the darkness. This area was suddenly plunged into absolute darkness where one could not even see their own fingers in front of them. Thick, black divine power wrapped around the spear, and the spear disappeared in the endless darkness. Rumble, an earth-shattering explosion sounded. An enormous hole was created deep in the ground. All the ancient trees, rocks, and shrubs were swept away. However, Han Shua's figure had vanished into thin air. Hafs landed in the boundless darkness. He stood in the enormous hole in the ground with a ferocious expression. He once again held the jet-black spear in his hand. His eyes were glistening as he looked around, searching for the vanished figure. Hafs, who had created the boundless darkness, was obviously unaffected. He knew that his attack just now had no effect. He became even more vigilant and took Han Shua as an evenly matched opponent. "It's my turn now." A sneer suddenly sounded from the boundless darkness. All of a sudden, 7 blurry silhouettes shot towards Hafs from all directions. Each and every one of the silhouettes had Han Shua's appearance. All of them carried extraordinary auras. At first, Hafs thought that they were illusions, but after carefully sensing with his divine soul, he discovered that each and every one of the shadows were very real. Their auras also carried the aura of high gods. This made Hafs somewhat uncertain. Hafs, who had no idea what was going on, did not recklessly attack any of the shadows. Instead, he adopted defensive measures. He swung the spear in his hand, and layers of barriers of darkness rapidly formed. Dense, dark aura gushed towards Hafs and enveloped the entire area. Each of the shadows was an illusion of a high god demon general. The demon generals formed by high gods possessed extraordinary strength, and they were real. Hafs's intuition was right. They were not illusions. Hafs, who was uncertain about the situation, was right to adopt defensive measures. However, Han Shua's purpose was to force Hafs to adopt defensive measures. Only by doing so would Han Shua be able to fully control the 17 flying swords and allow them to deploy the Avicii god-slaying sword formation to trap him. Once Hafs was trapped by the 17 flying swords, Han Shua would be able to attack with all his might without having to worry about anything else. The 17 flying swords whizzed out. The shadows formed by the demon generals vanished into thin air. Only Han Shua was left standing proudly in front of Hafs. It really was just an illusion. Hafs stared blankly for a moment. The disappearance of the demon generals formed by Han Shua had caused him to doubt his intuition. He had assumed that the demon generals formed by Han Shua were just illusions. With that, Hafs had fallen for Han Shua's trick again. Under Han Shua's control, the 17 flying swords pierced towards Hafs, who was in the middle of the dense aura of darkness. However, as though they had struck an incomparably pliable cotton ball, the 17 flying swords failed to pierce through the darkness divine energy and arrived before Hafs. A late-stage high god is indeed powerful. Han Shua praised in his mind. He then said to Cauldron's spirit in his consciousness, "Gather your energy. It seems that if I want to defeat him, I will have to borrow your energy." Cauldron's spirit wasted no time and immediately channeled the energy of demon generals into Han Shua's body to assist Han Shua in his battle against Hafs. Chapter 772. A familiar stinging sensation immediately spread throughout his body. Every time Cauldron's spirit's energy poured into his body, Han Shua would inevitably suffer excruciating pain. This time, the pain was even more intense. For an instant, Han Shua felt as though he had been thrown into a meat grinder. The pain invaded his nerves like a tidal wave. Han Shua couldn't help but cry out, "Why does it hurt so much?" Along with the excruciating pain was a boundless amount of energy that surged more than usual. Han Shua could feel the energy in his body continuously rising as though it was trying to burst out the energy in his body. Master, I have absorbed a lot of divine souls during this period of time. Among them were a few high god souls. Therefore, my energy has increased. The amount of energy pouring into your body is much greater than usual. That is why you are feeling more pain than before. Of course, the amount of energy filling your body is also much greater than before. Cauldron's spirit transmitted to Han Shua's consciousness. Han Shua was startled. He carefully sensed for a moment and immediately discovered that it was just as Cauldron's spirit had said. He could feel that the energy in his body was much greater than before. With one thought, he transferred the energy in his body to the 17 flying swords. The whistling of the 17 flying swords became extremely ear-piercing. The 17 flying swords that had received even more energy tore through the cotton-like mass of darkness in an instant. They blasted through dozens of defensive boundaries and arrived before Hafs. Hafs, who had wrapped himself in a darkness boundary, was startled. He did not expect that Han Shua would be so difficult to deal with. Boundless aura of darkness drifted out from his body. The element of darkness in his domain of divinity suddenly gushed into the pitch-black spear in his hand. The energy of darkness twined around the spear like an enormous pitch-black pillar and shot at Han Shua at high speed. The 17 flying swords flashed and shot at the pitch-black spear. Crackling noises could be heard from the spear. The aura of darkness twining around the spear rapidly dissipated amid the violent collisions. After a short while, the dense darkness divine energy was cleansed by the 17 flying swords and revealed the true appearance of the pitch-black spear. Hafs let out a cold groan and appeared next to Han Shua. The terrifying element of darkness in his domain of divinity formed a black hole. It produced an intense suction force that pulled everything in its path into it. Han Shua, who was manipulating the 17 flying swords with all his might, suddenly felt as though his body was entangled by hundreds and thousands of ropes that were pulling him towards the center of the black hole. The black hole was filled with chaotic energy that seemed capable of distorting all objects. Han Shua was greatly shocked. He knew that the darkness divine energy inside the black hole was rotating at a high speed in a special trajectory. It was not something that could be easily dealt with. Cauldron's spirit continued to supply energy to Han Shua. With the support of Cauldron Spirit's energy, Han Shua deployed the invincible Omen body. As soon as the invincible Omen body was formed, Han Shua's demonic body seemed to have taken root in the ground. It was as though he was a boulder that had existed for thousands of years. No matter how astonishing the suction force of the black hole was, Han Shua remained unmoved. He continued to manipulate the 17 flying swords and retracted them to his side. When Hafs saw that the black hole he deployed with his darkness divine energy was unable to pull Han Shua towards him, he immediately concealed himself within the black hole. He used his divine body to influence the black hole and made it spin towards Han Shua. The towering ancient trees, rocks, shrubs, and distant streams were all pulled by the power of the black hole and involuntarily flew into it. Even the few incorporeal demons nearby felt the terrifying suction force and were more or less affected. Fortunately, the demons were incorporeal. Under this suction force, as long as the demons paid a little attention, they wouldn't be pulled into the black hole. The 17 flying swords cleansed the darkness divine energy on Haf's spear. The spear turned into a beam of black light and was sucked into the black hole. It should have returned to Haf's hand. The 17 flying swords shot towards Haf's at an incredible speed. With the addition of the enhanced suction force of the black hole, the 17 flying swords arrived before the black hole in an instant. The Avicii god-slaying sword formation suddenly took shape and encircled the black hole. The demonic Yuan in Han Shua's body frantically flowed into the 17 flying swords. The Avicii hell was immediately activated. Chilly winds blew, and killing intent soared into the sky. The 17 flying swords let out soul-stirring screeches. The moment the Avicii Hell was formed, the 17 flying swords were no longer affected by the suction force of the black hole. Rays of chilling sword rays interweaved into a net of light that whooshed towards the black hole. The corrosive power and chilling aura of the 17 flying swords rapidly whittled away the thick mass of darkness surrounding the black hole. The darkness divine energy that made up the black hole was gradually dispersing. Hufs immediately realized that he was the one being surrounded, and he had a bad premonition. Under the simultaneous corrosive and chilling aura of the 17 flying swords, Han Shuo could sense that the darkness divine energy on the surface of the black hole was being whittled away bit by bit. The black hole was also shrinking and becoming smaller and smaller. Han Shuo was fully focused on controlling the 17 flying swords to deal with Hofs. However, Hofs possessed astonishing strength, and the divine energy in his body was extremely abundant. Even though the 17 flying swords possessed formidable corrosive and chilling aura, it would take them at least a few hours to completely whittle away the darkness divine energy in Hof's body. Under the influence of Hof's domain of divinity, the element of darkness within a radius of 100 miles was rapidly converging towards Han Shuo. The element of darkness was also helping Hofs neutralize the corrosive power of the 17 flying swords. With that, it would be even more difficult for Han Shuo to whittle away the darkness divine energy in Hof's body with the Avicii Hell. Hofs, who was inside the black hole, had nothing to fear. He was also using the terrifying suction force of the black hole to digest the demonic yuan Han Shuo had poured into the 17 flying swords. The reason the 17 flying swords were not affected by the black hole was that they were continuously supported by the demonic yuan in Han Shuo's body. All of a sudden, the battle between the two had turned into a battle of attrition. To Han Shuo, if he were in any other situation, he wouldn't mind fighting against Hofs in a battle of endurance. In a battle of endurance, Han Shuo believed that with the help of the cauldron spirit that provided him with an endless supply of energy, there were very few people who could win against him in a battle of endurance. Hofs was no exception. If there were no mishaps, Han Shuo was certain that the final victor would be Han Shuo. However, although this mountain range was separated from Hushvale City, it was still part of Hushvale City's territory. Most importantly, there were divine guards of Hushvale City and experts from the 3 major family clans searching for Han Shuo's whereabouts. Given how loud the battle was, those experts from far away must have heard the commotion and rushed over. Under such circumstances, once more experts from Hushvale City arrive. Han Shuo and Rose, who had exhausted too much energy, would be in a very passive position. If Hofs were to engage Han Shuo in battle, Han Shuo and Rose would be in a very disadvantageous position. After a series of thoughts flashed through Han Shuo's mind, a thought suddenly struck Han Shuo. He recalled the miraculous effect of fusing the domains of divinity of his 2 avatars. Back then, when the domains of divinity of his avatars fused together, it was extremely domineering and repelled all other elements. Only the element of death was left. With that thought, the 2 avatars gradually flew out from the cauldron of myriad demon in Han Shuo's body. The 2 domains of divinity of death and destruction unfolded simultaneously. However, they did not fuse. Han Shuo stared blankly for a moment. The energy of the 17 flying swords was stopped, and Hofs nearly regained his senses. Han Shuo's main body's attention was once again focused on controlling the 17 flying swords. The 2 avatars' divine souls continued to search for a way to fuse the domains of divinity. However, even after trying for a while, they still could not find the gist of it. After carefully recalling the last time when the 2 domains of divinity fused, Han Shuo suddenly seemed to have grasped something. His 2 divine souls tried to adjust the state of his soul imprint and the consciousness of his main body. Suddenly, a miraculous connection was formed between the 3 souls. Once again, the 2 domains of divinity started fusing. Countless threads that were hard to see with the naked eye filled the entire domain of divinity. The element of death from all directions frantically converged towards the domain. As the domain of divinity expanded, it inevitably came into contact with Hoph's domain of divinity of darkness. The new domain of divinity, formed by the fusion of two mid-gods, was extremely domineering and invasive. The moment Han Shua's domain of divinity came into contact with Hoph's domain of divinity, Han Shua, domain of divinity, immediately displayed a belligerent nature. It instantly severed the element of darkness that was being transported into Hoph's domain of divinity, not allowing any element of darkness to approach that region. At the same time, the domains of divinity formed by Han Shua's two avatars were gradually closing in on Hoph's domain of divinity. Threads that were hard to be seen by the naked eye were flying at high speed in trajectories of the edict of destruction. The thin threads were madly absorbing the element of death that was converging from all directions. Han Shua, domain of divinity, kept expanding. It was like a giant bubble that was desperately squeezing Hoph's domain of divinity. Hoph's domain of divinity was being pressured by an external force. Clouds of pitch-black aura swirled around Hoph's domain of divinity. They formed barriers of darkness around Hoph's domain of divinity. Under the deliberate manipulation of Han Shua and Hoph's, the two domains of divinity pushed against each other, neither giving way to the other. Logically speaking, the domain of divinity of two mid-stage mid-god avatars should not be able to contend against Hoph's domain of divinity because the two were on completely different levels. However, the domain of divinity, formed by the fusion of the two mid-god souls of Han Shua, domain of divinity, was actually on par with Hoph's domain of divinity. It was nothing like the domain of divinity of an ordinary mid-god which could be destroyed with a single blow. With that, Hoph's had to expend a lot of energy and mental energy to control his domain of divinity. His black hole was gradually weakening under the corrosion of the 17 flying swords. Hoph's domain of divinity was showing signs of defeat. Chapter 773. Unlike Han Shua, Hoph's did not have two avatars, and he did not have Cauldron Spirit's energy to borrow. Therefore, he could not fight the black hole and domain of divinity at the same time. Gradually, Hoph's domain of divinity was reduced to a very small area. The element of darkness in the surroundings no longer surged into his domain. All of a sudden, Hoph's felt remorseful. He began to feel that it was a mistake for him to come alone. But unfortunately, this was not the time for regrets. No matter how much Hoph's regretted his decision, he could not turn the situation around. All he could do was try his best to support the black hole with the aura of darkness. Gradually, Hoph's felt more and more exhausted. When the element of darkness within a radius of 100 miles could no longer flow into his domain of divinity, his divine energy of darkness could no longer be replenished. Moreover, with Han Shua's peculiar domain of divinity and the 17 flying swords closing in on him, Hoph's divine energy was being digested to a great extent. It would be great if those fellows came after hearing the commotion. Hoph's suddenly had such a thought. He did not know if his luck had come, but the experts of Hushvale City seemed to have heard the cries in Hoph's mind. Hoph's, who was fully focused on defending against Han Shua's terrifying attacks, was unaware of what was happening around him. But Han Shua, who had the vision of his demon generals, discovered what was happening. Those experts were experts from several major family clans of Hushvale City. The few leading them possessed high god strengths. These people must have heard the commotion between Han Shua and Hoph's. They all knew how terrifying Han Shua was. Therefore, when they arrived, they brought their family clan's divine guards with them. They formed a ring around Han Shua and encircled him. Rose was still unaware of the situation around her. She was still roaming around the vicinity as instructed by Han Shua. Originally, Han Shua hoped that Rose could help him hold off some mid-god divine guards. But when those high gods rapidly approached, Han Shua knew that Rose, who didn't know much about the situation around her, would suffer a calamity sooner than expected. Although Hafs seemed to be on the losing side, he possessed late-stage, high god strength. Han Shuo could not kill Hafs in a short period of time. Han Shuo's mind raced as he searched for a way to kill Hafs. Suddenly, Han Shuo instructed Cauldron's spirit in his consciousness. Lend me more energy. I need to deploy the second form of the Avicii god-slaying sword formation. Deicide slash. No. Cauldron's spirit appeared rather appalled. It hastily explained, the second form, Deicide slash, requires a lot more energy to activate. Although I can give you more energy, your body definitely won't be able to withstand it. Once you use Deicide slash, your demonic infant will most likely be injured. I know what I have to do. Lend me more energy. And when my demonic infant reaches its limit, I demonic slash. I deicide demon deity, demon infant, can't take it anymore. Hurry up, time is of the essence, said Han Shuo impatiently. Han Shuo was, after all, the master. Under Han Shuo's insistence, Cauldron's spirit had no choice but to channel more energy into Han Shuo's body. In an instant, Han Shuo's eyes turned as red as blood. As more Cauldron spirit's energy poured into his body, Han Shuo's demonic body was torn apart. The veins on his neck bulged as though they would explode at any moment. The energy that was 5 times more intense than before filled his demonic body. Pain that was 5 times more intense assaulted his entire body. Han Shuo found the pain to be unbearable. His eyes turned red and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Suddenly, he roared at the sky like a ferocious beast. His deafening roar swept across all directions. Ferocious demonic yuan frantically surged into the 17 flying swords. The 17 flying swords that formed the Avicii hell suddenly shone brightly with dark radiance. Like 17 enraged dragons, the 17 flying swords slashed at Hafs from 17 different directions, leaving long streaks of dark radiance behind them. The dark radiance of the 17 flying swords converged. Every time the 17 flying swords converged, the killing intent of the 17 flying swords grew denser. When the dark radiance from the 17 flying swords formed a gigantic pillar, the 17 flying swords finally hacked at the black hole formed by Hafs from all directions. Earth-shattering killing intent surged out from the black hole. All of a sudden, an aura of destruction erupted. The 17 flying swords seemed to have fused into one. The thick pillar of dark radiance formed by the 17 flying swords fiercely bombarded the black hole. A deafening explosion suddenly sounded. Ah! Hafs let out a miserable howl after the explosion. The deicide slash had destroyed all the aura of darkness in the black hole. The power of the 17 flying swords had merely slowed down for a moment before they continued on with unstoppable momentum. They blasted Hafs and his black spear deep into the ground. Hafs' right arm that was holding the black spear suddenly exploded into smithereens. Hafs was buried deep into the ground after his right arm exploded. However, the black spear in his hand suddenly exploded into pieces of black iron sheet. It was unknown what material the black spear was made of, but after it exploded, it formed a powerful boundary of darkness that blocked Han Shuo's deicide slash. Cauldron spirit's energy receded from Han Shuo's body like tidewater. Han Shuo vomited a mouthful of blood. At the next moment, Han Shuo realized that he could not fully unleash the deicide slash as his demonic infant had been injured. Cauldron spirit knew that Han Shuo's demonic infant was injured. Therefore, it took the initiative to withdraw its energy from Han Shuo's body without waiting for Han Shuo to withdraw his energy. The boundary of darkness that blocked the deicide slash was destroyed. At this moment, Haf's injuries were even more serious than Han Shuo's. As long as he could borrow Ding Li's energy again, Han Shuo believed that he could definitely kill Hafs. However, his body had just endured a force that was 5 times stronger than usual. His meridians and cells could no longer utilize Cauldron Spirit's energy before they fully recovered. Most importantly, The experts of Hushvale City had finally arrived. Han Shua knew that if he did not leave now, not only would he fail to kill Hafs, he might even lose his life. As Han Shua had forced himself to use the deicide slash, his demonic body was severely damaged. Even his demonic infant, the foundation of his demonic cultivation, was slightly injured. If Han Shua were to use the demonic blood disassembly at this moment, it would be like adding hail to snow. It would take him at least 100 years to fully recover. Therefore, Han Shua had no choice but to give up on attacking Hafs. He decisively flew towards Rose and said, "Let's go!" The huge commotion caused by the battle between Han Shua and Hafs had alarmed everyone in the vicinity. When the terrifying aura of the deicide slash spread far and wide, even Rose couldn't help but fly towards Han Shua. She wanted to see what was going on with Han Shua, but before Rose could approach, Han Shua had arrived beside her. As Han Shua could not borrow Cauldron Spirit's energy this time, he could only fly at the same speed as Rose. Han Shua did not grab Rose and carry her. When Rose saw that Han Shua was rapidly fleeing with blood flowing from the corner of his mouth, she was filled with worry, but she did not say anything. Not long after the two left, many experts of Hushvale City rushed to the scene from all directions. The earth-shattering explosions and Han Shua's beast-like roar attracted everyone's attention. They were all frightened, and their curiosity was piqued to the max. When these experts finally arrived at the scene, they discovered that the place was a scene of devastation. A large area had been razed to the ground. There was a circular crater at the center of the crater. Rocks were scattered all over the crater. Intense killing intent still lingered in the center of the crater. Bang! Rocks flew everywhere. Hafs, whose face was covered in dirt, emerged from the crater. He panted heavily as he stared at his surroundings. "Patriarch, your right arm!" An expert of the House of Hoffley cried out involuntarily. Hafs' right arm was destroyed along with his spear. As Hafs did not possess Han Shua's monstrous regenerative ability, his right arm was destined to be lost forever. The loss of his right arm would greatly affect Hafs' strength. The next time he encountered Han Shua, he would be in an even more miserable state. When the experts of the House of Hoffley saw that Hafs had lost his right arm, their faces were filled with terror. The patriarchs of the other 3 major family clans of Hushvale City bunched their brows tightly. They had listed that young man who had disappeared without a trace as the most terrifying character they had ever encountered. They secretly decided that even if Hafs gave the order, they would do their best to avoid this grim reaper. As the city lord of Hushvale City, Hafs possessed late-stage high god strength. He was the strongest expert in Hushvale City. If even he lost his right arm, who else could possibly be a match for that young man in a one-on-one fight? While they were terrified of Han Shua, the patriarchs of the 3 major family clans were secretly delighted. To them, one of the main reasons the House of Hoffley was able to firmly occupy the position of the number 1 family clan in Hushvale City was because of Hafs' valiant strength. But now that Hafs had lost his right arm, his strength would be greatly reduced. With that, the House of Hoffley's influence in Hushvale City would be greatly reduced. That would give the 3 major family clans more opportunities. "City Lord, what should we do?" Weston put on a solemn face and said in a sorrowful voice, "City Lord, your arm is more important. You should recover from your injuries first. Our 3 major family clans will do everything in our power to find the culprit." So many experts of Hushvale City had searched for Han Shua, but not a single trace of the culprit could be found. More than 100 of his family clan divine guards had perished. Weston's words were obviously just empty words. Even he himself did not believe that he could capture Han Shua. "I'll return to the city first. I'll leave the rest to you." Hafs put on a ferocious face. He looked like a lone wolf that had starved for 100 years. He looked at the 3 patriarchs one by one and said, "You 3 major family clans will stay in the mountain range for the time being and search for the culprit." Upon finishing those words, Hafs gathered all his house of Hofli divine guards and returned to Hushvale city. Han Shoa had lost an arm and his body had sustained serious injuries. He had to return to Hushvale city. On one hand, he had to recover from his injuries as soon as possible. On the other hand, he had to make arrangements to prevent the 3 major family clans from betraying him. Come, let's return to Hushvale city. Now that the matter had come to an end, Han Shoa knew that Hafs was heavily protected and that he had lost his chance to strike again. Chapter 774. The news of Hafs' right arm being chopped off spread across the entire Darkness Dominion in no time at all. All the city lords and family clans were secretly discussing what happened in Hushvale city. All of a sudden, Han Shoa and Rose became the most eye-catching characters in the Darkness Dominion. Although Han Shoa and Rose had turned Hushvale city upside down, no one in Hushvale city had ever seen Han Shoa. Therefore, until now, no one in Hushvale city knew who Han Shoa and Rose were. According to the guesses of all the major family clans in Hushvale city, Han Shoa and Rose were from the House of Saint. Wallace and Andre, of course, knew that the House of Saint had nothing to do with the incident. They came forward to refute the rumors, claiming that they had nothing to do with the incident in Hushvale city. With that, the situation became even more confusing. After Hafs' right arm was chopped off, he kept a low profile. He paid no attention to the happenings in Hushvale city and went into seclusion to recover from his injuries. Without Hafs' explanation, the rumors grew more and more complicated. Unknowingly, the image of Han Shoa and Rose became more and more terrifying. ****** at the Saint residence in the City of Shadows. Wallace and Andre were dealing with yet another wave of questions from other city lords. Those city lords wanted to know if the 2 who caused such a huge commotion in Hushvale city were from the House of Saint. Who could it be? Wallace put on a dark face and said, although Hafs is the weakest of the 7 city lords, he still possesses late-stage, high god strength. Who would have thought that one of his arms would be severed in the territory of Hushvale city? How unbelievable! Why would he kill Avery and Hassling? What enmity do they have with him? Andre was also full of doubts. No matter what, the deaths of Avery and Hassling are beneficial to us. It's no wonder that everyone suspects our family clan to be the culprit. Wallace laughed involuntarily and continued. Although I can defeat Hafs in a one-on-one fight, I don't have the confidence that I can escape from so many experts of Hushvale city and even kill so many Hushvale city divine guards. That fella is too amazing. Big brother, could it be Brian? Andre bunched his brows and said, in the City of Shadows, other than our family clan, only Brian, Avery, and Hassling have a grudge against each other. Brian is an expert in concealment and has outstanding means of escaping. But recently, Brian has disappeared mysteriously. Could it be him? Impossible. Wallace smiled and shook his head. He glanced at Andre and said, that kid's strength isn't bad, but it's not that bad, right? Impossible. Impossible. How could he cut off Hafs' right arm? I know Hafs' strength very well. That's not necessarily true, Andre said with a straight face. We still haven't figured out Brian's true strength. As the daughter of the goddess of destiny, Andrina was able to sense her hidden strength. But if Brian hadn't attacked in the banquet hall, who would have known that he was so terrifying? Andre took a deep breath and asked in a deep voice, Big brother, if it really is Brian, what should we do? Wallace kept silent for a moment before he replied, If it really is Brian, that would be even better. But what about Hushvale city? Asked Andre hesitantly. Hafs has been injured and Hushvale city has lost too much strength. Why would I be afraid of him? Wallace coldly groaned and said, I haven't even settled the score with Hushvale city for hiding Avery. How dare he provoke us? After taking a short pause, Wallace let out a soft chuckle and continued, If it really is Brian, there shouldn't be too many problems. When I met the overgod of darkness last time, I mentioned Brian to him. When the Overgod heard that the goddess of destiny had taken the initiative to express goodwill to Brian, he instructed my family clan to treat Brian well. What problem do you think he would have? The goddess of destiny sure is influential. Andre thought for a moment before he praised in a low voice, "That kid sure is lucky." "All right, even if it really is Brian, it won't matter," said Wallace smilingly. "But we must be worrying too much. That kid doesn't have that much power." The uproar in the outside world naturally spread to the Han family. When Sanguinaire, Bollins, Gilbert, and the others heard the news, they immediately knew that Han Shua was the culprit. The reason was simple. When Han Shua left with the three, he happened to bring Rose with him. Also, before Han Shua left, he said that he was going to do something. He even felt that the three would get in his way and did not bring them along. After comparing the incident at Hushvale City, the three immediately realized that it was Han Shua and Rose who did the earth-shattering deed in Hushvale City. The three were pleasantly surprised. They were extremely impressed by Han Shua's strength. Soon enough, Emily, Phoebe, Statholm, Ermite Cotton, and the other important figures of the Han family learned the truth from the three. Statholm, Ermite Cotton, and Emily knew what to do. They immediately forbade the three from spreading the news, but discussed it in private. The divine guards of the Fifth Corps had also seen Rose. However, as there were many white-haired women in the Darkness Dominion, and they did not know much about Han Shua, they did not think that Han Shua was the culprit. Therefore, only those in the Han family knew the truth. A month later, Han Shua and Rose returned to the City of Shadows. During this period of time, Han Shua collected many rare and precious medicinal herbs from Elysium and refined many medicinal pellets to nourish his demonic infant. After a month of recuperation, the demonic infant gradually recovered. However, it would still take some time for it to fully recover. Unlike the demonic body, the demonic infant was the foundation of a demonic art cultivator. It would be very troublesome to recover once it was damaged. This was also why Cauldron's spirit immediately withdrew its energy from Han Shua as soon as the demonic infant was damaged. While Han Shua used all kinds of medicinal herbs to nourish his demonic infant, he constantly practiced fusing two domains of divinity. During this period of time, Han Shua had found the knack of fusing two domains of divinity. He understood that once the divine souls of his avatars and the main body were aligned, he would be able to fuse the two domains of divinity. Han Shua had yet to fully understand the specific uses of the new domain of divinity. However, he knew that the new domain of divinity could rival Hoff's domain of divinity. After the previous battle, Han Shua had found a new direction of cultivation, fusion of energies. After a month of exploration, Han Shua discovered that in the new domain of divinity, any boundary energy released by his avatars of death and destruction would increase several-fold. The speed of elemental energy absorption was also much faster than before. The domain of divinity also possessed a domineering and invasive nature. Han Shua and Rose arrived at the City of Shadows before he could completely familiarize himself with the new domain of divinity. As Rose's silver hair was too eye-catching to avoid being noticed, Han Shua asked Rose to cover her long hair with a green headscarf. This way, her most eye-catching features would be hidden. Han Shua himself had heard some of the rumors that had been spreading around Hushvale City. He did not expect that he would become famous so quickly and become the center of attention of everyone in the Darkness Dominion. He found it rather strange. When Han Shua arrived at the Han residence, he immediately calmed down when he saw that the Han family had taken on a brand new look. Rose seemed to be very curious about the scenery of the Han family. The decorations that were native to Profound Continent were to Rose's liking. She suddenly felt that even in a bustling city, life was not completely boring. However, what made Rose feel more at ease was Han Shua. After spending some time with Han Shua, Rose had gradually gained a better understanding of Han Shua. She discovered that although she and Han Shua had a master-servant relationship, Han Shua had never treated her as a servant. He never yelled or ordered her around. Instead, he was very amiable. In times of crisis, Han Shuo, as the master, would take the lead and bear the burden. He would never let her, a servant, bear any burden. This made Rose less worried about the slave relationship between the two. Instead, she felt that it wasn't a bad thing to have such a relationship. After Han Shuo returned to the City of Shadows, Sanguiner, Han Shuo, Emily, Statholm, and the others immediately came out to greet Han Shuo. Soon enough, they arrived at a secret chamber to discuss what had happened after they parted ways. Nothing major happened in the City of Shadows. The only major event was that the 7th Corps competition was about to begin. Those from the City of Shadows were very curious about Han Shuo's experiences in Hushvale City. They kept asking about Han Shuo's situation in Hushvale City. Han Shuo knew that with Sanguiner, Han Shuo, and Han Shuo present, it was impossible for the crowd not to know that he was the one responsible for the incident in Hushvale City. Therefore, Han Shuo gave a brief account of what happened. Emily and the others kept glancing at Rose. They were secretly astonished by this silver-haired beauty's terrifying strength. They had no idea how Han Shuo managed to subdue such a beauty. From today onwards, she is a member of our Han family, Han Shuo declared as he pointed at Rose. Master, all the materials for the 8 Desolation and Torment formation have been transported to Hushvale City. Should we find the largest gymnasium and deploy it? Asked Gilbert. Upon hearing Gilbert's words, Emily, Statholm, and the others displayed great interest. The Divine Guards of the 5th Corps and Sanguiner, Han Shuo, and Han Shuo had informed them of the 8 Desolation and Torment formation. They were all prepared to enter and temper themselves in it. Most of the Divine Guards who entered the 8 Desolation and Torment formation had more or less improved their strengths. Every one of these Divine Guards, from Profound, Continent, had decent aptitudes. After undergoing the tempering of the 8 Desolation and Torment formation, they would surely gain a deeper understanding of the formation and improve their foundations. All right, let's reconstruct the 8 Desolation and Torment formation in the Han family. This time, the power of the formation will be even greater. If Sanguiner and the other 2 are interested, I can let them have a taste of the attack of a High God soul. After obtaining so many divine souls from Hushvale City, including a few High God divine souls, the 8 Desolation and Torment formation would become even more powerful. Naturally, it would also be more effective in tempering the 8 Desolation and Torment formation. Chapter 7, 75. It took Han Shuo 5 days to reassemble the 8 Desolation and Torment formation. Han Shuo deployed the 8 Desolation and Torment formation under the largest training ground in the Han residence. He deployed nearly 9 layers of boundaries around it. 6 energy towers were specifically used to provide energy for the 9 layers of boundaries, concealing the soaring killing intent that overflowed from the 8 Desolation and Torment formation. The Han family was the only ones who knew about the formation. Most outsiders would not be able to enter the training ground without permission. Even if they did enter the training ground, without the guidance of the Han family, they would not be able to find the entrance to the formation. As soon as the 8 Desolation and Torment formation was completed, those who came from Profound Continent impatiently entered it. Even Sanguiner and the other 2 were encouraged by Han Shuo to enter the formation to temper themselves. When the new 8 Desolation and Torment formation was under the control of Cauldron Spirit, it opened up many small dimensions. Each of the dimensions contained a different power. Han Shuo only came out after the 8 Desolation and Torment formation was completed. Statholm and the others entered the formation to cultivate. Han Shuo did not have to worry too much about his safety in the City of Shadows. He temporarily left the cauldron of Myriad Demon in the formation to train those who entered. After Rose arrived at the Han residence, he arranged for her to stay in a secluded building. Rose was very quiet. She shut herself in the room and didn't come out. Han Shuo didn't have to worry about anyone recognizing her. After returning to the city for a few days, Those in the House of Saint had urged him several times to finish deploying the 8 Desolation and Torment formation. Inevitably, Han Shuo paid a visit to the Saint residence. As the competition between the 7 core divine guards was just around the corner, Carmelita was not forced by her father to continue cultivating. After arriving at the Saint residence, the first thing Han Shuo did was chat with Carmelita about her recent life. Carmelita complained about how boring her days were. When Carmelita asked Han Shuo what he had been up to recently, Han Shuo told her that he was in Fort Lossberg and did not mention anything about what had happened in Hushvale City. Carmelita had also heard about what had happened in Hushvale City. However, she clearly did not suspect Han Shuo. Instead, she enthusiastically discussed the chaos that had befallen Hushvale City with Han Shuo. She sincerely admired Han Shuo and Rose, who had caused everything that had happened in Hushvale City. When Han Shuo heard Carmelita praising him without the slightest scruple in front of him, he felt a little strange. He chatted with Carmelita for a while before going to see Andre. The competition of the 7th Corps is about to begin. Since you have requested to participate, you should prepare in advance. After Andre asked Han Shuo to sit down, he went straight to the point. However, his eyes were fixed on Han Shuo as he probed. "Where did you go previously?" "I was in Fort Lossberg." "Hee. Fort Lossberg now belongs to my Han family." "Of course, I have to manage it well," replied Han Shuo calmly. Han Shuo replied calmly. Andre's inquisitive gaze made Han Shuo realize that Andre was suspicious of him. His and Rose's actions in Hushvale City had been too conspicuous, and they would not be able to hide it for long. Han Shuo was still hesitating whether or not he should tell Andre everything. "Brian, something big has happened in Hushvale City. Do you know about it?" Andre's eyes were fixed on Han Shuo. He suddenly put on a warm smile and said, "I don't know why, but I have a feeling that what happened in Hushvale City has something to do with you. Others, including my elder brother, don't think that you are capable of doing such a thing." Han Shuo's heart skipped a beat. However, he maintained a calm and natural expression on his face. He replied with a faint smile, "Lord Andre, you really think highly of me." Andre's pupils contracted. He nodded and replied in a low voice, "That's right. Over the years, I've always been a very accurate judge of character. But even after spending so much time with you, I've never been able to discover your true strength. If you hadn't chased after Portlam in the banquet hall, I'm afraid that I wouldn't have known that you possess high god strength." After taking a short pause, while Han Shuo was pondering with his brows bunched, Andre continued, "So far, you are the only person who has managed to fool my senses. Therefore, I believe that it is not wrong to think highly of you." After keeping silent for a few seconds, Andre looked deeply into Han Shuo's eyes and softly asked, "Brian, can you tell me the truth? Were you behind the incident in Hushvale City? If you were the culprit, our City of Shadows must take precautions against the possible consequences." Han Shuo looked at Andre in a daze. Han Shuo could sense sincerity from Andre. He knew that Andre had no ill intentions towards him. The House of Saint and his Han family shared the same interests. Avery and Hassling, whom Han Shuo had killed, were enemies of the House of Saint. From this perspective, Han Shuo's actions could be said to have fulfilled the wishes of Andre and Wallace. No matter how he looked at it, the House of Saint would protect him. Besides, it was only a matter of time before his actions in Hushvale City were discovered. Han Shuo knew that there was no need for him to hide anything from Andre. Han Shuo grinned and did not admit to anything. He took out 2 glassware from his space ring. Inside the glassware were the heads of Avery and Hassling. Andre did not need to explain or prove anything. With just a glance at Avery's head, he immediately knew that Han Shuo was the culprit behind the incident in Hushvale City. Although he was somewhat mentally prepared, he was still shocked when Han Shuo took out Avery and Hassling's heads. Andre took a deep breath. His voice was somewhat different from before as he said, "It's really you. It's really you. Oh my God, this is unbelievable." Han Shuo was rather surprised by Andre's reaction. He had thought that Andre must have sufficient evidence to make such a solemn statement, but after seeing Andre's shocked expression, Han Shuo immediately realized that Andre was just guessing. Andre widened his eyes and looked at Han Shuo. The astonishment on his face lasted for a long time. Eventually, Andre took a deep breath and calmed his emotions. Immediately he said, "Come, let's go to my elder brother's place. The incident in Hush Vale City has gotten out of hand. We must discuss it with my elder brother." Soon enough, Andre led Han Shuo to Wallace, the city lord of the City of Shadows. Without saying a word, Andre placed Avery and Hasling's heads in front of Wallace. Then he pointed at Han Shuo with a strange smile. Wallace stared blankly for a moment before his eyes lit up. He looked at Han Shuo with even more astonishment than Andre. He cried out in surprise, "It's you!" Han Shuo calmly admitted to it and nodded. Wallace was also dumbfounded by Han Shuo's admission. He stared at Han Shuo for a long time before he forced a smile and nodded. He mumbled to himself, "Unbelievable, unbelievable. Even I have misjudged you. It's really you." After taking a short pause, Wallace cried out in surprise, "How did you do it?" Han Shuo stared blankly for a moment before he shrugged and replied, "Just like that." "Elder brother, I think we should handle this matter appropriately. Hafs of Hush Vale City is a mad dog. He will not let this matter rest. We should prepare in advance," Andre said in a deep voice. "Don't worry. For the time being, no one will know that the incident in Hush Vale City was caused by Brian." Wallace suddenly put on a smile and said, "Over the past few days, some of the major cities' family clans that have a grudge against the House of Hoffley have claimed that they were the culprits behind the Hush Vale City incident. 3 major family clans are willing to bear Hoffley's wrath." It was Han Shuo's turn to be surprised by those words. He forced a smile and asked, "What are those people after?" "The name," Wallace explained. "To be able to cut off Hoff's right arm, kill so many people in Hush Vale City, and then escape unscathed. Is this something that just anyone can do? For those family clans, admitting to the incident in Hush Vale City would mean that their family clan's name would immediately resound throughout the Darkness Dominion. Many experts might even go to their family clan to seek refuge with them. With that, their family clan's strength would rapidly increase. Brian, you might not know how much influence your actions in Hush Vale City have in the Darkness Dominion." Andre put on a smile and continued, "In the Darkness Dominion, some women even deliberately dye their hair silver. That woman who was with you has become the object of many people's desire to imitate her. Don't you think it's very interesting?" Han Shuo laughed involuntarily. He did not expect that his and Rose's actions in Hush Vale City would have such a huge impact. "Therefore, you don't have to worry for the time being. Those family clans have attracted too much attention. As long as you don't jump out with Avery's head and say that you are the one who did it, no one will suspect you." Wallace comforted Han Shuo. He smilingly said, "It seems that there will be a big change in the ranking of the Divine Guard chiefs of the 7 Divine Guard Corps." Andre nodded and replied, "Aobashi has always been the strongest among the Divine Guard chiefs. I reckon that this time she will be ranked 2nd. Han Shuo's ability to cut off Hoff's right arm and create rivers of blood in Hush Vale City was not something that Aobashi could do. It was only natural that Andre and Wallace would think so. Andre, and I will not tell anyone about what happened in Hush Vale City. Tell those around you to keep quiet as well. For the time being, there won't be any trouble." After taking a short pause, Wallace continued, "Now that you have killed Avery, the position of Chief of the 5th Corps is firmly in your hands. You must take the competition of the 7th Corps seriously. Defeating Aobashi will greatly benefit your Han family. As for the competition of the 7th Corps, you don't have to worry about it. After all, your 5th Corps doesn't have many experts." It seemed that Andre and Wallace were certain that the 5th Corps would come in last in the competition of Divine Guards. Erebus and Aobashi were of the same opinion. "Got it," replied Han Shuo with a nod. After discussing some details with Andre and Wallace, Han Shuo left the Saint residence. In his mind, he was thinking about how he should surprise the 5th Corps Divine Guards who came out from the 8 Desolation and Torment Formation. The 5th Corps Divine Guards had made breakthroughs in all aspects after going through the 8 Desolation and Torment Formation. They had great teamwork and coordination. In a team battle, they would be the most terrifying team. Han Shuo believed that they would not disappoint him. Chapter 776. In the gymnasium of the Han family, the 2 avatars of death and destruction unleashed their domains of divinity. The 3 souls reached an agreement, and the 2 domains of divinity quietly fused together. Strange changes gradually took place in the gymnasium. The gymnasium was protected by the energy towers, isolating the elemental energies from all directions. Under normal circumstances, even if the 2 avatars of divinity released their domains of divinity, the elemental energies would not be able to pass through the barrier and enter the gymnasium. However, when the domains of divinity of Han Shuo's 2 avatars fused together, the barrier towers on the walls of the gymnasium began to make popping sounds. The elemental energies of death in the surroundings seemed to be strongly tempted, desperately trying to break through the energy barrier and enter the gymnasium. The 3 avatars of Han Shuo stood side by side in the gymnasium. The 2 avatars of death and destruction were using their divine souls to carefully sense the changes taking place in the gymnasium's domains of divinity. Strands of faith filled the domains of divinity, spinning rapidly in the trajectory of the edict of destruction. With a thought, the destruction divine energy in Han Shuo's body condensed into an orb of destruction. In the new domain of divinity, the speed at which the orb of destruction was condensed increased by several times. As soon as the orb of destruction was formed, it automatically flew in a special trajectory in the domain of divinity. The trajectory was the same as the strands of faith in the domain of divinity. One after another, the orbs of destruction took shape under the control of the avatars of destruction. Each of the orbs of destruction shone with a dark luster. The destruction divine energy within the orbs of destruction crackled like lightning, filling the orbs of destruction with a terrifying power of destruction. In the new domain of divinity, the orbs of destruction moved in a special trajectory, causing Han Shuo to lose control of the orbs of destruction. Everything seemed to be under the control of the new domain of divinity. This surprised Han Shuo greatly. The orbs of destruction flew everywhere in the new domain of divinity. Strands of faith that were hard to see with the naked eye were entangled on the surface of the orbs of destruction. The fist-sized orbs of destruction gradually grew larger, and the destruction divine energy within them grew stronger and stronger. After breaking free from Han Shuo's control, the orbs of destruction became much more powerful in the new domain of divinity. As the orbs of destruction rotated rapidly in the domain of divinity, Han Shuo's domain of divinity became even more chaotic. Right at this moment, a beautiful and tall figure walked over from outside the training grounds. As soon as the newcomer entered the gymnasium, the energy in the new domain of divinity, formed by the 2 avatars, seemed to have found a vent. It suddenly swarmed toward the newcomer. The orbs of destruction that were spinning in the domain of divinity were also filled with destructive energy. They collided with the newcomer in a special trajectory of the edict of destruction. A series of crackling noises sounded from that area. That beautiful silhouette reacted to the attacks launched by Han Shuo's domain of divinity as though she was facing a formidable foe. She retreated in a very sorry state. With a single thought, the tacit understanding between the 3 souls disappeared, and the new domain of divinity that had fused together vanished without a trace. The moment the new domain of divinity disappeared, Han Shuo regained control over the orbs of destruction. One by one, they flew back into Han Shuo's palm and disappeared without a trace. This side of the domain of divinity disappeared without a trace. Only then did that beautiful figure re-enter from outside. Looking at Han Shuo in surprise, Rose asked curiously, "What happened this time?" "Nothing," replied Han Shuo with his brows bunched. He seemed to be deep in thought. As the competition between the 7 divine guards of the City of Shadows was just around the corner, Han Shuo had been staying at the Han family for a period of time. Due to the appearance of the 8 Desolation and Torment formation, Emily and the others from Profound Continent had entered it to cultivate. Meanwhile, Han Shuo continued to treat the injuries of his demonic infant while secretly studying the miraculous effects of fusing 2 domains of divinity. Back when he fought Hoffs in Hushvale City, Han Shuo was greatly astonished by the bizarre and miraculous effects of fusing 2 domains of divinity. Since then, he had been constantly releasing new domains of divinity in an attempt to figure out just what miraculous effects they had. After returning to the City of Shadows, with nothing better to do, Han Shuo asked Rose to be his sparring partner. Rose was extremely astonished by the existence of Han Shuo's 2 avatars. The fusion of the 2 avatars' domains of divinity made Rose turn pale with fright. Rose had never heard of such a thing, and therefore, she displayed great interest in studying the new domain of divinity with Han Shuo. She wanted to figure out the differences between the new domain of divinity and those of a single element. Your domain of divinity is extremely exclusive. Other than yourself, anyone who comes close to your domain of divinity will be affected and attacked by it. This is very overbearing. Can you control it? Asked Rose worriedly after thinking for a moment. This was indeed a big problem. After experimenting for a long time, Han Shuo discovered that he could not control the new domain of divinity very well for the time being. Once the 2 domains of divinity fused together, anyone other than himself would be attacked by the new domain of divinity. Even his closest friends would be attacked. To Han Shuo, this was truly a headache-inducing matter. Once he was in battle, he could not bring his friends with him. Otherwise, his friends would be the first to suffer the indiscriminate attacks of his domain of divinity. It was extremely dangerous to be in such an uncontrollable situation. For example, some of his weaker friends like Emily and Lisa could be gravely injured or even killed in his domain of divinity. This was obviously not something Han Shuo wished to see. Han Shuo, who was pondering with his brows bunched, forced a smile and shook his head. He said, "I don't know what's going on. Sigh, I'm still looking for a way to control it. I believe that sooner or later I will find a solution." After a short pause, Han Shuo put on a delighted expression and said, "The orb of destruction can spin and move according to the edict of destruction within the new domain of divinity. The power of the orb of destruction will be greatly enhanced within the new domain of divinity. It seems that the new domain of divinity not only enhances the boundaries of my 2 elements, but it is also effective against some ordinary attacks." "Really? That's great!" cried Rose in pleasant surprise. "Then," she exclaimed in admiration, "currently your 2 avatars are only mid-gods. The new domain of divinity after fusing is already so frightening. Once your 2 avatars make a breakthrough and you truly master the application method of the new domain of divinity, I believe that your strength will be even more enhanced. This is just too incredible." Han Shuo nodded smilingly and said, "Therefore I must master the application method of the new domain of divinity as soon as possible." As the competition between the 7 core divine guards was just around the corner, Han Shuo and Rose discussed the characteristics of the new domain of divinity for a while before they left the gymnasium. However, Rose did not leave the gymnasium. She stayed in the gymnasium and cultivated by herself. She was very happy that only she and Han Shuo could use the gymnasium. After Han Shuo walked out of the gymnasium and sat down in the Han family's meeting hall, Sanguiner came over. "Master, a few of your friends are here." "Who?" Han Shuo stared blankly for a moment. He had many friends in the City of Shadows. At present, members of various large family clans were extending olive branches to Han Shuo, deliberately trying to befriend Han Shuo, and would visit Han Shuo from time to time. Han Shuo did not know who Sanguiner was talking about. They are not from the City of Shadows. They are all youngsters, Sanguiner thought for a moment and said, I think their names are Bolton and Li Wei. Huh. Han Shuo softly cried out in surprise. He put on a faint smile and said, I didn't expect it to be them. Where are they? They arrived 7 days ago. They are currently staying in a guest room in the East Sector, replied Sanguiner. Han Shuo nodded and did not say anything else. He headed straight for the guest room in the East Sector. Before he arrived, Han Shuo had located Bolton and Li Wei through his demon generals. It's a pleasure to have friends visiting from afar. Hee welcome. Han Shuo let out a long laugh and strode into the guest room in the East Sector. Bolton, Bowen, and Li Wei were among the guests. But what made Han Shuo the happiest was the other person who came with Li Wei, Ancient Lizard King Degasi. Back on Profound Continent, Ancient Lizard King Degasi had once assisted Han Shuo and guided Han Shuo. After Degasi arrived on Elysium, Han Shuo had never met him again. Han Shuo only learned from Li Wei that Degasi had joined her family clan. After so many years, Degasi's cultivation in the energy of darkness had reached mid-stage low god realm. His aged appearance hadn't changed much. Degasi appeared very surprised to see Han Shuo. At first, he didn't dare to recognize Han Shuo. After a long while, he cried out in surprise and said, Brian, is it really you? Han Shuo laughed heartily and took a step forward. He gave the Ancient Lizard King a hug and said passionately, Of course it's me. I really didn't expect to see you again. I heard from Miss Li Wei that I met you on Profound Continent, but I never thought that the Brian of the City of Shadows would be you. Brian, I really didn't expect that you would gain a firm foothold in the City of Shadows in such a short time. You are truly incredible. Degasi exclaimed in amazement. What's so great about him? He trampled on Sister Donna's Lavers family, curried favor with the House of Saint, and now even occupied Sister Donna's house. And to think that Sister Donna took such good care of him. I really didn't expect him to be that kind of person. Li Wei shot a cold glance at Han Shuo and said mockingly. Bolton, who was standing beside Han Shuo, seemed rather embarrassed. He smilingly tried to smooth things over and said, Brian, we are here on behalf of our family clan to discuss some matters regarding the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. Haha. Although we reside in the Death Dominion and the Darkness Dominion respectively, we have heard some things about your Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. Our family elders know that we are acquainted with you and therefore sent us here to get in touch with you. Han Shuo looked at Li Wei with a bitter smile. After a long while, he softly sighed and said, It's no wonder that you would misunderstand. But let me tell you, I have never forgotten Sister Donna's kindness to me. I don't have any grudges against the Lavers family. It was only because Avery tried to kill me time and time again that I had no choice but to intervene. I only have a personal grudge against Avery and nothing against Sister Donna. Now that you have the Lavers family and Sister Donna is homeless, what's the point of saying all that? Li Wei groaned. Although Han Shuo had no other choice, it was a fact that he had emerged victorious in the end. People tend to sympathize with the weak. It was understandable for Han Shuo that Li Wei would find it hard to forgive him. Han Shuo shook his head and did not explain further. He turned to Bolton and asked, Your family clan wants to purchase the medicines I personally refined, right? That's not it. Bolton smilingly shook his head and said, Our elders wish to discuss the matter of opening a branch of your Celestial Pearl Pharmacy in our Destruction Dominion. Are you interested? Han Shuo was overjoyed to hear that. He immediately nodded and smilingly replied, Of course I am. Chapter 777. For a major family clan to develop rapidly, they had to rely heavily on crystal coins. Now that the Han family had more and more members, every member's cultivation and growth would be accompanied by a large consumption of crystal coins. The income of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy from the City of Shadows seemed to be able to support their growth. However, as the number of members of the Han family gradually increased, the Han family would need a large amount of crystal coins to recruit new divine guards. When that time came, the Han family would be strapped for cash. In order to relieve Han Shu'a of this worry, Phoebe and Emily had been discussing how to expand the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy's influence to the other cities of the Darkness Dominion. Han Shu'a did not hesitate to travel thousands of miles to Hushvale City to kill Hassling in order to eliminate the Godswamp Pharmacy's influence in the Darkness Dominion. Suddenly, 2 family clans from the Death and Destruction Dominions extended an olive branch to him. This meant that the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy's influence would expand to the Death and Destruction Dominions. It also meant that the Han family would reap greater profits. Han Shu'a naturally wouldn't refuse such a good deal that was delivered to his doorstep. Haha, the elders of my family wish to cooperate with you and let your Celestial Pearl Pharmacy take root in the Destruction Dominion. You will provide the medicines and pharmacists while my family clan will be in charge of locating the shops and establishing connections in the Destruction Dominion. The profits will be split equally between our 2 families. Bolton directly conveyed his family clan's intentions after seeing that Han Shu'a was so straightforward. Haha, I have a close relationship with your family since I was on Profound Continent. This isn't a big deal, Han Shu'a said smilingly. Han Shu'a put on a big smile and said, but regarding the specifics of this matter, I think it would be better for you to communicate with the specialized personnel of my House of Han. I'm not too clear about the situation of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy, and I'm not good at handling such matters. Han Shu'a really didn't know much about the specifics. However, Phoebe and Emily were experts in such matters. Han Shu'a believed that the 2 ladies would be able to handle the matter properly. No problem. Bolton gladly agreed and said with a smile, I'm here to convey the family's intentions. Our family will send someone over to discuss the specifics. In any case, it'll be easy as long as you agree. I'll send word to the elders of the family in a while. This was a win-win deal. Bolton was sent by his family clan because of the friendship he had established with Han Shu'a back on Profound Continent, given the miraculous medicines Han Shu'a had personally refined. It was obvious that their family clan would benefit greatly from cooperating with Han Shu'a. The main reason they sent Bolton over was to clarify Han Shu'a's intentions. Once Han Shu'a agreed to the deal, the details would naturally not be left to Bolton and Bowen. When the time came, someone more professional would take care of it. All right, I'll talk to them in a while. When the time comes, we'll talk about this in detail when your family members arrive. Han Shu'a nodded. He was overjoyed. Once the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy's influence extended to the Death and Destruction Dominions, he would be able to make a fortune from the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy alone. With enough crystal coins to support him, the Han family would develop rapidly and their influence would grow. Miss Li Wei, I think it's time for us to declare our stance. Ancient Lizard King Degassi and Li Wei arrived together. Seeing that Bolton and Han Shu'a had already confirmed the matter, he couldn't help but softly remind Li Wei. Degassi was not prejudiced against Han Shu'a. On the contrary, he admired Han Shu'a a lot. Li Wei had come to the City of Shadows on behalf of her family clan. Although Li Wei was rather dissatisfied with Han Shu'a because of what happened to Donna, she was able to distinguish between the bigger picture and the bigger picture. Li Wei pouted unwillingly. She softly groaned and said, "The House of Kieran is of the same mind." Han Shu'a knew that Li Wei still held a grudge against him and therefore did not want to bicker with her. He replied with a smile, "No problem. Just like the Bolton family, when your family members arrive, someone will specially discuss the details with them." After taking a short pause, Han Shu'a smilingly said, "It's rare for you to come to the City of Shadows. Why don't you have some fun in the City of Shadows? Haha, if you need me, I can accompany you." "There's no need for that. I have been to the City of Shadows before, and I know where to find fun." Li Wei straightforwardly refused. She groaned and said, "You are a busy person. How would we dare to trouble you to accompany us?" Bolton originally wanted to say yes, but after hearing Li Wei's words, he had no choice but to let it go. Miss Li Wei, I have not seen Brian for a long time. If you don't mind, I would like to have a chat with Brian. Ancient Lizard King Degassi bowed at Li Wei and requested for her permission. Up to you. Li Wei put on a stern face. It appeared that she was still mad at Han Shuo. Han Shuo sighed in his mind. He knew that Li Wei had some misunderstandings about him due to his relationship with the House of Lavers. But no matter what, Han Shuo had occupied the Lavers family, and even Fort Lossberg was now Han Shuo's territory. It would appear that Li Wei's claim that Han Shuo had used the Lavers family as a stepping stone to his current position was the truth. Bolton shrugged at Han Shuo and said, "We have heard a little about your relationship with the House of Lavers. Li Wei and Big Sister Donna are close friends, and I still can't figure it out. Please don't take it to heart." After taking a short pause, Bolton continued, "The competition between major family clans has never stopped. No one can predict the rise and fall of a family clan. The Lavers family might not necessarily decline after leaving the City of Shadows. You don't have to take it to heart." Han Shuo, on the other hand, admired Li Wei's anger. Bolton's nonchalant attitude seemed rather snobbish in Han Shuo's eyes. Back when they were on Profound Continent, Donna had taken good care of Bolton and Bowen. Han Shuo did not get angry at Han Shuo in the slightest. It was obvious that the Han family was worth befriending. Li Wei, on the other hand, was a little heartless. Han Shuo nodded. The smile on his face did not diminish as he replied, "Don't worry, I don't mind. I feel rather guilty towards Big Sister Donna. If I can meet her again, I will explain everything in detail." The cooperation between the two was a win-win situation. As the patriarch of the Han family, Han Shuo would not push the god of fortune away. He pretentiously chatted with Bolton in a seemingly cordial manner. Soon after, Bolton and Bowen left with Li Wei. When Degassi was the only one left, he immediately asked Han Shuo about the situation on Profound Continent, especially the lizard men living in the underground world. "Don't worry, your descendants are living very well in the underground world. Come, I will bring you to meet someone," said Han Shuo smilingly. "Who?" Degassi was puzzled. "You will know when you get there." Han Shuo put on a faint smile and headed straight for the gymnasium where Rose was. Rose was still cultivating in the gymnasium. Spider Goddess Rose revealed an astonished gaze when Degassi walked in. She stared at the ancient lizard king for a moment before she nodded coldly and said, "So it's that giant lizard." Degassi stared blankly for a moment. He looked at Rose in confusion and asked, "Who are you? How do you know me?" An enormous shadow appeared behind Rose. The face was as seductive as ever, but the body was that of an enormous spider. Looking down at Degassi from midair, the illusory figure of Spider Goddess, Rose shouted, "Giant lizard, don't you dare touch my believer!" Rose must have said this to Degassi before. Degassi's body jolted, and he cried out in shock, "Spider Goddess Rose!" The illusory figure suddenly vanished. Rose nodded and said, "That's right, it's me. Do you remember what I said to you?" The shock on Degassi's face deepened, and he cried out in alarm, "Why are you here? Why are you together with Brian?" After a pause, Degassi suddenly looked at Han Shuo and said, "Brian, did you sell out our lizard race to her?" In the underground world, Degassi's clansmen had always been at odds with the Dark Elves. As soon as he saw Han Shuo and Rose together, his thoughts immediately went astray. Rose didn't say anything, so Han Shuo smiled and explained, "Of course not. The Dark Elves and your clansmen are now living in harmony. Rose is now a member of my Han family. How could I let the Dark Elves bully and humiliate your clansmen? It's just that I know you and Rose are close, so I let the two of you meet." Han Shuo glanced back at Rose and said with a smile, "You imprisoned her for so long. You should apologize to her." Back when the ancient lizard King Degassi was sealed, it was Spider Goddess Rose who freed him. At the cost of hundreds of dark elves' lives, she descended upon Profound Continent for a short period of time. As Degassi's former master was a member of the Kieran family of the Death Dominion, Rose did not kill him, but instead sealed him away. It wasn't until Han Shuo found the mountain peak for the magic crystal ores and accidentally broke the seal that Degassi was released. As Degassi knew that the Dark Elves worshipped Rose, he did not go on a rampage against the Dark Elves after he was freed. Rose was rather reluctant. Back then, Degassi had massacred the Dark Elves before he was sealed away. In the end, she only sealed Degassi and did not kill him. In Rose's view, she did not do anything wrong. However, it was Han Shuo's order that Rose couldn't disobey. She hesitated for a moment before she said in a low voice, "I'm sorry for sealing you away for so many years." Degassi was stunned. He looked at Spider Goddess Rose and then at Han Shuo. He asked puzzledly, What is the relationship between the two of you?" Rose couldn't keep her composure after hearing Degassi's question. She shot a glance at the smiling Han Shuo and replied in a low voice, I am his slave now." "What?" Degassi had an incredulous look on his face. He cried out in surprise, "You are his slave? You, Rose, are a high god. I have known this since I came to Elysium. That is also why I didn't dare to seek revenge on you. How could you be his slave?" "This matter is a little complicated." Han Shuo put on a faint smile and said to Degassi, "It's been a long time and Rose has apologized to you. Let's forget about it." Degassi still hadn't recovered from his shock. He looked at the two in amazement. After a long while, he let out a bitter smile and sighed, "Brian, oh Brian, you are too unfathomable. Rose is really down on her luck now. You have helped me vent my anger. What else can I say? Besides, I am far from being a match for her." "Haha, that's good, that's good. I will punish her on your behalf." Han Shuo chuckled mischievously. He looked at the seductive Rose. No one knew what he was thinking. Chapter 778. For the next few days, Han Shuo spent time with Degassi. The two talked about many things that happened on Profound Continent. Much to Han Shuo's surprise, Fire Elite Zombie's fake mother, the Emperor of the Flames, was an old acquaintance of the ancient lizard King Degassi. She was very excited to meet Degassi, and the two talked about many things of the past. The Emperor of the Flames, who had named herself Yen Yen, cultivated in the energy of fire and possessed mid-stage high god strength. Back in the dark forest, she and ancient lizard King Degassi could be considered neighbors. Before Degassi was sealed by Spider Goddess Lolth, he had visited the place of extreme fire and even had a conflict with her. In the place of extreme fire, she had the upper hand, and Degassi couldn't do anything to her. The two were unable to harm each other and ended up becoming friends. They did not expect to see each other again on Elysium after so many years. Therefore, they were rather excited and kept reminiscing about the interesting things of the past. Degassi had helped Han Shuo back when he was on Profound Continent. Now that Degassi had come to Profound Continent and had come to the House of Han in the City of Shadows, Han Shuo naturally had to express his gratitude. Degassi had been living a good life in the Liwei family, and he should have no shortage of divine weapons or divine armors. After thinking for a moment, Han Shuo took out some medicinal pellets he personally refined and gifted them to Degassi. Nowadays, Han Shuo's personally refined medicines were famous for their quality. Degassi and Han Shuo had a very good relationship, so he didn't refuse and accepted it with a smile. Very quickly, Han Shuo discovered that Degassi and Yen Yen were more interested in their conversation, so he tactfully gave more time to the two. For the next few days, Han Shuo and Rose continued to study the wonderful uses of the new domain of divinity. Unfortunately, they couldn't grasp the gist of it and still couldn't control it. One after another, the members of the Han family were sent to the 8 Desolation and Torment formation to temper themselves. They were ruthlessly trained by Cauldron's spirit inside the formation and experienced many tribulations and demonic formations. Every one of them had their potential stimulated. From time to time, They would suddenly have epiphanies and rapidly improve their strength. The Han family now had a special book collection vault for God Scrolls. The God Scrolls inside were collected by Han Shua's men from various large scroll shops. The scrolls contained all kinds of cultivation experiences for each realm. The Han family members were all very harmonious. Those who made a breakthrough would share their experiences with others without holding back, so that those who came after them wouldn't have to take too many detours. Unbeknownst to them, the strength of the Han family members from profound continent had once again improved by leaps and bounds. Seeing that the competition between the 7 core divine guards was about to begin, Han Shua stopped his discussion with Rose about the domain of divinity in the Han family. He led Sanguiner, Ballins, and Gilbert to the 5th core. The 5th core that had been reorganized by Han Shua was noticeably quieter and more orderly than before. The divine guards at the entrance stood ramrod straight. Their faces were calm and grave. Not a single noise could be heard from the 5th core. One could sense the solemn atmosphere even before entering the building. The divine guards at the entrance had also tempered themselves in the 8 desolation and torment formation. As soon as they saw Han Shua, they immediately bowed and greeted in a deep voice, "Greetings, your lordship!" Han Shua nodded and instructed, "Gather everyone. The competition between the 7 core divine guards is about to begin. Let me see if they are ready." "Rest assured, your lordship. Everyone can't wait to participate in the competition," replied the divine guard smilingly. His face was filled with anticipation. The last time Han Shua came here, none of the divine guards had any intention of participating in the competition. At that time, all of them had the mindset of muddling through life and did not have the slightest fighting spirit. But after walking out of the 8 desolation and torment formation and experiencing the terrifying scenes inside the demonic formation, their temperament had changed drastically. Not only were they no longer afraid of the challenge, they were even looking forward to it. They couldn't wait to compete with the divine guards of the other core. Soon enough, under the summons of a few divine guards, a company of divine guards who walked out of the 8 desolation and torment formation gathered before Han Shua. Nearly 100 divine guards stood before Han Shua with grave and stern faces. An invisible killing intent slowly emanated from them. Every single divine guard carried an iron-blooded temperament that disregarded life and did not fear death. Their eyes were resolute and callous. It was a temperament that could only be acquired through years of killing and tempering. Han Shua scanned their faces one by one and nodded to himself. He was very satisfied with their current temperament. He thought to himself, "Those who have been tempered by the 8 desolation and torment formation are indeed different. With their current appearance and spirit, Han Shua believed that they will surely shock many people in the competition." As everyone knows, the competition between the 7 core is about to begin. The time is getting closer and closer. I have spent a great deal of effort to raise your strengths as much as possible. This is an opportunity for our 5th core to regain our foothold in the City of Shadows. I hope that you will not disappoint me, said Han Shua in a deep voice. Rest assured, my lord. The 5th core is no longer the 5th core that indulges in drunkenness all day long. I believe that our 5th core will obtain a good ranking in the competition between the 7 core, Bernard said to Han Shua in a low and confident voice. The corners of Han Shua's mouth curved into a satisfied smile. He proudly said, "Since we are participating in the competition, we have only one goal, to win the 1st place." Under the astonished gazes of the 5th core, Han Shua put on a mischievous smile and continued, "Don't be surprised. I believe that you will win the 1st place. This time, the ranking of the 7 core will change drastically. You will win the 1st place in the competition. I will defeat Aobashi and become the leader of the 7 chiefs of divine guards in the City of Shadows. Our 5th core will, without a doubt, become the most powerful divine guard corps in the City of Shadows." Although Han Shua's words were extremely arrogant, in the ears of the divine guards standing before him. They sounded heroic and confident. Each and every one of them worshipped true experts. When Han Shuo said that he would defeat Aobashi, the leader of the divine guards, for some unknown reason, the passion in their hearts was suddenly ignited. They were all excited. "Rest assured, my lord, we will defeat the second corps. If my lord is confident that he can defeat Lord Aobashi, we are also confident that we will win the first place in the competition. Rest assured, my lord, in this competition between the divine guards of the City of Shadows, our fifth corps will be the greatest victors." The divine guards declared in front of Han Shuo one after another. It was obvious that their enthusiasm had been aroused and they were brimming with excitement for the upcoming competition. "Very well," shouted Han Shuo, "trample them all. Our fifth corps is the strongest. We are the strongest. We are the strongest. We are the strongest," shouted the divine guards one after another. Their faces were brimming with fighting spirit. For a period of time after that, Han Shuo did not leave the fifth corps. He spent all his time with the divine guards of the fifth corps and mingled with them in the gymnasium. Sanguis, Gilbert, and Ballins, on the other hand, were fighting with the divine guards in the gymnasium. Han Shuo did not participate in the fights himself. Instead, it was Sanguis, Gilbert, and Ballins who mingled with the divine guards and accepted their challenges. Sanguiner, Gilbert, and Ballins were already very powerful to begin with. After tempering themselves in the 8 Desolation and Torment formation, their strengths had increased tremendously. None of the divine guards who challenged the trio could win. They were all defeated by Sanguiner, Ballins, and Ballins. Sanguiner, Ballins, and Ballins were either Han Shuo's disciples or his slaves. Although the divine guards had not personally witnessed Han Shuo's strength, their hearts were filled with reverence for him. In their eyes, Han Shuo was full of mysteries. They couldn't help but think of Han Shuo as one of the most terrifying existences they had ever encountered. Time flew by, and the deadline for the competition between the 7 divine guard divisions of the City of Shadows had finally arrived. The notice from the House of Saint had officially been delivered to the 5th Corps. The venue of the competition would be the Soaring Cloud mountain range outside the City of Shadows. After receiving the notice, Han Shuo made some preparations before he led the only company of divine guards of the 5th Corps, which numbered less than 100, and departed for the Soaring Cloud mountain range. The Soaring Cloud mountain range was located to the north of the City of Shadows. Han Shuo had been to the Soaring Cloud mountain range several times to collect medicinal ingredients and was very familiar with the area. Every member of this company of divine guards of the 5th Corps had been tempered in the 8 Desolation and Torment formation for a long time. They followed behind Han Shuo in an imposing manner. The disciples of minor family clans and unaffiliated gods that they encountered along the way would give way to them. Ever since the God Hunters' base was besieged, the God Hunters in the City of Shadows had vanished without a trace. The gods who came and went had not encountered any God Hunters for a very long time. The mountain range that led to the City of Shadows had suddenly become safe. Han Shuo had originally intended to use these divine guards to hunt down some God Hunters. However, after searching for a long time with his demon generals, Han Shuo could not find any traces of God Hunters. Having failed to find any targets, Han Shuo had no choice but to give up on the idea. He proceeded unhurriedly towards the Soaring Cloud mountain range. Along the way, he asked Ballins to instruct the inexperienced divine guards on stealth and assassination techniques. Although Sanguiner and Gilbert had advanced by leaps and bounds in strength, they were still far behind Ballins in certain special techniques. Under Han Shuo's instructions, the two humbly asked Ballins for some hunting and pursuit techniques and studied them along the way with the divine guards. It was inevitable that the techniques of stealth and tracking would have to be practiced at long distances. As it had been a long time since God Hunters had appeared around the City of Shadows, Han Shuo allowed them to train at a longer distance. He allowed them to practice and chase after each other. He hoped that each and every one of them would be able to master the techniques just like the old assassin Balins. One day, Han Shua, who was pondering on how to control the domain of divinity with his eyes closed, suddenly saw Barnard walking towards him in a hurry. Barnard bowed to Han Shua and reported, "My lord, it's been 5 days. 2 people have yet to return." Han Shua had specified that no matter how the Divine Guards practice stealth, assassination, and pursuit, they must report to the A Squad within 4 days to let him know that the Divine Guards were safe and sound. Barnard said that 2 people had not returned after 5 days. This meant that the 2 were either in trouble or had met with mishaps. "I understand." Han Shua nodded and stood up from his meditation. Chapter 779. The disappearance of the 2 Divine Guards raised Han Shua's vigilance. He promptly ordered his Divine Guards to stay within a radius of 100 miles. His demon generals could only cover a radius of 100 miles. As long as they were within 100 miles, Han Shua could use his demon generals to quickly salvage the situation. For the next few days, the Divine Guards became even more cautious. They used their demon generals to monitor the situation in their surroundings. Han Shua carefully searched for traces of the 2 Divine Guards, but to no avail. Han Shua's journey to the soaring Cloud Mountain range did not change. Instead, he traveled at a much slower pace. Under Balins' guidance, the Divine Guards had improved their concealment and search techniques. They searched for traces of the 2 Divine Guards within a radius of 100 miles, but to no avail. Along the way, Han Shua used his demon generals to observe many merchant caravans coming and going. There were also some members of lesser family clans who entered the mountain range to temper themselves. After observing for a long time with his demon generals, Han Shua discovered that there was nothing wrong with those people. Han Shua felt helpless. He kept thinking about the reason behind the disappearance of the 2 Divine Guards. Was it because of him? Or did the 2 Divine Guards offend someone while they were in hiding? In the blink of an eye, another 5 days had passed. The 2 Divine Guards had yet to return. It seemed that they had met with misfortune. In this way, Han Shua began to think of possible enemies who could attack him. It was true that Han Shua had offended quite a number of people since he arrived on Elysium. The most likely target was Hafs, who he had offended not too long ago. However, Hushvale City had not been peaceful recently. Hafs, who had yet to fully recover from his injuries, should be doing his utmost to suppress the voices of opposition in Hushvale City. There was no way that Han Shua would have the time to travel thousands of miles to the City of Shadows to find trouble with Han Shua. Other than Hafs, the God Hunters could also be considered one of Han Shua's greatest enemies. However, Han Shua did not display any outstanding performance in front of the God Hunters during the operation against the God Hunters. Therefore, those people shouldn't be targeting Han Shua. Even if they were going to attack, they should be targeting Seant first. No matter how he thought about it, Han Shua realized that the enemies who might have made a move against him wouldn't make things difficult for him in the near future. Since he couldn't find any clues for the time being, he had no choice but to let the matter rest. The group continued on their way to soaring Cloud Mountain Range. 300 miles away from Han Shua, there was a large waterfall. Crystal clear water poured down from above, falling into the huge deep pool below, splashing water droplets everywhere. In front of the deep pool, there were a few large rocks that were as smooth as jade after being washed by the water. There were a few gods with gloomy expressions on their faces. The patriarch of the House of Laversfield stared at the restless Dolores with a dark face and shouted, "Who gave you permission to attack?" When the forces of the House of Lavers retreated from the City of Shadows, Dolores inevitably disappeared along with the House of Lavers. However, Dolores had never forgotten the deep-seated hatred he had for Han Shua. "Patriarch, I just want to wear them down bit by bit." Dolores lowered his head after being reprimanded by Field. He appeared rather guilty. "Fool, you will only alert the enemy by doing so. That cunning youngster will be on his guard in advance," shouted Field in a deep voice. He lectured, I have told you that our purpose in coming here is to avenge your second uncle. That youngster could even kill your second uncle, Avery. Your actions will only backfire. Patriarch, I was wrong. Dolores hastily admitted his mistake when he saw that Field was furious. After taking a short pause, Dolores asked puzzledly, Patriarch, was that youngster really responsible for the incident at Hushvale City? I have met him several times. He doesn't look that scary. If he couldn't even hide it from you, how could he possibly replace our family clan in the City of Shadows? Field coldly groaned and reprimanded. Donna knows him much better than you do. After Avery died, Donna learned about the situation at Hushvale City and immediately confirmed that Brian was the culprit. Donna had seen that peculiar life form back in that low-level material plane. There's no mistaking it. Patriarch, why didn't you bring Sister Donna along? Given Sister Donna's understanding of him, the chances of success are much higher. Dolores hesitated for a moment and asked nervously after hearing Field's words. Field softly sighed and replied, I don't know why, but Donna has been unwilling to make a move against that youngster. I had to hide this from her. It appeared that Dolores was rather resentful of Donna. He believed that Donna was the main reason for the decline of the House of Labors. He felt that if Donna hadn't introduced Brian to the City of Shadows, the House of Labors wouldn't have suffered so many hardships. If Donna wasn't Field's biological daughter, Dolores would have long suggested to deal with Donna. Patriarch Field, since your House of Labors has come to our city of Gorging Clouds, according to our agreement, we will do our best to eradicate that youngster, said a short, dark-skinned, middle-aged man with a full beard who had been listening to the conversation between Dolores and Field. After taking a short pause, he continued, But you should know the situation in the Darkness Dominion. Although the City of Shadows is far weaker than our City of Gorging Clouds, to avoid a war between our two cities, we can only help you in secret. We do not wish to alarm the House of Saint. Lord Larrickson, our House of Labors has been in the Darkness Dominion for many years. We are well aware of the taboo in this regard, said a short, middle-aged man with a full beard. Felder's attitude towards this short, bearded man was rather respectful. He said, I know you can't risk the wrath of the Overgod to deal with the House of Saint. I only want that kid dead. If it wasn't for the incident in Hushvale City, I wouldn't have asked Lord Larrickson to come with us. Larrickson nodded and smilingly replied, It's good that you understand. Don't worry. Hoffs of Hushvale City is the weakest among the city lords. In our city of Gorging Clouds, there are more than one god stronger than Hoffs. Even if the incident in Hushvale City was caused by that youngster, there won't be any problems this time. Although the House of Labors had left the City of Shadows, their strength had been preserved. The elite divine guards of the House of Labors, as well as the wealth and resources they possessed, were very attractive to the other city lords of the Darkness Dominion. Before the House of Labors left the City of Shadows, the city lords of the other cities had secretly dispatched emissaries to approach Felder. After weighing the strengths of the city lords, Field finally chose the city of Gorging Clouds, the most powerful city in the Darkness Dominion, as his new backer. Before joining the city of Gorging Clouds, Field had made an agreement with the city of Gorging Clouds. His arrival would strengthen the city of Gorging Clouds, and the city of Gorging Clouds would guarantee the interests of the House of Labors. Getting the city of Gorging Clouds to assist in killing Han Shoa was a later clause. To the city of Gorging Clouds, the House of Labors was far more important than killing a youngster who had just made a name for himself. Therefore, the city of Gorging Clouds agreed without hesitation. Having stayed in the City of Shadows for many years, Field knew the situation in the City of Shadows very well. It would be very difficult to kill Han Shua in the City of Shadows. Even if they succeeded, they would not be able to escape unscathed. Therefore, they had been looking for an opportunity to strike. The competition between the 7th Corps Divine Guards was an excellent opportunity. When they learned that the 5th Corps Divine Guards that belonged to the House of Lavers were also participating in the competition, they immediately grasped the best opportunity to kill Han Shuo. Through his connections in the City of Shadows, Field learned that the competition would be held at Soaring Cloud Mountain Range. Therefore, he had been preparing for it. "Many thanks, Lord Larrickson. As long as we can kill that youngster, I will convince my daughter to marry your son willingly," said Field in a deep voice. Larrickson laughed heartily and replied, "By then we will be a family. Don't worry, I will do my best to help you. But that youngster has nearly 100 divine guards with him. It won't be easy for us to kill him. Do you have any good ideas, Lord Larrickson?" After taking a short pause, Field continued, "According to my daughter, those strange life forms that youngster has mastered are very miraculous. They seem to be able to turn invisible and act as his eyes and ears. His performance in Hushvale City proved that my daughter was right. This is going to be very troublesome. Don't worry. This time we have fewer people. I can help you avoid the detection of those life forms. That youngster doesn't always have his divine guards by his side. As long as we find a suitable opportunity, we will attack him together. I believe that he won't be able to escape unscathed like he did in Hushvale City," said Larrickson confidently. "I'm relieved to hear that, Lord Larrickson," replied Field as he nodded. It seemed that he had a lot of trust in Larrickson. Never in a million years would Han Shuo have thought that the ones who were plotting against him would be the House of Lavers, who had long since left the City of Shadows. Han Shuo and his divine guards continued to travel unhurriedly towards Soaring Cloud Mountain Range. As Han Shuo's party had the intention of tempering the 5th Corps Divine Guards, they were the first batch of divine guards to arrive at Soaring Cloud Mountain Range. They did not see any other divine guards along the way. Unknowingly, they were getting closer and closer to the mountain range. One day, Han Shuo and his 5th Corps Divine Guards arrived at the waterfall, where Field and the others had their secret meeting. Not all the 5th Corps Divine Guards were men. As soon as the female Divine Guards saw the lake, they became very excited and requested to take a bath in the lake. Rose, who had been following behind Han Shuo, indifferently also indicated to Han Shuo that she wanted to stay for a while. Therefore, Han Shuo agreed to their request. Since the Divine Guards were going to use the frigid pond first, the male Divine Guards, including Han Shuo, had to avoid arousing suspicion. Therefore, they dispersed. For some reason, Han Shuo suddenly had an uncomfortable feeling in his heart. He had always believed in his senses. In addition to the fact that 2 of his Divine Guards had mysteriously disappeared, Han Shuo immediately raised his guard. Chapter 780. There were few demon generals lurking around Han Shuo the entire time. When the uncomfortable feeling rose in his heart, the demon generals immediately flew around him to investigate. However, they found nothing. The uncomfortable feeling did not disappear. This made Han Shuo even more vigilant. The 17 flying swords were ready to be launched at any moment to deal with any sudden crisis. At this moment, Sanguiner, Ballins, and Gilbert were listening to Ballins lecture on assassination techniques with the Divine Guards nearby. The closest Divine Guard to Han Shuo was about 300 meters away. The situation was rather strange. The inexplicable sense of danger was still lingering in his heart. However, his demon generals could not detect anything out of the ordinary. This made Han Shuo even more cautious. Although his heart was in turmoil, he maintained a calm and composed expression on his face. He sat silently on a rock with his head lowered as he pondered about something. All of a sudden, the space in front of Han Shuo seemed to have been torn apart. A dazzling beam of light caused the space to distort. Layers upon layers of space, ripples violently surged in front of Han Shuo. In the next moment, Han Shuo discovered that the space around him seemed to have been frozen. The wind stopped blowing, the grass stopped moving. Everything seemed to have come to a standstill in an instant. A few humanoid silhouettes suddenly emerged from the area where the intense space ripples occurred. A powerful, binding energy suddenly surged from that area. The binding energy was extremely violent and came out of nowhere. Before Han Shuo could react, he suddenly felt as though his body was imprisoned in a cage. His limbs were tightly bound by invisible chains. The silhouettes rapidly flew towards Han Shuo. Each of them had a thin, pale mask covering their faces. The masks had no mouth or nose. Only two slender holes could be seen through them. They appeared rather sinister and terrifying. There were 5 of them in total. All of them possessed high god strength. The one at the front cultivated in the Edict of Destruction. He was very short and wore a pair of jet-black gloves made of unknown materials. The gloves were covered with strange speckles and were surrounded by an astonishing aura of destruction. The 4 people at the back were slightly weaker. They were dressed the same as the shorty at the front. Their height was different, and the weapons in their hands were also different. However, they all looked extraordinary. The 5 people's eyes were equally cold, and their killing intent was firmly directed at Han Shuo. Obviously, they wanted to kill Han Shuo on the spot. The restraining force on his body was extremely strong. Han Shuo's hands and feet were tightly bound. 5 different types of energy filled the restraining force. Han Shuo immediately sensed that the 5 types of energy seemed to come from the 5 people rushing over. In a flash, Han Shuo suddenly calmed down. The 5 people all possessed high god strength. The shorty at the front, who cultivated in the Edict of Destruction, was at late stage high god realm. He was as difficult to deal with as Hoffs, whom he had fought some time ago. The other 4 were not to be trifled with either. With the 5 of them exerting their energy through the special shackles, it would be too difficult for Han Shuo to break free. Seeing that the 5 people were about to reach him, Han Shuo made one thought. The divine souls of the 2 avatars in his body immediately aligned with his main body. While his avatars were still inside the cauldron spirit, the 2 domains of divinity instantly fused within his body. In an instant, a brand new domain of divinity was formed in Han Shuo's body. All of a sudden, the element of death from all directions madly converged towards Han Shuo. Threads of faith that were barely visible to the naked eye revolved at high speed according to the trajectories of the Edict of Destruction. With Han Shuo as the center, the domain of divinity rapidly expanded. The domineering and aggressive nature of the domain of divinity drove away all the elements in the area around Han Shuo. The 5 people who wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to kill Han Shuo were immediately enveloped by Han Shuo's domain of divinity. The threads of faith in Han Shuo's domain of divinity entangled the 5 people like tiny, invisible hands. All of a sudden, the 5 people felt as though they had sunk into a swamp. Their high speed was suddenly slowed down. The eyes of the 5 people under their masks were filled with astonishment. They glanced at each other before their eyes turned cold. One by one, they released their domains of divinity. All of a sudden, the domains of divinity of death, destruction, and darkness radiated from the 5 people. Among them, the domain of divinity of darkness was divided into 3 areas. In the next moment, 6 domains of divinity suddenly filled the narrow space. The domains of divinity of the 5 people were within Han Shuo's domain of divinity. Furthermore, the domains of divinity were rapidly expanding and pressuring Han Shuo. Unlike Han Shuo, these 5 people were able to control their domains of divinity freely. They had their own goals and goals. Instead of interfering with each other, they worked together to expand their domains of divinity towards Han Shuo. Han Shuo immediately felt that his domain of divinity was being pressured by 5 times the normal pressure. He felt as though his body was being squeezed by 5 inflated balloons. It was extremely uncomfortable. Although his domain of divinity was domineering, it was being pressured by the domains of divinity of 5 high gods. He had no choice but to retreat. After all, this newly formed domain of divinity was formed from the fusion of the domains of divinity of 2 mid-gods. Han Shuo and the others had yet to fully grasp the wonders of this new domain of divinity. As Han Shuo's domain of divinity gradually shrunk, the 5 people were getting closer and closer to Han Shuo. The eyes under the masks of the 5 attackers were filled with cruel smiles, as though they were about to kill Han Shuo. It was as though Han Shuo's death was imminent. Han Shuo was being restrained by the 5 and could not move his limbs. He could not use his divine weapons to effectively defend himself. He also could not evade the attacks of the 5 people, now that even his domain of divinity was being pressured to retreat. No matter how they looked at it, Han Shuo had lost the ability to resist. In their minds, Han Shuo was no different from a dead man, although he could not move his limbs or speak. That did not mean that Han Shuo was a sitting duck. Han Shuo's consciousness was formless and boundless. It was not affected by the shackles at all. Seeing that the 5 people were staring at him coldly and cruelly, Han Shuo calmly thought of a way to get out of this predicament. Suddenly, an arm stretched out from Han Shuo's back. It was the arm of one of his avatars. It was holding a handful of pearls of annihilation. The shackles of the 5 were only targeting Han Shuo's avatars. They had no effect on Han Shuo's 2 avatars. The 2 avatars only possessed mid-god strengths. If they were to appear in front of the 5, they would be killed in an instant. Therefore, Han Shuo did not dare to fully reveal his avatars in front of them. Instead, he stretched out an arm holding a handful of pearls of annihilation from his back, out of their blind spots. With a forceful flick, the pearls of annihilation flew out from the palm on his back. At the same time, the 17 flying swords suddenly shot out from his body. Han Shuo seemed to have turned into a giant hedgehog. The 17 flying swords were like sharp thorns on his body. They slashed at the formless energy that connected the 5 people together. Han Shuo had a miraculous telepathic connection with demonic weapons. Even though his body was shackled, as long as Han Shuo could think and his consciousness was not affected, he could use any demonic weapon to his advantage. The pearls of annihilation flew towards the outer perimeter. Han Shuo calmly controlled the trajectory of the pearls with his mind. When the pearls of annihilation landed behind the 5 people, Han Shuo activated the drop of blood essence contained in the pearls of annihilation. Inside the pearls of annihilation that the 5 people could not see, the drop of blood essence that Han Shuo had fused into the pearls of annihilation suddenly boiled and splashed out. That drop of blood essence was the control hub that Han Shuo used to control the pearls of annihilation from afar. Suddenly, the pearls of annihilation exploded behind the 5 people. The newly refined pearls of annihilation possessed astonishing, explosive power. Coupled with the fact that the 5 people were very close to each other, the force of the explosion surged into the domain of divinity of the 5 people. The cell piercers within the pearls of annihilation shot out in all directions, densely covering the 5 people and piercing them all over their bodies. At the same time, under Han Shuo's control, the 17 flying swords severed all of the invisible bonds connecting the 5 of them. The restraints on his body had been removed, and the invincible Omen body immediately broke free from the remaining invisible restraining force. He no longer felt the slightest bit of pressure. Rumble. The explosion of the pearls of annihilation was deafening to the ears. The shock wave of the explosion pressed against the domains of divinity of the 5, causing them to stagger. They were pushed by the shock wave of the explosion into Han Shuo's domain of divinity, causing Han Shuo, who had just broken free from the shackles of his domain of divinity, to lose his balance. Fortunately, Han Shuo had anticipated this. When the explosion occurred, Han Shuo, who had just broken free from the shackles, immediately withdrew his domain of divinity. He was the first to stabilize himself. The 17 flying swords suddenly let out shrill shrieks as they flew towards the first short and small attacker. The few demon generals refined from high god souls that had been mobilized from afar also transformed from their incorporeal forms the moment Han Shuo made his move. They recklessly pounced at the other 4 high gods and entangled them ferociously. For a moment, the high gods were overwhelmed and had no spare energy to deal with Han Shuo. The deafening explosion had awakened all the divine guards in the vicinity. Lolth, who was bathing in the cold pond in the distance, immediately put on a loose robe. She didn't care that her hair and body were still wet. She immediately rushed over. The divine guards who were with Balins also rushed to the scene. These divine guards, who had been tempered by the 8th desolation and torment formation, had cold and stern expressions on their faces. Their movements were swift and ferocious. As soon as the shackles on his body were broken, Han Shuo immediately launched an all-out attack. He controlled the 17 flying swords to attack the shortest one, while summoning his demon generals to attack the other 4. The demon generals, refined from high god souls in Hushvale City, were extremely powerful. They were able to keep the 4 high gods in check. When Rose and the surrounding divine guards arrived from all directions, they saw Han Shuo displaying his invincible might. He single-handedly kept the 5 masked experts in check. Among the 5 attackers, the aura of the high god was very obvious. The shortest one in the lead even had the energy of destruction radiating from his body. It was obvious that he had cultivated in the Edict of Destruction to an extremely high level. Yet these 5 high gods were single-handedly kept in check by Han Shuo. Not only that, they did not show any signs of defeat. The divine guards who arrived were all dumbstruck. They had been secretly guessing Han Shuo's strength and believed that Han Shuo might be even stronger than Avery, the former chief of divine guards of the 5th Corps. But now, after seeing how Han Shuo was fighting against 5 high gods, they realized that Avery was on a completely different level compared to Han Shuo. Chapter 781. The surrounding divine guards were awed by the valiant strength displayed by Han Shuo. For a moment, none of them knew what to do. Only Rose, after taking a glance at Han Shuo, dashed over and joined the fray. She attacked one of the attackers who was entangled by a demon general and used the combined energy of the demon general to block the attacker's path of retreat. What are you waiting for? Help his lordship get rid of these shameless attackers, shouted Balins coldly. The long and slender flying sword refined by Han Shuo shot out erratically at another of the attackers. Balins' loud shout roused the terrified divine guards from their stupor. In an instant, all sorts of bizarre energies shot towards the other 3 attackers. Rays of light shot out from the battlefield as divine artifacts and divine power danced in the air, raining down on the attackers who were entangled by the demons. The divine guards knew that the masked individuals possessed high god strengths. Therefore, they did not dare to approach them and instead launched long-range attacks. While it was true that the divine guards were no match for any of the attackers individually, when dozens of them joined forces to attack a single person, the concentrated attack was more than enough to throw the attackers into confusion. With the situation having developed to this stage, not only did the attackers fail to kill Han Shuo cleanly and efficiently, but they had also fallen into a tight encirclement. Han Shuo, Rose, and nearly 100 divine guards were attacking simultaneously. Not to mention, there were also demon generals that filled the sky. Even the 5 high gods found it rather difficult to deal with the onslaught. The 5 of them had to deal with Han Shuo and Rose's main attacks as though they were facing a formidable foe. They were overwhelmed by the rain of attacks from the divine guards. 3 of them were struck by all sorts of divine weapons and divine energies, rapidly depleting the divine energy in their bodies. The divine guards' divine energies were limited, and they could not inflict serious injuries on the divine guards. However, their concentrated attacks were making the divine guards more and more flustered. Whenever the divine guards revealed an opening, the black mass of demon generals would immediately close in on them. The bizarre energy of the demon generals gave the divine guards a headache. It won't be that easy to kill me. With the divine guards and Rose joining the fray, the pressure on Han Shuo was greatly reduced. He continued to control the 17 flying swords to besiege the shorty who was the strongest of the group. At the same time, he looked at the five with cold eyes and mocked. As all five were wearing masks, Han Shuo could not figure out their true identities. Therefore, he tried to sound them out. The five seemed to know what Han Shuo's intentions were. None of them answered. They were all in a flurry and did not have the leisure to waste with Han Shuo. They must be wondering how they could break out of the encirclement. All of a sudden, the 17 flying swords circled around the shorty and arrived behind the weakest attacker. Before he could react, the 17 flying swords enveloped him. Immediately after, the first form of the Avicii god-slaying sword formation, Avicii Hell, was activated. The shrill whistling of the 17 flying swords tore at the eardrums. As soon as the Avicii Hell was activated, dense Inchi and killing intent immediately enveloped the attacker. The 17 flying swords whistled shrilly as they flew through the dense killing intent. The intense corrosive and cold toxins on the flying swords rapidly consumed the attacker's divine energy. The strongest shorty was too difficult to deal with. Even if Han Shuo used the Avicii Hell to entangle him, he would not be able to kill him in a short period of time. Therefore, Han Shuo changed his strategy and attacked the weakest of the attackers first. Inside the Avicii Hell, the darkness divine energy cultivator was unable to break out of the bizarre space formed by the Avicii Hell. Instead, he was consuming more and more of his divine energy. He was only an early stage high god of darkness. He had consumed a great deal of his divine energy from the attacks of the demon generals and the divine weapons. Therefore, after being ambushed by Han Shuo, he began to show signs of fatigue. After releasing the acidic and cold toxins, the 17 flying swords streaked across the Avicii Hell as though they were weaving some sort of net. Streaks of jet-black lightning sparkled in the net and sprinkled on the attacker's body. Wisps of cold air flowed into his body, causing his divine body to become stiffer and stiffer. All of a sudden, the 17 flying swords that were flying around him changed their trajectories and stabbed at his chest from 17 different directions. With several puff-puff sounds, streams of blood shot out from his chest. His eyes were suddenly filled with fear as his life force rapidly flowed out along with the blood splattering out from his chest. The 17 flying swords pierced through his chest, leaving 17 bloody holes. They immediately changed their target and surrounded the short attacker who was trying to escape. Previously, when the 17 flying swords flew past the shorty, he seemed to have hesitated for a moment. But before he could make a decision, the divine guards around him launched a barrage of attacks at him. He had no choice but to deal with the divine guards' attacks. Most importantly, there were demon generals surging towards him like a dark cloud. Among them, there were 5 demon generals in their strongest form, which were refined from the divine souls of Midgod. Mixed in the dark cloud of demon generals, the 5 demon generals posed a great threat to Ji Hao, blocking his way and preventing him from leaving the battlefield. The 17 flying swords were noticeably weaker than before. This was because the cauldron of myriad demon had flown out of Han Shuo's body and collected the divine soul of the high god who had just perished. After the death of a god, one's divine soul must be collected as quickly as possible. Otherwise, the divine soul of a high god would become a pure element that would fuse with the world. Therefore, the divine soul of a high god had to be collected as soon as possible. Otherwise, the high god might be able to escape using the omnipresent elemental energy. While Han Shuo was controlling the 17 flying swords to attack the short man, he was secretly observing the situation on the battlefield. Rose possessed mid-stage high god strength. She was currently obstructing an expert of the same level. Coupled with the all-pervasive power of the demon generals, the man's eyes were filled with anxiety, but he was unable to escape. Other than the shorty who was entangled by Han Shuo's 17 flying swords and demon generals, the other 2 were barely holding their own against the attacks of the divine guards and demon generals. The 2 of them were facing the least pressure. It wasn't that they couldn't seize the opportunity to escape. However, the two of them did not dare to do so. They kept looking at the shorty, who was entangled by Han Shua's 17 flying swords. After observing for a moment, Han Shua immediately knew that the shorty was the leader of the party. Without Han Shua's instructions, the two attackers who had the chance to escape did not dare to act rashly. It was as though they were waiting for Han Shua's orders. Judging from the current situation, everything was still within Han Shua's control. The party of 5 that came to attack Han Shua had completely failed in their mission. Whether or not they could escape unscathed was a huge question. However, Han Shua did not dare to let his guard down. He put all his strength into dealing with the shorty who cultivated in the Edict of Destruction. He couldn't afford to let go of experts of this level. Otherwise, they would become a troublesome matter in the future. Especially when Han Shua used the Hell of Avicii to kill that high god of darkness cultivator and removed his mask with his flying sword. Han Shua discovered that he didn't recognize this person. Han Shua had all the more reason to find out who these people were. An unknown enemy was the scariest because you could never predict when they would act against you. Han Shua wouldn't be too concerned if they were only targeting his own people. But now that the Han family had grown considerably and Han Shua had deep ties with many members of the Han family in the City of Shadows, there was no way that Han Shua would allow any of them to be killed. In order to prevent such a tragedy from happening again, the simplest way was to wipe out all the enemies in the open and in the dark. Only by doing so could Han Shua ensure that his family and friends would be safe. After the cauldron of myriad demon collected the high god's divine soul, it once again returned to Han Shua's body. With that, Han Shua's strength was once again greatly enhanced. The shorty, who was tightly entangled by the 17 flying swords, immediately felt the pressure on him increase tremendously. He, who had been hesitating for a long time, suddenly made up his mind. The speckles on the gloves he wore on both his hands suddenly overflowed with dazzling glimmers. In an instant, the space around him began to distort rapidly. Layers upon layers of ripples spread out like water ripples. It was as though an independent dimension had been forcibly opened up. Many chaotic energies suddenly slid away from that region. That shorty twisted and wriggled around like a fish. He magically slid to the side of the attacker who was fighting with Rose. A gorgeous curtain of light completely covered that region. Han Shua suddenly shouted, "Rose, get back!" Rose was startled. She immediately dodged and retreated from the curtain of light in an extremely thrilling manner. The curtain of light gradually faded and suddenly became as colorless as the air. The most powerful shorty and the other attacker bizarrely disappeared. Intense spatial ripples spread from that region. A strange scroll emerged from it. When Han Shua focused his attention on it, the scroll abruptly exploded. No. 2 cries of unwillingness and fear came from the 2 remaining attackers. The 2 attackers, who had been silent all this time, immediately knew that they had been abandoned when they saw the shorty leave with another person. Facing the encirclement of Han Shua, Rose, and nearly 100 divine guards, the 2 hesitant attackers knew that their chances of survival were slim. Therefore, they couldn't help but shriek. Their voices were filled with unwillingness and despair. "Tell me who you are and what you are here for. Perhaps I might be kind enough to spare your lives." Han Shua gestured with his hand, indicating for the divine guards to temporarily stop attacking. He approached the 2 attackers step by step and asked with a warm smile on his face. The 2 attackers glanced at each other. Their eyes beneath their masks were filled with despair. They did not believe Han Shua's words at all. They suddenly exerted all their strength to break out of the encirclement. It appeared that they had no intention of compromising with Han Shua. Han Shua gestured again and smilingly said, "Kill them. These 2 are high gods. Have fun." The divine guards immediately became excited. With Han Shua and Rose by their side, they were very relieved. They knew that the 2 attackers would not be able to escape alive. The experience of killing a high god would greatly boost their confidence and morale. Naturally, they would not let go of this opportunity. They started bombarding the two high gods with savage smiles. Chapter 782. Han Shuo and Rose looked at them with cold eyes. They stood in the two's path of escape. Han Shuo even deployed a few demon generals to hide in the dark. Should the two try to escape using any special means, the demon generals would swarm them, not allowing them the slightest bit of free time. The eyes of the two high gods were filled with despair. They knew that they would not be able to escape death. They used whatever little energy they had to approach the divine guards around them. It was as though they were planning to inflict serious damage on the divine guards before they died. The divine guards knew that the two were low gods, and therefore did not come into contact with them. Instead, they would surround and attack the two from a distance, wearing down their divine energy and patience bit by bit. Han Shuo and Rose did not join in the attack. They merely stood around the two and deployed a few barriers. Gradually, under the siege of nearly 100 divine guards, the two high gods' divine energies were being depleted. Whenever the divine energies in their bodies went out of control, the demon generals hidden in the vicinity would swarm over and stop the abnormalities in their bodies, preventing them from using any special means to escape. Balins did not join in the attack either. He continued to instruct the divine guards around him and taught them the most effective way to surround and attack an expert. The divine guards excitedly distanced themselves from the two high gods and attacked in coordination with the formation they learned in the 8 Desolation and Torment formation. The concentrated attacks left no gaps for the two high gods to retaliate. For the two high gods, perhaps they had never experienced such a humiliating scene in their entire lives. When they repeatedly mobilized their forces and prepared to escape at the cost of sustaining serious injuries or losing a realm in strength, the demon general gave them every opportunity to extinguish their plans. After repeating this a few times, the two finally knew that they had no other choice but to die. With the boundaries set up by Han Shuo and Rose, the two high gods could not even charge at the divine guards around them and inflict heavy damage on them. Seeing that they had become the target of humiliation and the target of their training, the two finally could not endure the humiliation any longer. The two suddenly gave up resisting and allowed the divine weapons and divine energies of the divine guards around them to land on their bodies. Under the assault of the divine weapons and divine energies, the two high gods whose divine energies were nearly depleted finally fell into a pool of blood. Cauldron Spirit took the opportunity to devour 2 more high god souls. As the demon generals in the cauldron of Myriad Demon increased in number and quality, every time Han Shuo absorbed Cauldron Spirit's energy, he could clearly sense that the cauldron of Myriad Demon was rapidly growing stronger. To Han Shuo, the cauldron of Myriad Demon's strength was equivalent to his own strength. Therefore, Han Shuo spared no effort to help the cauldron of Myriad Demon absorb more souls. He died just like that. Bernard cursed angrily. It seemed like he hadn't had enough fun yet. The surrounding divine guards were rather dispirited as well. They did not expect that the two attackers would suddenly give up just as they were enjoying the show. They had not even had the chance to enjoy the show to their heart's content. Balins did not utter a word. After absorbing the 2 high god souls, he rapidly went to the 2 corpses. After removing the masks worn by the corpses and taking a few careful glances, Balin stood up, turned to Han Shuo, shook his head indifferently and said, "Senior, I don't recognize these faces." Balins had been in Erebus Third Corps for several years and was very familiar with all the members of large family clans in the City of Shadows. There were many characters that even Han Shuo had not met, but Balins had gotten to know them through various means. High gods were a special group with the least number and the highest status in any city. If the two were from the City of Shadows, there was no reason for Balins not to know them. Therefore, when Balins shook his head and said that he did not know the two, Han Shuo was certain that the two were from another city. After thinking for a moment, Han Shuo realized that he had only offended Hushvale City and Portlam, who came from another divine domain. He wondered if it was one of them who did it. Han Shuo bunched his brows and pondered for a moment. He looked around and instructed in a low voice, "Before I get to the bottom of this, do not tell anyone about what happened." After taking a short pause, Han Shuo added, "Including those from the House of Saint." 5 high gods to ambush Han Shuo and 2 to escape meant that Han Shuo might have offended an extremely powerful force. As he was currently a citizen of the City of Shadows, if Wallace, Andre, and the others were to learn of this, they would become very suspicious and might interrogate Han Shuo repeatedly. If other family clans were to learn of this, they would surely be astonished by Han Shuo's terrifying strength. There would be no suspense in the competition between Divine Guard chiefs. After the battle, all the Divine Guards of the Fifth Corps looked at Han Shuo with gazes filled with reverence. Those Divine Guards who were previously doubtful of Han Shuo were no longer doubtful. Every one of them was wholeheartedly convinced by Han Shuo. Therefore, after Han Shuo finished his speech, the 100 or so Fifth Corps Divine Guards respectfully nodded their heads in agreement. Not a single one of them had any other opinions. Cultivation was the norm on Elysium. Most people would view improving their strength as their top priority. It was for this reason that the people of Elysium worshipped the strong and would show proper respect to the truly strong. When Han Shuo proved to them that he possessed the strength to easily kill a high god, these unruly Fifth Corps Divine Guards became well-behaved and wholeheartedly acknowledged Han Shuo as their new Divine Guard chief. "Rest assured, my lord, no one will say anything." When Barnard looked at Han Shuo again, his gaze was completely different. When he spoke, his tone was one of reverence from the bottom of his heart. Han Shuo nodded and said, "I am your chief of Divine Guards. As long as you listen to my commands and follow them with all your heart, there will be no problem." Han Shuo looked around and put on a faint smile before he said, "All right, I believe that the 2 who escaped will not come back. Let's continue our journey towards Soaring Cloud Mountain Range." "Senior, there shouldn't be any more danger. Can they continue their training in stealth and pursuit?" asked Ballins as he bowed at Han Shuo. "Sure," replied Han Shuo straightforwardly. He did not think that the 2 would dare to come back. While Ballins and the Divine Guards continued their training, Han Shuo instructed Rose, "Don't let anyone disturb me." Rose stared blankly for a moment. She did not understand why Han Shuo would suddenly give such an order. However, Rose did not ask any questions and merely nodded indifferently. Although the relationship between her and Han Shuo had improved a long time ago, Rose still rarely spoke. She would only answer Han Shuo when he asked her questions. She would never take the initiative to engage in meaningless conversation with Han Shuo. After giving the instruction, Han Shuo closed his eyes and sat cross-legged on the ground without looking at Rose again. With one thought of his consciousness, a demon general refined from a high god's divine soul flew away from Han Shuo at extreme speed and headed towards the north. When Han Shuo concentrated his attention on issuing an order to the demon general refined from a high god's divine soul and imbued it with demonic yuan, the speed of the immaterial demon general was unimaginably fast. It was much faster than when Han Shuo unleashed the art of the demonic ninth heavens with Cauldron Spirit's energy. The demon general was incorporeal and unaffected by gravity. It had the advantage of speed to begin with. With the addition of Cauldron Spirit's energy, it was only natural that it would move even faster. Previously, when he was battling the 2, Han Shuo had dripped a drop of his blood essence on the shorty's armor. His blood essence and Han Shuo's had a miraculous connection. Although the 2 managed to escape by using an extraordinary space divine tool, as the shorty had a drop of Han Shuo's blood essence on him, Han Shuo could vaguely sense the location of the 2 when he concentrated on sensing. Han Shuo could sense that the 2 were extremely far away from him and that they were moving at high speed. At this moment, even if Han Shuo were to pursue them at full speed, he might not be able to catch up to them. Most importantly, he had to ensure that he was within the group of Divine Guards. Otherwise, if another danger were to arise, he feared that the Divine Guards would not be able to handle it. Therefore, Han Shuo did not make a move himself. Instead, He used the strongest form of this spirit demon to investigate the situation. He did not hope that this demon general would be able to harm the two, but he hoped that this demon general would be able to learn the identity of the enemy. That way, he would be able to take precautions in the future or eliminate this threat when the opportunity presented itself. The demon general increased its speed to the maximum. It was as though it was moving between planes of existence. Its incorporeal body left faint ripples in the air as it rapidly moved towards the area Han Shuo sensed. Half an hour later, Han Shuo withdrew his consciousness. The demon general that was moving at high speed suddenly slowed down and began to cautiously approach the area ahead. The two figures rapidly moved away without any intention of stopping. From their short stature and the speckles on their gloves, Han Shuo knew that they were the two attackers who had escaped. The two were completely unaware that an invisible eye was following them from afar. The demon general followed the two for 10 minutes or so. Suddenly, the two slowed down and turned into a cave covered by broken rocks and willow branches. The shorty let out a cough. Several shadows slowly emerged from the cave. As they gradually walked out of the cave, their appearances gradually became clearer. The one in the lead was Dolores, who had been missing for a long time. After he came out, his face lit up with joy as he asked, "Patriarch, did you succeed?" Field, the patriarch of the House of Labors, put on a gloomy face and replied, "We failed. 3 of them have yet to return." Field turned to look at Larrickson, who had also taken off his mask, and said in a heavy voice, "Lord Larrickson, I'm sorry that you have lost 3 of your most capable men." Larrickson put on a venomous face and said coldly, "3 high gods are dead. I don't even know how to explain this to my elder brother." Field could see that Larrickson was like a volcano that was about to erupt. He did not know what to say and could only let out a helpless sigh. "Let's return to the city of gorging clouds first." Larrickson shot a cold glance at Field, let out a soft groan, and left. Field let out another soft sigh and followed behind Larrickson with Dolores and the others. Chapter 783. The City of Gorging Clouds, the leader of the 7 major cities of the Darkness Dominion, was undoubtedly the strongest. Larrickson, the younger brother of Yaris, the city lord of the City of Gorging Clouds, cultivated in the Edict of Destruction and was a late-stage high god. Of the 7 cities of the Darkness Dominion, the City of Gorging Clouds had the most high gods. Yaris House of Broadhurst was the oldest and most powerful family clan in the Darkness Dominion. They were highly regarded by the Over-God of Darkness. The City of Shadows was ranked among the 7 cities of the Darkness Dominion, only slightly stronger than Hushvale City, which was ruled by Hoffs. The City of Shadows was considered the weakest among the 7 cities. Compared to the City of Gorging Clouds, which was ranked first, the City of Shadows was far behind. In the City of Shadows, the strongest expert was Wallace, a late-stage high god. Other than him, there was no other late-stage high god in the City of Shadows. However, the City of Gorging Clouds was different. The patriarchs of the major family clans in the City of Gorging Clouds all possessed late-stage high god strength. It was said that the city lord of the City of Gorging Clouds, Yaris, possessed strength beyond that of a high god. Of course, he was an over-god without a quintessence. When Han Shuo learned that the 5 people who ambushed him, other than Field from the House of Labors, were from the largest family clan in the City of Gorging Clouds, the House of Broadhurst, he was astonished. Having lived in the City of Shadows for so long, Han Shuo had more or less learned about the situation in the cities of the Darkness Dominion. Naturally, the City of Gorging Clouds and the House of Broadhurst, the strongest family clan in the Darkness Dominion, would not miss the opportunity to ambush them. Therefore, when Field shouted the name of the shorty, Han Shuo immediately knew the identity of the 3 high gods he killed. After giving it some thought, Han Shuo realized that after the House of Labors left the City of Shadows, they had arrived at the City of Gorging Clouds through various means and obtained the protection of the House of Broadhurst. They had also made a secret agreement with Yaris' brother, Larrickson. With the arrival of the House of Lavers in the City of Gorging Clouds, the City of Gorging Clouds' strength continued to soar and lead the other 6 cities. With the protection of the City of Gorging Clouds, even if Field were to do something detrimental to the City of Shadows, Wallace would have to think twice. The City of Gorging Clouds couldn't be compared to Hushvale City, which ranked last. Whether it was in terms of overall strength or the relationship between Yaris and the Overgod of Darkness, Wallace couldn't compare to the City of Gorging Clouds. Although Wallace dared to offend Hoffs of Hushvale City because of Han Shua, it was hard to say if Wallace would dare to offend the House of Broadhurst of the City of Gorging Clouds. With a gloomy face, Han Shua stood up from his cross-legged position. The demon general that had discovered the truth of the matter returned to where it came from under Han Shua's command. Even demon generals refined from high gods had limited coverage on Elysium. If the demon general was too far away from Han Shua, the connection between the two would become extremely weak. Without Han Shua as its master, the demon general would kill anyone it saw. If the demon general was so far away from Han Shua that the connection between the demon general and Han Shua was cut off, the demon general would continue killing aimlessly until it was killed. Therefore, Han Shua did not order the demon general to follow Han Shua. Rose noticed that Han Shua was wearing a rather grave expression. After hesitating for a moment, Rose asked in a low voice, "What's wrong? Did you run into a problem in your cultivation?" She did not know that Han Shua had left a drop of blood essence on Larixon, nor did she know that Han Shua had figured out who the assassins were. She only thought that Han Shua was recovering his energy, and that Han Shua had run into some problem in his cultivation. Rose's concern warmed Han Shua's heart. As the two spent more time together, Han Shua noticed that Rose's attitude towards him had gradually changed. This change was something that Han Shua was happy to see. Han Shua temporarily cast aside his worries and shook his head, smilingly. He replied, "It's nothing. I was too engrossed in my thoughts just now." The threat from the House of Broadhurst was a heavy burden that even Han Shua was apprehensive about. If he told Rose about it, she would only be more worried. The heavy pressure might affect Rose's cultivation. Therefore, Han Shua did not intend to tell anyone about it. He was prepared to bear the pressure alone. As the head of the family, he had to consider the interests of the entire family. Han Shua, who had been tempered for a long time, was not afraid of any pressure. He believed that the threat of the House of Broadhurst wouldn't be able to crush him. In fact, it might even become his motivation to work harder. Oh, that's good. There's no need to think too much about it. In any case, 3 of the assassins are dead. The other 2 won't be able to harm you this time, and they won't have the chance to do so next time. You don't have to worry about it at all. Rose was no fool. After carefully observing the changes in Han Shua's expression, she knew that Han Shua was not having trouble in his cultivation. Han Shua put on a bright smile and nodded. He used the demon generals in the vicinity to observe the situation of the Divine Guards. When he saw that none of the Divine Guards of the 5th Corps had strayed more than 100 miles away from him, he felt relieved. Before learning that the enemy was the House of Broadhurst of the City of Gorging Clouds, Han Shua was not worried that the enemy would dare to attack. But now that he knew the truth, he was no longer so confident. The City of Gorging Clouds was simply too powerful. If the House of Broadhurst intended to attack him, the Han family would not be able to withstand a single blow. By the way, Rose, do you know any powerful gods? I mean, experts who are not affiliated with any major family clans. They are at least high gods. It doesn't matter if they are aliens or not. Han Shua suddenly asked. Rose stared blankly for a moment. She looked at Han Shua strangely and asked puzzledly, "Why do you suddenly ask about that?" The Han family currently had sufficient crystal coins, and their influence in the City of Shadows was rapidly expanding. If the 5th Corps and the 7th Corps were to emerge victorious in the competition, Han Shua believed that there would be more Midgods coming to join the Han family and the 5th Corps. He believed that there would be no shortage of gods of this level in the future. At present, apart from Han Shoa and Rose, the Han family did not have a single high god. One of the most important factors in determining whether a family clan was powerful or not was the number of high gods they had. In order to increase the strength of the Han family as soon as possible, Han Shoa had no choice but to make preparations as soon as possible. Before today, Han Shoa wasn't in a hurry to increase the strength of the Han family, because if Han Shoa's strength were to rapidly expand, he might come into conflict with the House of Saint. Although the House of Saint was the current master of the City of Shadows, if the Han family grew strong enough to threaten the House of Saint, Han Shoa's relationship with the House of Saint would definitely not be as harmonious as it was now. However, the threat posed by the House of Broadhurst was just too great. In order to shorten the distance between him and a major family clan as soon as possible, Han Shoa couldn't care less. You have stayed on Elysium for so many years. You must know many gods who are as eccentric as you, right? Whether they are friend or foe, tell me everything you know. I want to communicate with them, Han Shoa said sternly. What are you planning to do? Rose put on a puzzled expression. She couldn't figure out Han Shoa's intentions. The Han family's foundation is too weak. I want to increase the strength of the Han family as quickly as possible, Han Shoa said in a deep voice. After hesitating for a moment, Rose said, There is a place where there are many experts. It is a very chaotic place. There are many high gods and even overgods without the quintessence. If you want to find high gods who are not affiliated with any family clan, that place is the best place. However, it is very dangerous. Where is it? Han Shoa was delighted and hastily asked. The Fringe. Rose softly cried out and explained. It is located between the Space Dominion and the Destiny Dominion. It does not belong to any of the 12 dominions and is not governed by any overgod. The Space Dominion and the Destiny Dominion didn't forbid any gods from entering. Gods who had committed heinous crimes would seek refuge in the Space Dominion and the Destiny Dominion. Although the Space Dominion and the Destiny Dominion didn't forbid gods of any kind from entering, there were still some special rules. But the Fringe is different. It is located between the Space Dominion and the Destiny Dominion. It is the most chaotic and lawless place on Elysium. It is not under the control of any overgod. There, whoever has the biggest fist has the most weight. I used to stay in the Fringe for a period of time and was nearly killed several times. I came to live in the Darkness Dominion because I cultivate in the energy of darkness. The Fringe? Han Shoa put on a faint smile and said, The name alone tells me that it is an interesting place. After taking a short pause, Rose continued, Even you were nearly killed in the Fringe. I still remember the few people who tried to kill me. Once I have the confidence to kill them, I will seek revenge on them, Rose said hatefully. She was a little embarrassed at the mention of the Fringe. You don't have to wait too long. After the competition between the 7 corps is over, I will take care of the Han family in the City of Shadows. Then I will go to the Fringe with you. I will avenge you, Han Shoa promised Rose. Rose put on a rather strange expression when she heard that Han Shoa would avenge her. She looked deeply into Han Shoa's eyes before she lowered her head and said softly, Thank you. The two of us have gone through thick and thin together. You are one of my people. Of course, I will avenge you. Han Shoa put on a faint smile. After hearing Han Shoa's words, Rose's expression turned even stranger. Her delicate and pretty face turned a little red. She cried out in a low voice, I'm not one of your people. Han Shoa stared blankly for a moment before the smile on his face widened. He sized up the seductive Rose and teased, I don't mean anything else. Don't get the wrong idea. Rose's face turned even redder. She glared at Han Shoa with some resentment before lowering her head and ignoring Han Shoa. Han Shoa suddenly felt much better. He did not expect that Rose would be so interesting, but seeing that she seemed to be angry, Han Shoa did not continue to tease her. He put on a mischievous smile and said, All right. Let's hurry to Soaring Cloud mountain range. I can't wait any longer. After dealing with the 5 ambushers, they did not run into any more trouble. 6 days later, Han Shuo and his 5th Corps finally arrived at Soaring Cloud mountain range. Chapter 784. The Soaring Cloud mountain range was covered in clusters of clouds. At first glance, the entire sky was filled with dense clouds. Those clouds appeared to be extremely low, as though they were made of cotton that floated in midair. It was as though one would be able to land on those clouds with a single leap. It was early in the morning. Sparkling and translucent mist hung from the lush green shrubs, making them look like tiny crystals. The faint mist lingered in the air, filling the lush mountain range with plants and towering ancient trees. It was as though the mist had fused with the clouds in midair, filling the entire Soaring Cloud mountain range with a hazy and beautiful scenery. As expected, Han Shuo and his company were the first batch of divine guards to enter the Soaring Cloud mountain range. After entering the mountain range, Han Shuo used his demon generals to scout the surroundings. He discovered that none of the other corps of divine guards had arrived yet. Seeing that he was the first batch of divine guards to enter the Soaring Cloud mountain range, Han Shuo thought for a moment and instructed Balins to split the divine guards into 9 teams to familiarize themselves with the terrain of the Soaring Cloud mountain range, as well as some hidden caves and rivers, so as to prepare for the competition. Some of the members of the 5th Corps were newcomers. They were not familiar with the situation around the City of Shadows, as the upcoming competition would definitely take place in the Soaring Cloud mountain range. Since they had arrived early, it was only natural that they make good use of their free time to familiarize themselves with the surroundings. As the members of the other corps of divine guards were veterans who often carried out missions in various regions of the City of Shadows, they were definitely familiar with the Soaring Cloud mountain range. Some of them might even be familiar with every region of the Soaring Cloud mountain range. This was why they were not in a hurry to arrive. Under Balin's instructions, the divine guards were divided into 9 squads and spread out with Han Shuo at the center. They spread out and carefully familiarized themselves with Soaring Cloud mountain range amidst the lingering smoke. Wherever Han Shuo went, the demon generals would follow. He didn't need to move at all to observe everything in the Soaring Cloud mountain range through the demon generals. The demon generals hid themselves and followed behind the 9 teams, secretly observing the situation in the mountain range. The Soaring Cloud mountain range occupied a very vast area. It was even vaster than Fort Lossberg that belonged to the Han family. The demon generals spent 2 days exploring only half of the mountain range. There were many magical beasts and all kinds of plants in the Soaring Cloud mountain range. However, as the mountain range was too close to the City of Shadows, the magical beasts were not powerful and posed no threat to Han Shuo and his party. The exotic plants that grew in the Soaring Cloud mountain range became Han Shuo's targets for harvesting. As the divine guards only had a basic understanding of the situation in the vicinity and had nothing urgent to do, Han Shuo gave them the order to harvest exotic plants in the vicinity. The divine guards did not know which plants Han Shuo was looking for, and could only follow Han Shuo's instructions to pick plants that looked different from the common ones and had strange shapes. It was a pretty good method. Generally speaking, plants that were vastly different from ordinary plants were either poisonous plants or plants with special functions. While the divine guards were carefully scouting the surroundings, they did manage to collect many special plants that Han Shuo needed for refining pills. One of the divine guards collected dozens of scarlet grasses for Han Shuo. The grasses had branches and leaves as sharp as blades. Their roots were blood red in color, as though blood was flowing in them. "Where did you collect them?" Han Shuo's eyes lit up when he saw the dozens of scarlet grasses. Those were blood essence grasses, a special plant that could improve blood circulation and refine blood. Most people who did not know the effects of blood essence grasses would bleed uncontrollably if they swallowed them. However, for those like Han Shuo who knew the effects of blood essence grasses, He could digest the medicinal energy contained in the blood essence grasses and combine it with demonic yuan to form more blood essences. Blood essences were the most fundamental source of energy to nurture a demonic infant. In the refinement and application of some special demonic weapons, blood essences were required as a catalyst. These dozens of scarlet blood essence grasses could allow Han Shuo to form hundreds of drops of blood essences in his demonic infant, greatly reducing the consumption of demonic yuan. Huh. Sanguiner softly exclaimed. He walked towards Han Shuo in high spirits. Sanguiner's eyes gradually turned red as he looked at the blood essence grasses. He exclaimed in surprise, "This plant contains a mysterious energy. I can sense that this energy seems to be very useful to me." Han Shuo stared blankly for a moment after hearing Sanguiner's words. He turned his head to look at Sanguiner. When he discovered that Sanguiner's eyes were somewhat red, he suddenly came to a realization. He smilingly said, "I almost forgot that you cultivate in Blood God Mantra." After taking 9 blood essence grasses and storing them, Han Shuo handed the rest to Sanguiner and said, "Consume it and digest the energy inside. It will be more useful to you than it is to me." Sanguiner was just saying it. He had no intention of taking the blood essence grasses. Upon hearing Han Shuo's words, Sanguiner hastily shook his head and said, "Master, it's better for you to consume it. I believe you need it more than me." Sanguiner was very obedient towards Han Shuo. After leaving the Abyss Realm, Sanguiner had regarded Han Shuo as his only relative. In his opinion, as long as Han Shuo grew stronger, they would naturally be safer. Upon hearing that the blood essence grasses were also useful to Han Shuo, he immediately pushed all of them to Han Shuo. Han Shuo smiled and shook his head. He explained, "This is called blood essence grasses. The energy you sensed in it can help me condense more blood essence. However, that energy can directly enhance your strength. Therefore, it will be more useful to you." After a short pause, Han Shuo continued, "You are my disciple. The stronger you are, the more face I will have. This is my order. Don't refuse it." Upon hearing Han Shuo's words, Sanguiner hesitated for a moment before finally nodding his head. He happily took the blood essence grasses from Han Shuo's hand and swallowed them right in front of Han Shuo. After chewing and swallowing dozens of blood essence grasses, the scarlet juice of the blood essence grasses, which looked like fresh blood, slowly trickled down from the corner of his mouth. Coupled with the wonderful, contented expression on Sanguiner's face, it made him look somewhat strange. Sanguiner's eyes suddenly turned scarlet like blood. His face also turned as red as if he had smeared fresh blood on it. Wisps of blood mist slowly drifted out from Sanguiner's body, but did not disperse. They hovered around Sanguiner's body. A faint smell of blood came from Sanguiner's body. Under Han Shuo's attentive gaze, Sanguiner's eyes gradually flickered with blood-red light. The energy contained in the blood essence grasses gradually merged with the blood in his body. After a while, Sanguiner took a deep breath and sucked all the blood mist that hovered around him into his stomach. Sanguiner let out a satisfied burp and said delightedly, "Thank you, Master. This blood essence grasses are very useful to me. I can feel that the blood in my body is becoming purer and purer." "That's good." Han Shuo put on a faint smile and nodded. He turned to the divine guard and asked, "Where did you find these strange grasses?" The divine guard, who had been staring at Sanguiner for a long while, was startled by Sanguiner's performance, suddenly came to his senses. He hastily replied, "I can't tell you the exact location, but I can lead you there." This divine guard had been on Elysium for a long time, but he had never seen anyone like Sanguiner who could skillfully utilize the energy in his blood. This was a novel and shocking discovery to him. He thought to himself, like master, like disciple. Both are just as extraordinary. "All right, lead the way," said Han Shuo calmly. He and Sanguiner then followed behind the divine guard. Blood essence grasses were special plants that could absorb the energy in blood. The blood of any living being would contain energy. The stronger the living being, the greater the energy in their blood. When a living being died near a blood essence grass, the blood that flowed out of their body would be absorbed by the blood essence grasses, allowing the blood essence grasses to grow stronger and stronger. Their roots would turn as red as blood. Generally speaking, even if several powerful living beings died nearby, the energy in their blood would at most grow into 1 or 2 blood essence grasses. It was very strange that this divine guard could collect dozens of blood essence grasses at once. Therefore, Han Shuo asked the divine guard to bring him over to take a look. Soon enough, the divine guard led Han Shuo and Sanguiner to a shallow river. The water was barely deep enough for all kinds of plants to grow on the surface of the river. Among them were a few blood essence grasses that had not been collected. The divine guard pointed at the river and said, "I collected them from there. I noticed that the color of the grasses was rather strange, and there seemed to be blood flowing in their roots. That's why I collected them. Look, there's still a few more over there. I didn't know that these grasses would be useful, so I didn't collect them all at once." As soon as the divine guard finished his words, Sanguiner flew over and uprooted the remaining blood essence grasses. He returned smilingly and handed the blood essence grasses to Han Shuo. He said, "Master, I've just eaten dozens of them. You should keep these for yourself." Han Shuo did not decline. He casually put away the blood essence grasses that Sanguiner offered him. His eyes, however, fell on the river beneath the blood essence grasses. He secretly concentrated his consciousness on that area and tried to pry into the secrets of the river. "Master, what are you looking at?" Sanguiner couldn't help but ask when he saw that Han Shuo did not say a word after putting away the blood essence grasses, but only stared at the bottom of the river. Han Shuo didn't reply. With one thought, the 17 flying swords whizzed out and shot straight towards the small river. A series of crackling and popping sounds came from the small river. The 17 flying swords uprooted all the unrelated weeds and landed at the bottom of the small river, causing stone chips and sludge to fly everywhere. Suddenly, the 17 flying swords flew back. Han Shuo abruptly flew towards the bottom of the river and carried out a blood-red rock that was 2 meters long and as wide as a person's waist. The rock looked as though it had been sprayed with blood. It was so red that it looked demonic and gave off an uncomfortable feeling. After carrying the blood-red rock out, Han Shuo put on a faint smile and said to Sanguiner, "You've been lacking a suitable weapon. Haha, now you have the material." Chapter 785. Sanguiner, Ballins, and Gilbert had all cultivated the demonic techniques that Han Shuo had taught them. Among them, Gilbert mainly cultivated the demonic techniques that tempered the soul. His body was still flowing with the divine power of darkness. Although the divine power of darkness had caused a strange change to his special body, he could still use the divine weapons of this world. Although Ballins had cultivated fighting energy before, after he had been bestowed the god-slaying devil path by Han Shuo, he had put aside all the fighting energy that he had originally cultivated and focused on cultivating the demonic techniques that Han Shuo had bestowed upon him. As a result, the normal weapons of this world were no longer suitable for him. Fortunately, Han Shuo had also refined a flying sword for him, which was very convenient for him to use. Sanguiner was different from Ballins and Gilbert. Before he had met Han Shuo, Sanguiner was useless and had not cultivated any power at all. He had only cultivated the Blood God Sutra that Han Shuo had bestowed upon him. In addition, he had the body of a Sanguiner, which was why he had improved so quickly. It was precisely because Sanguiner cultivated the special Blood God Sutra that Han Shuo had not been able to find a suitable demonic weapon for Sanguiner. Han Shuo had long given the Blood Thirst Banner to Sanguiner, but the Blood Thirst Banner was, after all, a demonic weapon that Han Shuo had refined in the early stages. Moreover, the quality of the materials was also limited, and it was not refined specifically for Sanguiner, who cultivated the Blood God Sutra. Therefore, Sanguiner always felt that the Blood Thirst Banner was not very comfortable with it. The demonic techniques that he cultivated were different from those of ordinary people, and it was very difficult to forge a suitable demonic weapon for him. Han Shuo had also thought of helping him forge a demonic weapon that was most suitable for him, but unfortunately he had not been able to find the right materials, and this blood-red rock at the bottom of the river was the most suitable material to forge a demonic weapon for Sanguiner. "Master, what is the use of this rock?" Sanguiner was puzzled. He saw that the color of the rock was pleasing to the eye, but there seemed to be nothing special about it. He could not help but ask. The divine guard who brought Han Shuo and Sanguiner suddenly had a strange expression on his face. His face turned deep red as he looked at Han Shuo and Sanguiner in confusion. He suddenly cried out in alarm, "Huh? I can't control the blood in my body." Sanguiner stared blankly for a moment. He took a glance at the divine guard and put on an innocent face as he said, "I didn't do anything to you." With a wave of his hand, a surge of energy carried the divine guard into the air. When the divine guard stopped 100 meters away and his expression gradually returned to normal, Han Shuo softly commanded, "Get out of here." After the divine guard left, Han Shuo smilingly said to Sanguiner, "It really wasn't you." He then pointed at the blood-red rock on the ground and said, "It was that." Sanguiner was shocked. He asked in disbelief, "How is this possible?" Sanguiner stared at the rock under his feet and asked, "Why didn't I feel anything strange?" "Only you are unaffected." Han Shuo put on a faint smile and explained, "Master, aren't you fine as well?" Sanguiner put on a surprised face. He looked at the rock under his feet and then at Han Shuo before he asked, "Of course I'm affected." Han Shuo took a short pause before he continued, "However, I can completely endure this kind of influence. The blood in my body will not mutate because of it." After hearing Han Shuo's explanation, Sanguiner realized that there was something unusual about the rock. The more Sanguiner looked at the blood-red rock, the more he liked it. It was as though the rock belonged to him in the first place. Reach out and touch it. Feel it with your heart, and you'll know what's different about this rock compared to ordinary rocks. Han Shuo reminded him with a smile. Sanguiner had this thought and immediately pressed his hand on the blood-red rock. As soon as his fingers touched the rock, his face suddenly beamed with surprise. He looked at Han Shuo and said excitedly, "There's a power in the rock, a power similar to the blood essence grass." "Oh no, it's a little different. It's even purer than the power in the blood essence grass." Han Shuo nodded and said, "This rock is called the blood crystal. It's the reason why there are so many blood essence grass growing here. The blood crystal can gather the blood power of all the dead creatures in its vicinity. If it's not buried deep underground, any living creature that gets close to it will be affected. It's just like when you release the hemorrhagic nerve. The blood in your body will go out of control. If you're not careful, you'll lose all your blood here." After hearing Han Shuo's words, Sanguiner was shocked and said, "It actually has such an effect? What can I do with it?" "At the very least, it can increase the attack power of the hemorrhagic nerve. As for what other effects it has, you'll have to figure it out yourself. Don't worry. This blood crystal will definitely be of great help to you. It might even increase the speed of your cultivation. Because I haven't cultivated the hemorrhagic nerve, you'll have to slowly figure out the specific effects." Han Shuo explained to Sanguiner and immediately asked, "By the way, what kind of demonic weapon do you want to refine with it?" "It's so big, what can it be refined into?" Sanguiner was pleasantly surprised. To Sanguiner, a demonic weapon that could increase his attack power and cultivation speed was simply too useful. He knew that Balins would be like a tiger that had grown wings after obtaining the flying swords refined by Han Shuo. He was also very envious of the terrifying lethality of Han Shuo's 17 flying swords. It would be strange if he wasn't excited when he thought that he would own such a magical weapon. It looks huge, but once all the impurities on the outside of the rock are refined, its size will shrink by at least a few times. Han Shuo looked at Sanguiner and said, Think about what kind of weapon you want to refine it into. I'll refine it into a suitable demonic weapon according to your requirements. Sword. I like swords. Sanguiner exclaimed in surprise when he saw that both Han Shua and Balins were using flying swords. All right then, let's refine it into a sword. Han Shua nodded and said to Sanguiner, because this demonic weapon will belong to you. I'm only helping you refine the impurities on the outside. After the shape of the sword is ready, there's still some work that you'll need to continue refining with your heart and blood. Understood, Master. Sanguiner nodded repeatedly, obviously a little impatient. Without another word, Han Shua calmed his heart and gathered the demonic yuan in his hands. The blood-red rock on the ground flew up and floated in his palms, continuously spinning at high speed. With a whoosh, a large ball of flame emerged from Han Shua's palms and landed right under the blood-red rock. The temperature of the blazing flame was astonishing. Standing beside Han Shua, Sanguiner immediately felt the scorching heat and subconsciously took a few steps back. The scorching flame roasted the large piece of blood-red rock. The strange flame energy gradually melted the rock. The blood-red crystal was very miraculous. Under the roasting of the flame in Han Shua's palms, the core became redder and redder, as though it was really dripping blood. However, the outer layer of the rock became somewhat charred and cracked. The flame seemed to have forced the pure energy on the outer layer of the blood crystal into the innermost layer. A soft exclamation came from afar. Rose was quietly standing in the distance, staring blankly at Han Shua's refinement. After arriving at soaring Cloud Mountain Range, Rose found a hot spring. For the past 2 days, she had been leisurely soaking in the hot spring with a few divine guards. She had just finished soaking in the hot spring when she heard from her divine guards that Han Shua was heading in this direction. She indifferently followed him. She did not expect to see Han Shua refining a weapon right after arriving at the hot spring. On Elysium, every great metallurgist would need several energy towers to smelt the materials and also to carve out many complicated and abstruse magical matrices on the ground. It would take a lot of time to gather all kinds of energy to refine a divine weapon. The process of refining a divine weapon was very troublesome and complicated. Han Shua's method of refining a weapon using only a piece of material and a pair of hands had never been seen on Elysium. Rose had no idea how Han Shua was going to refine the material into the shape of a weapon without the help of special magical matrices and energy towers. Rose, who was wearing a face filled with amazement, stared blankly at Han Shua, who was concentrating on refining a demonic weapon. For some reason, she found Han Shua's serious and focused demonic weapon extremely attractive. She had no reason to believe that Han Shua would be able to refine a weapon perfectly. Under the watchful eyes of Rose and Sanguiner, pieces of jet-black gravel cracked and fell from the edge of the blood crystal. The blood crystal, which was 2 meters long and as wide as a man's waist, was gradually shrinking under the heat of the flames in Han Shua's palm. As the blood crystal shrunk, the surrounding blood-red color seemed to converge at its center, causing the center to become redder and redder, as though there really was blood flowing within it. Gradually, the large piece of blood crystal took the shape of a broadsword. The flames in Han Shua's palm grew more and more vigorous. The blood crystal in the shape of a broadsword constantly spun in Han Shua's palm. Small pieces of gravel fell from the crystal as the broadsword slowly radiated a blood-red radiance. After a while, the flames in Han Shua's palm gradually weakened while the blood-red radiance on the broadsword grew brighter and brighter. It illuminated the surrounding area as though it had been dyed red with blood. A faint scent of blood began to waft out from the light. Sanguiner, who had been watching Han Shua from the side, had eyes filled with impatience and excitement. When Han Shua removed the impurities from the blood crystal, the purest form of the blood crystal was revealed. Sanguiner, who cultivated the blood god mantra, suddenly felt as though he had formed a miraculous connection with the broadsword. The blood in his body became abnormally active. With a thud, the broadsword-shaped blood crystal fell to the ground. Han Shuo retracted the flames in his palm and used the water from the small river to wash the blood crystal. With a sizzling sound, the blood crystal began to emit thick smoke. After rinsing the blood crystal several times, all the dirt on the outside of the blood crystal was washed away. Han Shuo glanced at the excited Sanguiner and said, "Pick it up and try it." Sanguiner was overjoyed and hurriedly picked up the broadsword forged from the blood crystal. Sanguiner shouted, "It's so heavy!" An intense blood-red radiance suddenly burst out from the broadsword. Even Han Shuo's blood began to throb unnaturally, as though it wanted to shoot out of his body and splash onto the broadsword. "Haha, I like it so much. Thank you, Master. Thank you, Master." Sanguiner cheered excitedly. It seemed that this broadsword forged from the blood crystal was very suitable for him. Chapter 786. Sanguis picked up the broadsword refined from blood crystals and fiddled with it fondly. He felt as though the broadsword had become a part of him. The feeling of being in harmony with the broadsword in his hand made him feel very comfortable. Han Shuo removed all the impurities from the blood crystal and shrank it into the shape of a broadsword. Because he wasn't particularly familiar with the specific uses of the blood crystal, Han Shuo could only do this much. The rest would have to be settled by Sanguiner himself. Han Shuo thought for a moment and said to Sanguiner, "The shape of the sword has been formed. The rest is up to you to reach a tacit understanding with it. Dripping blood to bind it to you probably isn't suitable for you. You'll have to think of a way. There's no need to drip blood to bind it to me. It's as if it's already a part of my body." Sanguiner excitedly explained to Han Shuo. The broadsword refined from the blood crystal suddenly flew into Sanguiner's body and disappeared. Sanguiner chuckled and the broadsword flew out of his chest again. Being able to absorb a magic weapon into his body meant that Sanguiner and the broadsword were already mentally connected. Han Shuo didn't know how Sanguiner did it, but the truth was right in front of him. Han Shuo knew that Sanguiner had truly obtained this broadsword and was secretly happy for Sanguiner. Not bad. From today onwards, this broadsword belongs to you. You can name it yourself and try to unearth all of its uses. Nodding, Han Shuo continued, "Every precious magic weapon has unlimited space to evolve. When a magic weapon evolves to a certain point, it will form a demon spirit. You have to be careful. I think this broadsword is much stranger than Balin's flying sword. It looks like it's very likely to form a demon spirit. Master, don't worry. I know what to do." Sanguiner continuously manipulated the broadsword to drill in and out of his body, slowly exploring its uses. He tried to use the blood mantra to form a more tacit understanding with the broadsword. Sanguiner was immersed in the joy of his new weapon. He diligently communicated with the broadsword refined from the blood crystal. For a moment, he even forgot that Han Shuo was beside him. Not far away, Rose quietly watched Han Shuo with a focused expression. Han Shuo had noticed Rose long ago. After he had finished refining the broadsword and handed it to Sanguiner, he smiled and walked towards Rose. He stopped in front of Rose and asked, "What are you doing here?" Rose did not reply, but continued to stare at Han Shuo. After a long while, she let out a soft sigh, as though trying to dispel the astonishment in her heart. She softly asked, "You know how to refine weapons?" Nodding his head with a smile, Han Shuo explained, "It's just some small toys that can't be seen in public. It can't be considered refining weapons." "I don't think so," exclaimed Rose. Rose let out a soft gasp and said, "I've never seen anyone who can forge weapons like you. Your weapon forging skills have already reached the acme of perfection. I don't think your forging skills are any worse than your alchemy skills." In the Darkness Dominion, Han Shuo was known as a genius pharmacist. Everyone who knew Han Shuo knew that he was an expert in refining medicines. However, no one knew that he was also an expert in refining weapons. If it wasn't for Rose, who happened to see Han Shuo refining a broadsword for Sanguiner, even Rose herself wouldn't have believed that Han Shuo was such a genius. It was only now that Rose learned that all the divine weapons Han Shuo used were personally refined by Han Shuo. Back in Hushvale City, when Rose saw Han Shuo using all kinds of strange weapons to defeat a large number of divine guards, she felt that the weapons in Han Shuo's hands were different from ordinary divine weapons. She was very curious as to where Han Shuo found that strange great alchemist. After seeing Han Shuo today, Rose understood everything. A genius pharmacist had already made Han Shuo famous in the Darkness Dominion. If they knew that Han Shuo was also an expert in refining weapons, perhaps they would all be astonished. Thought Rose, it's not as amazing as you think. It's just some ordinary skills. With just a glance at Rose, Han Shuo knew what she was thinking. For the time being, Han Shuo did not want anyone to know that he had too many mysteries. Therefore, he tried to beat around the bush with Rose. All right then, I hope that you can refine a weapon for me, the ordinary kind. Rose stared at Han Shuo. After a while, the corners of her mouth curled into a faint smile as she requested. Han Shuo stared blankly for a moment. He looked at Rose up and down with a strange expression before he smilingly shook his head and said, "The energy you cultivate is very different from my weapon. Even if I refine a weapon for you, you won't be able to unleash any of the energy that Sanguiner and I cultivate. It's all right. I just need you to refine a weapon for me. Any kind of weapon is fine, because your weapon refining skills are superb. I find it very interesting." Rose did not give up because of Han Shuo's refusal. She was determined to get Han Shuo to refine a weapon for her. He felt a little helpless. Rose had been very cooperative and had helped him a lot. Now that Rose was his slave, and Han Shuo was not someone who was good at rejecting requests from friends. After thinking for a moment, Han Shuo nodded with a bitter smile and said, "All right, I'll refine a weapon for you now. Cut your finger and drip some blood into this potion bottle." After that, Han Shuo handed a glassware that was as thick as a finger to Rose. Rose was a little surprised. She did not understand what refining a weapon had to do with dripping blood. However, she did not ask any questions. She was already very happy that Han Shuo had agreed to refine a weapon for her. A strand of silver hair suddenly pierced her delicate left index finger. The hair entered her finger and dripped blood into the potion bottle. 2 minutes later, the potion bottle was half filled with dark red blood. Rose handed it over to Han Shuo. Grabbing the potion bottle, Han Shuo gathered all kinds of strange stones in front of Rose and smelted them into pearls of annihilation. One by one, the pearls of annihilation took shape under the roasting of the flame. Every single one of them was glossy and sparkled with a faint light. Drops of Rose's blood were dripped into the annihilation pearls. The annihilation pearls had a fiery red pattern, as if the pearls had many burning flames. It was very eye-catching. The surface of the pearls was glossy, and there was a faint shadow of a flame inside. Rose exchanged looks with Sanguiner. She was also happy. When Han Shuo handed the annihilation pearls made from Rose's blood to Rose's hand, she could feel a feeble connection with the annihilation pearls. This made her even happier. You don't cultivate my power Upanishad, and your blood isn't condensed in a special way. That's why we only have a feeble connection. However, even if it's just a feeble connection, you can control it to explode. Han Shuo explained to Rose how to use the annihilation pearls. That feeble connection was enough for Rose to easily detonate the annihilation pearls within 100 meters. If used well, it could even save her life at a critical moment. However, it seemed that Rose had no intention of using the annihilation pearls against her enemies. She seemed to regard the annihilation pearls as a beautiful piece of art. At her request, Han Shuo had no choice but to pierce a hole in the annihilation pearls with his demonic energy. He then strung the annihilation pearls together with a magical beast leather band to make a small and exquisite bracelet and gave it to her. Rose was very satisfied. She kept fiddling with the bracelet made from the annihilation pearls. She appeared to be very happy. Han Shua didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he saw that Rose treated the annihilation pearls as ornaments. He wondered if Rose had heard his detailed explanation of how to use the annihilation pearls and how powerful they were. Han Shua thought to himself, women sure have a different way of thinking from ordinary people. To think that she would treat such a precious treasure like a piece of jewelry just because of its beauty. Time flew by. Half a month later, the other Divine Guard Corps that had come to participate in the 7-Corps competition had all arrived at Soaring Cloud Mountain Range. As the Lord and host of the City of Shadows, the members of the House of Saint naturally would not be absent from this grand event. Wallace, Andre, Carmelita, and the others arrived at Soaring Cloud Mountain Range. As the other 3 corps of Divine Guards were from 3 other major family clans, and the competition would affect the future interests of their respective family clans, those from the 3 major family clans had joined the 4th, 6th, and 7th Corps to participate in the competition. The Soaring Cloud Mountain Range immediately became lively. Before the competition, the 7 Corps Divine Guards were temporarily stationed in 7 districts of Soaring Cloud Mountain Range. The 7 districts had been designated by Wallace and Andre in advance. Wallace and the members of the 3 major family clans were stationed at the center of Soaring Cloud Mountain Range. They were responsible for dealing with any possible accidents that might occur during or before the competition. When the other 6th Corps Divine Guards and the members of the House of Saint arrived at Soaring Cloud Mountain Range, they were very surprised to see Han Shua and the 5th Corps Divine Guards who had arrived ahead of time. When they looked at the 5th Corps Divine Guards' complexions, they suddenly put on vigilant expressions. Having been tempered in the 8th Desolation and Torment formation, and having been tossed and turned repeatedly over the past few days, the 5th Corps Divine Guards had a stern and calm demeanor. No matter how one looked at it, they did not look like a team made up of ordinary novices. Those who thought that the 5th Corps was going to be at the bottom of the list started to wonder. Andre and Wallace nodded to themselves. They felt that Han Shua was more and more unfathomable. To be able to train the 5th Corps Divine Guards to such heights in such a short period of time was truly astonishing. Even Wallace himself did not have the confidence to train a group of Divine Guards to such heights in such a short period of time. This time, the 5th Corps might not necessarily be at the bottom. Wallace shot a glance at Andre beside him and said in a low voice. Andre nodded smilingly and said in a somewhat sneaky manner, "Elder brother, Carmelita is still unmarried. Do you think we should add some stakes to the competition?" Wallace stared blankly for a moment before he softly cried out, "What do you mean?" "The Han family is very powerful. Brian was able to injure Hoffs of Hushvale City. At this rate, there will be a conflict of interest between them and our House of Saint in the future. Those in our House of Saint will not allow any family clan to threaten our position. In the end, the Han family may very well leave the City of Shadows. But if Carmelita and that youngster are together, the problem will be easily solved. Elder brother, what do you think?" Andre asked in a low voice. Hearing this, Wallace suddenly thought of the possibility he had just mentioned, and suddenly became silent. Chapter 787. Although Han Shua possessed astonishing strength and limitless potential, he wasn't an ideal son-in-law in the eyes of any father. Han Shua already had so many women by his side, and none of them had any status. Who knew what kind of trouble they would cause in the future? Wallace did not think that Carmelita would be able to keep Han Shua in check. If Carmelita were to marry Han Shua, Wallace believed that Carmelita wouldn't be happy. Therefore, he wasn't too willing to do so. However, what Andre said was indeed possible. Judging from the strength Han Shua had displayed, Wallace felt that Han Shua wouldn't be someone who would submit to others for long. Furthermore, the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy was a cash cow. It was certain that the Han family would replace the House of Lavers in the City of Shadows in the future. With Han Shua's formidable strength and the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy behind him, the future of the House of Han would be immeasurable. If the House of Han were to threaten the position of the House of Saint one day, the elders of the House of Saint would definitely not sit idly by and do nothing if the House of Han didn't have a more solid alliance of interests. After giving it some careful thought, Wallace believed that the final outcome would not be what he wished to see, and if Andre's suggestion was implemented early, it might actually prevent such a thing from happening. Wallace was rather tempted, but he felt that Han Shuo was too much of a playboy. He couldn't make a decision on the spur of the moment. Let's wait a little longer. Although that youngster satisfies me in every way, it's a pity that he has too many women around him. Besides, Carmelita hasn't shown any progress with him. I don't want to make a rash decision. Wallace said to Andre after keeping silent for a long while. Andre nodded and did not say anything else. He knew what Wallace was worried about, and it wasn't his place to persuade him. The competition between the 7 corps had yet to officially begin. During this time, everyone had spent their time learning about the situation in the flying Cloud Mountain Range. Only Han Shuo and the 5th Corps had arrived at the flying Cloud Mountain Range ahead of time and had already settled everything. Following Han Shuo's orders, none of the members of the 5th Corps continued to wander around. Instead, they rested in the area that Wallace had designated for them. Han Shuo, on the other hand, had no qualms about drinking and laughing with Erebus and Aobashi often. Carmelita would also be by his side in such situations. The few of them did not show the slightest bit of nervousness or excitement that a battle should have. One day, Han Shuo, Erebus, and Carmelita were happily chatting with Aobashi's divine guards. Suddenly, a young man with dark green skin and sharp eyes walked into the room. He had a head of clean, short hair that stood on end. He gave off an air of arrogance. The man nodded at Erebus and walked straight towards Aobashi. He looked at Aobashi for a few seconds without saying a word before he nodded indifferently and said, "Not bad. Your strength has not deteriorated." Upon finishing those words, he softly shouted, "Aobashi, this year I will defeat you." Aobashi seemed to have long known the man's temper. She smirked disdainfully, let out a soft groan, and said, "You have never defeated me in the previous competitions. It will be the same this time." "It won't be the same this time," said the man with a solemn face. His face was brimming with confidence when he said those words. Those who did not know him would be infected by his confidence. It will be the same. Aobashi did not show any signs of weakness. She let out a soft laugh and said, "Ralph, you use the cruelest methods to manage your subordinates. You do not care about their lives at all. You have trained them in the most dangerous environment. This is why your 2nd Corps is number 1 in combat strength." After taking a short pause, Aobashi continued, "I do not agree with your way of doing things. Although your 2nd Corps has always been number 1 in team competitions, it does not mean that your methods are correct. You have no right to meddle in my business." Ralph coldly groaned and continued, "In short, our 2nd Corps will emerge victorious in this competition, and you, too, will be defeated by me." Humph! What an arrogant fella! Carmelita could not stand it any longer. Although this Ralph was loyal and devoted to his father, he did not pay much attention to the other members of the House of Saint. Even when she was here, Ralph did not even nod his head in greeting. This showed that Ralph considered himself to be Wallace's slave and not the House of Saints. Ralph shot a glance at Carmelita and said in a lukewarm tone, "You have been seriously injured twice in just a few years and wasted so many divine essences of his lordship. Instead of cultivating properly, you have the cheek to come and participate in the competition." She pointed at Ralph and retorted, "What's so great about you? Aren't your 2nd Corps divine guards as cold and sinister as you? What do you mean number 1 in combat strength? Do you think I don't know how many people you have sacrificed to train them?" Although the City of Shadows was vast, there were far too few who would dare criticize Carmelita to her face like Ralph. Carmelita had always disliked Ralph. However, as Wallace trusted and thought highly of Ralph, Carmelita couldn't do anything to him. It was precisely because of this that Ralph had never given Carmelita the cold shoulder. On top of that, Carmelita's strength was indeed higher than Carmelita's. Therefore, whenever she faced Ralph, she would always feel helpless. "Brian, help me teach him a lesson." Carmelita seemed to be extremely angry. She knew that, as members of the House of Saint Aobashi and Erebus, it would not be appropriate for them to fight Ralph. Furthermore, Han Shuo was the only outsider by her side. Therefore, in her desperation, she turned to Han Shuo. Han Shuo stared blankly for a moment before he forced a smile and shook his head at Carmelita. He helplessly said, "This is a private matter of your family clan. It's not appropriate for me to get involved." From Han Shuo's point of view, although Ralph was indeed a little annoying to him, he was still a member of the House of Saint, as Wallace thought highly of him. The problem between Ralph and Carmelita was a private matter of the House of Saint. It was not appropriate for Han Shuo to meddle in it. Han Shuo did not wish to have any conflict with Ralph. However, Ralph did not seem to have a favorable impression of Han Shuo. Ralph shot a cold glance at Han Shuo, sneered disdainfully, and said in an indifferent tone, "He doesn't have the capability to teach me a lesson." Han Shuo bunched his brows and felt a little displeased. He had long heard that this Ralph had an eccentric temperament. In the City of Shadows, as he was highly regarded by Wallace, he did not even give face to the patriarchs of the 3 major family clans. He had never been scrupulous in his actions and was unlike Aobashi and Erebus, who knew how to conduct themselves. Aobashi and Erebus thought to themselves, "Oh no." They knew that although Han Shuo had always been amiable, he was a typical person who hid a dagger behind his smile. He was not the kind of person who would allow himself to be taken advantage of. As expected, after looking at Ralph for a moment, Han Shuo put on a fake smile and said, "I heard that the Second Corps has always been the strongest among the 7 great divine guards in terms of combat strength. Hee, I really don't believe it. Right, the competition is about to begin. My newly established 5th Corps is very much looking forward to the 2nd Corps." After taking a short pause, Han Shuo put on a cold smile and said, "Besides, I believe that Lord Ralph will not be ranked 2nd in the competition between divine guard chiefs. He won't be the first." Aobashi giggled. Han Shuo looked at Aobashi smilingly and said, "Who said he will be ranked first?" After taking a short pause, while Ralph put on a gloomy face, Han Shuo confidently said, "In my opinion, he will definitely be ranked 3rd. Aobashi stared blankly for a moment before she smilingly asked, "You are saying that you will be ranked 2nd? Han Shuo shrugged and said mischievously, "I am rather confident that I can defeat him. At best, he will be ranked 3rd. Erebus and Carmelita were stunned to hear those words. After a few seconds, Erebus shook his head with a strange expression, while Carmelita clapped her hands and cheered. She said happily, "Good. Brian, I like your confidence. I will be very grateful to you for defeating him in the competition between Divine Guard chiefs." "That's for sure," replied Han Shuo cockily. Ralph's face grew uglier and uglier as he listened to Han Shuo's shameless boasting. When Han Shuo finished his last sentence, Ralph suddenly shouted in a cold voice, "There is no need to wait for the competition between Divine Guard chiefs to decide the victor. Let me see where your confidence comes from." Upon finishing those words, Ralph suddenly attacked. He gathered Destruction Divine Energy in his palm and made a grabbing motion at Han Shuo, who was right in front of him. Han Shuo was still wearing a warm smile on his face. He looked at Ralph's huge hand with cold eyes. Cauldron Spirit's energy abruptly surged into his body and gathered on his right index finger. He pointed at Ralph's hand at lightning speed. A strange radiance exploded from Ralph's palm. A bizarre energy surged out from Han Shuo's palm and forcefully restrained Ralph's outstretched palm. Han Shuo then clenched his fingers into a fist and smashed it into Ralph's palm. An even more ferocious energy erupted like a mountain torrent. Asterisk thud, thud, thud. Asterisk Ralph involuntarily took a few steps back. When Ralph regained his balance and looked at Han Sho again, there was no longer the slightest disdain on his face. Instead, his face had turned extremely solemn. Ralph nodded indifferently and said, "Not bad. You do have some tricks up your sleeve. But you must be dreaming if you think you can defeat me." Upon finishing those words, Ralph turned around and left. He said, "My lord forbids fighting during the competition. I will make sure you accept your defeat wholeheartedly during the competition." Ralph was merely probing Han Sho's strength and did not use his true strength. He did not feel discouraged after being forced back by Han Sho's attack. Instead, he gained a rough understanding of Han Sho's strength. Judging from Han Sho's confident face, Han Sho reckoned that Han Sho still had some tricks up his sleeves. However, Ralph did not use his full strength. Han Sho had not even released his 17 flying swords. How could Han Sho use his full strength? Han Sho laughed involuntarily. He said to Ralph's back, "When the competition starts, it won't just be a one-on-one battle for the position of Chief of Divine Guards. Your second corps might even have to give up your position as the #1 team competition." Ralph halted in his tracks. He turned around to look at Han Sho and sneered, "I'll be waiting for you." Ralph's second corps had always been #1 in team competitions. He was more confident in the strength of the second corps than he was in his own strength. But now he suddenly felt that Han Sho was even more arrogant than him. Chapter 788. Ralph left with a gloomy face. When he was completely out of sight, Carmelita immediately put on a big smile and said, "Well done, Brian!" Aobashi and Erebus had always been at odds with Ralph. Therefore, Han Sho's actions were very satisfying to them. After Ralph left, the two immediately started praising Han Sho. "Brian, Ralph has always been arrogant, but he does have some tricks up his sleeve. You don't have to worry too much about what happened today." Erebus comforted Han Sho. Then he let out a soft groan and said, "Their second corps has always been above me. This time, I won't let them have it easy. Save it. I don't think you are a match for him. The overall strength of the second corps is indeed astonishing. If even my first corps isn't confident of defeating him, your third corps will have even less of a chance." Aobashi put on a sweet smile. She obviously did not think that Erebus could defeat Ralph. All the Divine Guard chiefs in the City of Shadows were very familiar with each other. Aobashi and Ralph had fought for the position of Chief of Divine Guard chiefs many times and knew each other's strengths better than anyone else. Aobashi also knew Erebus very well. After comparing the two, she did not think that Erebus could defeat Ralph. "Brian, although Ralph is not easy to deal with, as fellow Divine Guard chiefs of the City of Shadows, he wouldn't dare to cause trouble for you in private. You don't have to worry too much about what happened today. Ralph came here mainly to lower the morale of our army before the battle starts and to learn more about the situation on our side. When the real battle begins, I will teach him a good lesson." Aobashi and Erebus said cheerfully before they turned to Han Sho and explained. Han Sho nodded smilingly. He knew that both Aobashi and Erebus thought that he was just spouting nonsense to infuriate Ralph. The two of them did not think that his fifth corps could defeat Ralph's second corps. Han Sho did not waste any more words with the two and excused himself. Carmelita giggled and followed him out. After leaving Aobashi's side, she immediately said, "Brian, you really have hidden your strength well." All this while, Han Sho had never displayed any particularly powerful strength in front of Carmelita. Although Andre and Wallace had told Carmelita some things, and she knew that back in the banquet hall of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy, Han Sho had killed Portlam and forced him to flee miserably. She had never seen Han Sho with her own eyes and had never treated him as an expert of the same level. This time, however, was different. Carmelita had seen with her own eyes how Han Sho had forced Ralph to retreat with a single punch, and Ralph's strength was a realm higher than hers. Carmelita suddenly felt as though she had been enlightened. She thought to herself No wonder Han Shoa was the only one who managed to survive and bring her back to the City of Shadows unscathed, even though all her divine guards were killed. It turned out that he had been a powerful expert all along. It was just that he had been concealing his strength all along. Under Carmelita's pleasantly surprised gaze, Han Shua put on a helpless and bitter smile. He did not know how to explain everything to Carmelita. Was he supposed to tell her that back in the mountain range he only possessed low god strength? If he were to say that, let alone Carmelita, no one would believe him. After all, on Elysium, there was no one who could advance from low god to high god in such a short period of time. Carmelita, Ralph's temper is rather stubborn. To think that he wouldn't even give you face. Han Shua changed the topic and brought up Ralph. Carmelita was about to ask more, but after hearing what Han Shua said, she immediately put on a furious face and said, "Don't mention that guy. He's like a mad dog raised by my father. In the City of Shadows, apart from my father, he bites anyone he sees. Not only are his second core divine guards astonishingly powerful, they're also extraordinarily capable. Many of the difficult problems in the City of Shadows are solved by him. Therefore, although he is as arrogant as a mad dog, no one can shake his position in the City of Shadows." Han Shua had heard many rumors about Ralph. Wallace was willing to let Ralph handle some of the most dishonorable and dirty matters in the City of Shadows. Ralph would always live up to Wallace's expectations and would always get things done properly. It was for this reason that Wallace trusted Ralph more than any other chief of divine guards. Even when Carmelita was displeased with Ralph, Wallace would ignore her with a smile. "Don't worry, after this duel, Ralph will be well behaved," said Han Shua in a calm and unruffled manner. He said confidently, "In a team duel, our 5th Corps will surely defeat the 2nd Corps." Carmelita was astonished to hear those words from Han Shua. She did not know where Han Shua's confidence came from. She found it rather hard to believe. However, as Han Shua had just helped her vent her anger, she naturally would not reveal her doubts. She patted on Han Shua's shoulder smilingly and said, "Then it's up to you." Han Shua nodded and parted ways with Carmelita. Han Shua returned to the 5th Corps, while Carmelita returned to the central region where Wallace and Andre were. Asterisk, 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 Soaring Cloud mountain range. In a lush ancient forest at the southeast, there were many emerald green tents. This was the temporary camp of the 2nd Corps Divine Guards. Ralph flew back with a gloomy face. When Kiffin, the captain of the 2nd Corps, saw Ralph's gloomy face, he immediately walked over from afar, bowed slightly, and asked, "What's the matter, my lord?" Kiffin was an illegitimate child of a small family clan. He had been bullied and humiliated by his family. His heart was filled with endless hatred and resentment. But it was a pity that he could not vent the resentment that he had been suppressing for many years by himself. That was until he met Ralph. When Ralph saw that Kiffin's eyes were filled with bloodlust and hatred, he brought Kiffin into the 2nd Corps and helped Kiffin exterminate his own family clan. Kiffin watched helplessly as Kiffin tore his own father to shreds. Ralph had avenged Kiffin. In Kiffin's heart, Ralph was his master. All these years, Ralph had risked his life for Ralph. He trained the newly recruited 2nd Corps Divine Guards with insane and extreme methods, without any regard for the lives of the Divine Guards. After sacrificing a large number of lives, the 2nd Corps Divine Guards had all turned into bloodthirsty demons. "Today, I met the rumored chief of the 5th Corps," said Ralph in a sinister voice as he shot a glance at Kiffin. Kiffin stared blankly for a moment. The corners of his mouth curved into a disdainful smile as he replied, "That genius pharmacist? Instead of focusing on refining medicines, that youngster dares to take charge of the 5th Corps and participate in the competition between our Divine Guards. What an ignorant fool! My lord, did you teach him a lesson?" Ralph's face turned cold, as though he recalled how Han Shua had forced him to retreat with a single punch. He coldly shouted. He declared that he would defeat our 2nd Corps and the brigade you lead. Kiffin was stunned. After a long while, he put on a sinister smile and said, "What an interesting youngster. Our second corps has been in the City of Shadows for many years. He has just been promoted, and he wants to replace our position in the City of Shadows. How audacious of him! Kiffin, every year there will be a certain number of casualties in the competition. This year, when you compete with the Fifth Corps, you can exceed the quota. I will take responsibility if there are any problems." Ralph suddenly said, after keeping silent for a moment. Kiffin was rather astonished. He immediately knew that Ralph was really angry at that so-called genius pharmacist. Otherwise, he wouldn't have disobeyed City Lord Wallace's order and exceeded the quota to kill divine guards of the Fifth Corps. Kiffin only followed Ralph's lead. His loyalty was to Ralph, not Wallace. Therefore, when he heard Ralph's words, Kiffin was only slightly stunned. Then he nodded and said, "Don't worry, sir. Once we meet the Fifth Corps, I will let them know the consequences of offending you." "Very good." Ralph's mood immediately turned for the better. It was as though he could already see the scene of the Fifth Corps Divine Guards being slaughtered in the competition. On the other side, Han Shua put on a cold smile and said, "So there is a quota for casualties. Hee, Ralph, oh Ralph. Let's see who will suffer more casualties this time." Upon finishing those words, Han Shua found Sanguiner, Gilbert, and Ballins, as well as Barnard, who was the nominal leader of the team. 3 days later, the 7 Divine Guard chiefs and their company captains gathered at the center of the arena. Wallace and the patriarchs of the major family clans of the City of Shadows were present. On the grandstand at the center of the arena was a large oval sand table. The sand table depicted the soaring cloud mountain range with many red and blue lines densely marked on it. Ralph had been staring at Han Shua coldly the moment he appeared. His eyes were filled with undisguised provocation. Wallace, Andre, and the others noticed it and secretly paid close attention to it. Han Shua turned a blind eye to Ralph's provocation and continued to chat with Aobashi and Erebus in low voices. From time to time, he would let out a hearty laugh. It was obvious that he wasn't affected by Ralph's hostile gaze at all. Andre looked at Han Shua from a distance and then at Ralph. His brows were slightly bunched. Wallace exchanged opinions with the patriarchs of the 3 major family clans before he raised his hand and gestured for the crowd to quiet him down. When the crowd looked at him in silence, Wallace first gave a speech in English and started to take the lead in kowtowing to the over-god of darkness. Every year before the tournament, there would be such a ceremony. The crowd had gotten used to it and followed Wallace's lead in kowtowing. Han Shua was rather reluctant to do so, but when he saw that no one was paying attention to him, he bowed slightly but did not kneel on the ground. From Han Shua's point of view, the overgod of darkness was not a god he worshipped. There was no reason for Han Shua to be so respectful. Han Shua thought that since everyone was kowtowing, no one would notice him. But when the ceremony was about to end and Han Shua raised his head and was about to stand up, he suddenly saw Ralph looking at him coldly from a distance. The corners of Han Shua's mouth were curved in a sneer. Chapter 789. In every dominion on Elysium, one must be humble towards the overgod they worshipped. Han Shua's behavior could be considered as blasphemy against the overgod. This crime could be serious or minor. If pursued, it could even affect Han Shua's future in the City of Shadows. Therefore, when Han Shua saw the trace of a sneer on Ralph's face, he had a bad feeling. Sure enough, Ralph waited for Wallace to finish the ceremony. When everyone stood up and raised their heads, Ralph immediately shouted, "Lord Brian, you were disloyal to the Overlord just now. How dare you not kneel on one knee? As a believer of the Overlord, your blasphemy is unforgivable." Wallace, who was about to announce something, was rather surprised to hear Ralph's words. He turned to look at Han Shua, bunched his brows, and asked, "Brian, is what Ralph said true?" "I didn't expect Lord Ralph to be so narrow-minded. We only had some disagreements 2 days ago, but Lord Ralph is maliciously slandering me. I'm really surprised." Of course, Han Shua wouldn't admit to it. Once the label of blasphemy was pinned on him, He'd really be in quite a bit of trouble if it was used as a pretext. Lord Brian, you are quite good at lying through your teeth. If you dare to do it, why wouldn't you dare to admit it? Ralph shouted coldly. His sharp eyes stared straight at Han Shuo as though he was trying to overwhelm Han Shuo with his imposing manner and make Han Shuo feel guilty. Wallace, Andre, and the others beside him had sharp gazes. They would be able to detect the slightest change in Han Shuo's mood. Unfortunately, Han Shuo's willpower was not something Ralph could imagine. Under Ralph's eagle-like gaze, not only did Han Shuo not reveal the slightest hint of guilt, he even pretended to be innocent. He glared at Ralph furiously and said, "Lord Ralph, you know who is lying and who is slandering himself. Don't you have that much tolerance? You're lying through your teeth." Ralph didn't expect Han Shuo to be so difficult to deal with. Han Shuo let out a sigh, shook his head, and said helplessly, "I have always thought that Lord Ralph was an upright man. Little did I expect that you would make such baseless slander just because of a verbal dispute. How disappointing. Ralph, is there a need for you to make such a big fuss over such a small matter?" Erebus raised his voice and said maliciously. When he noticed that everyone's attention was focused on him, he explained, "A few days ago, Brian and Ralph got into an argument at Lady Ao Bashi's place. I don't think Brian is the kind of person who would lie." Caspar, the patriarch of the Kinson family, suddenly said softly. The patriarchs of the other two major family clans nodded in agreement. They all said that Han Shuo did not look like the kind of person who would lie. What they implied was that Ralph was deliberately slandering Han Shuo. Ralph had always been unpopular in the City of Shadows. The patriarchs of the three major family clans were rather dissatisfied with Ralph. Therefore, they immediately seized the opportunity to express their trust in Han Shuo without saying anything about Ralph. Wallace bunched his brows and looked at Ralph before turning to Han Shuo. After a moment of silence, he said, "Ralph might have seen wrongly. All right, let's not talk about this anymore. It's just a small misunderstanding." Ralph shut his mouth after hearing Wallace's words. He knew that Wallace's words were to protect him, and he did not insist that Han Shuo had blasphemed the gods. Han Shuo still put on an innocent face and looked at Ralph with eyes filled with hatred and resentment. Those who didn't know might have thought that Han Shuo felt sorry for Ralph's character. However, Han Shuo was sneering in his heart. From the attitude of the three major family clans, Han Shuo knew that Ralph was indeed unpopular. The fact that the other members of the House of Saint did not say a word to help Ralph proved that Carmelita was right. Even the members of the House of Saint did not like Wallace, their most loyal lackey. Han Shuo secretly heaved a sigh of relief at the fact that Ralph was so unpopular. He knew that if he were to really clash with Ralph, he would be the first to gain the upper hand. After the commotion died down, Wallace finished the rest of his speech and started to explain the rules of the duel. Except for Han Shuo, the newcomer, everyone else knew the rules of the tournament like the back of their hands. Wallace's main audience was Han Shuo. However, Han Shuo had also learned the rules from Erebus and Ao Bashi. When Wallace saw Han Shuo nodding indifferently to indicate that he understood the rules, he hastened his speech and finished what he needed to say. In the tournament between the 7 corps, each party is allowed to form a company. The number of divine guards must not exceed 100, and there must not be any high gods among the divine guards. In the tournament between the 7 corps, accidental injuries and deaths could be forgiven. However, intentional murder was strictly prohibited. Even if a team was accidentally killed or injured, the number of divine guards must not exceed 5. The tournament at the beginning was always a team fight with different rules every time. Sometimes the team would choose a target and the 7 companies would march towards the target together. Fighting was not prohibited along the way. The first team to reach the target would be the winner. Sometimes the tournament would involve hunting powerful magical beasts in a mountain range. Under such circumstances, the tournament would be held in a mountain range where a large number of magical beasts roamed freely. The team with the most magical beast cores would be the winner. The tournament this time was a little special. Wallace had hidden many divine essences emitting unique energy fluctuations in the easternmost region of Soaring Cloud mountain range. Those divine essences were located in very well-hidden locations. Wallace gave each team 7 days to search for the divine essences or plunder the divine essences obtained by others. Those divine essences emitted very special energy fluctuations. They were marked by Wallace and Andre. Once the divine essences were found, they would become an obvious target. During the 7 days, the teams could plunder or search for divine essences. No matter what method they used, the team with the most divine essences after the 7 days would be the final winner. There was also a strict rule. The 7 corps were not allowed to cooperate with each other. Once 2 teams started fighting, the other teams were not allowed to participate in the tournament. This rule was actually added specifically for Erebus and Aobashi. Wallace and Andre knew that Erebus was deeply in love with Aobashi. If the 1st and 3rd Corps were to join forces, the final winner of the tournament would be their side. To prevent that from happening, there was a strict rule that forbade 2 teams from joining forces. After Wallace finished explaining the rules, the 7 company captains who would participate in the tournament were appointed by the 7 Divine Guard chiefs. Under Wallace's instructions, the teams of Divine Guards marched towards the easternmost region of Soaring Cloud mountain range. Before Kiffin left, Ralph whispered a few words into Kiffin's ear. Kisa nodded repeatedly, and before leaving with his Divine Guards, he cast a cold glance at Barnard, who stood in the distance. The 2nd Corps Divine Guards wore wooden faces, but they were radiating intense, killing intent. Their gazes, when they looked at each other, were extremely ferocious, as though they were bloodthirsty, demonic beasts surveying their prey. Compared to the other pairs of Divine Guards, the 2nd Corps Divine Guards had clearly killed more people. Their demeanor was not something that ordinary Divine Guards could compare to. The Divine Guards from Han Shua's 5th Corps were unbelievably relaxed before joining the tournament. The 5th Corps Divine Guards, led by Gilbert and Sanguiner, were laughing and joking all the way. They did not show the slightest bit of nervousness before the big battle. Those who did not know better might have thought that they were just having fun. Compared to the 2nd Corps Divine Guards, the 5th Corps Divine Guards were just too different. Wallace, Andre, the patriarchs of the 3 major family clans, and the 6 Divine Guard chiefs, with the exception of Han Shua, were wearing strange expressions. They did not expect that the 5th Corps Divine Guards, who had always been so quiet and stern, would become so relaxed when it came to the real battle. Han Shua was the only one who smiled in satisfaction. After the others arrived at Soaring Cloud mountain range, Han Shua had allowed his Divine Guards to rest and relax. He even allowed them to drink and have fun so that they would not be affected by the pressure of the upcoming battle. Han Shua wasn't the slightest bit worried about the abilities of these Divine Guards who came out of the 8th Desolation and Torment formation. The only thing he was worried about was that they would put too much pressure on him. Now that he saw them walking towards the easternmost region, laughing and chatting happily, Han Shua was completely at ease. The 7 teams of nearly 700 Divine Guards split into 7 teams and departed according to Wallace's instructions. The easternmost region of Soaring Cloud mountain range was a day's journey away. After the Divine Guards left, Wallace and Andre got busy setting up the sand table on the central grandstand. Wallace had a spatial divine device in his hand. Strands of divine energy were constantly flowing out from the divine device and landing on the easternmost region of the sand table. The divine energy was intertwined with the energy towers that had been set up earlier. After a while, Wallace suddenly inserted the spatial divine device into the center of the sand table. A wave of intense spatial distortion undulated from the surface of the sand table. A glass-like spatial boundary took shape on the surface of the sand table. Under Han Shua's attentive gaze, the scene depicted on the sand table suddenly changed. All the inanimate objects suddenly became vivid and lifelike. After a short while, another wave of spatial distortion took shape on the sand table. When the spatial distortion subsided and Han Shuo looked at the sand table again, he discovered that the easternmost region of the sand table seemed to have been magnified infinitely. Everything within the region was reflected. Not far away, many tiny people the size of ants were moving towards the center of the sand table. This spatial divine device has formed a miraculous connection with the energy towers in that region. From here, we can see everything that is happening in that region. With us here, I believe that nothing will go wrong in that region. Everyone will also be able to clearly see which side has the strongest divine guards. Wallace appeared rather pleased with himself when he saw that the sand table was in place. He raised his head and swept his gaze across the crowd before explaining smilingly. The crowd, of course, praised the power of the divine device and flattered Wallace in a roundabout way. Only Han Shuo had a bitter smile on his face. Han Shuo did not know that Wallace had this trick up his sleeves. Therefore, he had given Barnard and the others some secret orders. If Barnard had followed Han Shuo's orders, and the situation had fallen into the eyes of Wallace and the others, it would not have been good for Han Shuo.